What do I want? Remembering the scene in the hospital. I want to live. My sister is still crying and waiting for me. His eyes opened and changed to determination. Even if it wasn't like this. Jimin hesitated no more and raised the knife high. I want to live. Finally, he stabbed straight into the body of the vampire. Fresh blood splattered, drops flying up into the air. Jimin was still stunned, looking up at the sky. He was extremely surprised by the strange movement of the blood. Immediately after, the stream of blood changed direction and rushed back. Jimin became panicked, not understanding anything when he saw it rushing towards him. Then he opened his mouth and let the blood rush in. Ujin stood behind, observing with a satisfied smirk. He looked at Jimin in front of him. I declare the ritual complete. Thus the blood inheritance is complete. His ears changed, becoming longer and pointed, and his fingernails also grew long and turned black. After absorbing the new stream of blood, he had completely transformed. I feel like I'm gonna live. The scene shifts to another land filled with fog. At the same time, in Adon territory, Kiba walked over with the relaxed, satisfied expression and sighed. It's so peaceful. He looked at the space in front of him. I feel so chill. Outside the boundary of this boundless territory, I wonder what exists. Suddenly, a large crowd rushed over from afar. Kiba saw that and growled a few times under his breath. He raised his axe forward and asked who they were. What business do you have in Adon? Upon hearing that, he immediately put on a mysterious air, this Wraith Knight. He spoke very softly and made a suggestion. If possible, please allow us to meet the lord of this territory. The entire city of Seoul fell into a state of chaos after the event. Many unstable dungeons collapsed. Monsters poured out along with spreading effects. The whole world was astonished by the monster frenzy in Seoul after Daegu. Long lines of cars moved out of the city. All Seoul residents were fleeing the disaster. Although there was an official announcement from the government, it did not receive public trust. The government declared it could control the dungeons for many consecutive days to prevent the public chaos. Very few people believed this story, so the government had no choice but to change its approach. The government pushed for the signing of a national defense treaty with the Adon Guild as a measure to fix the situation, and finally it brought a little bit of effect. This continuously put pressure on the Adon Guild. The scene shifts to a vast airport area in Seoul. At the gate, murmurs of criticism rang out. That's disgusting. The men simultaneously looked in one direction. What's going on in Korea? Look at that. Everyone was directing their gaze toward one person's figure. It's true that you can't compare the real person with the one on YouTube. Modi stepped out and spoke first in greeting. Min-chan, long time no see. He was slightly surprised, then enthusiastically offered his help. It was quite a long journey. Please allow me to carry your luggage. She held the bag tightly towards herself, signaling a refusal. It's okay. Modi, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly explained clearly. These are the documents the immortal requested. She gave a smile, ensuring the mission would be completed. I will deliver them to him directly. Ujin had just used a loophole to teleport. He looked up, gazing in confusion and wondering, what is that? Ujin looked at the huge city gate, bewildered. Does the territory have this, too? From afar behind, Bibi ran up and shouted loudly, Master. He turned his head, glanced at the surroundings, and wondered, what are these things? The little girl's face was still calm, and she asked back with interest, Isn't it pretty? Bibi showed her teeth, giggled, and emphasized her contribution. Everything is available at the space store, but it's really hard to choose the beautiful ones. The system then sent a detailed notification to the Adon Space Territory. Steward Bibi Space Energy owned 0% total space energy. 30,000 out of 500,000. Ujin looked straight at the flower garden, confused. She was told to manage it well, but she turned it into a flower garden. It was then that he fully understood the reason for the energy depletion. Space energy is directly related to the troops guarding the territory. Adon Space Territory. Steward Bibi. Space energy owned 0%. Total space energy. 30,000 out of 500,000. Did you use up the 10,000 points I gave you yesterday? Seeing his attitude, the little girl worriedly asked back, You don't like it? Ujin could only scratch his head in confusion and confirmed, It's fine. Suddenly sensing something unusual, he became wary. Ujin looked over with a cautious expression and wondered, What's that sound, Bibi? Bibi honestly confessed the situation. Ramson asked, so the disciple helped. The little girl shook her head a few times exasperatedly, not knowing what to say. She said you have to have a hobby or something to live. Then he continued to point straight ahead and asked further, So what's that thing? Bibi burst out laughing, very pleased, and explained, A small tavern. You can buy alcohol to drink using space energy. As soon as he heard that, Ujin was suspiciously incredulous. Do they drink too? I must temporarily manage the energy directly. He put his hands on his hips and continued to ask worriedly, How is Jimin doing lately? Hearing that Bibi was initially a bit surprised. That vampire guy. The little girl immediately reported the detailed situation. Since he is still panicked, the disciple gave him a house. I also left some blood bags, but he hasn't drunk them yet. He looked at the blood bags in front of him and had to restrain himself. I can't drink blood, I'm human. Hearing that, Ujin looked satisfied. Good job. Suddenly footsteps and a familiar voice appeared. My lord, Kiba said, attracting Ujin's attention. I report that these people wish to meet you. He led the crowd to the audience just now. The scene shifts deep inside the castle. He sat on the throne looking down and questioning the situation. What business do you have in Adon? He knelt down sincerely and made a request. Please, my lord, allow our family to stay in this territory. But suddenly Ujin rolled his eyes with a strange look on his face. The system then summarized the situation along with 2 suggestions. The Tiger clan seeks refuge in the territory, exhausted by a prolonged refugee life. You can order the soldiers to drive them away, or persuade them and accept them as citizens of the territory. He showed an indifferent attitude and questioned. It doesn't concern me either. I have a few things I need to ask. He nodded respectfully, ready to answer. Thank you. My lord, what would you like to ask? But Ujin suddenly asked a strange question. 110. I don't know where to start asking. Hearing this, he was also confused and asked back, May I ask how long you have been the lord of this territory? He did not hesitate to frankly state the number. 1 day? He was somewhat surprised to hear that. So that's how it is. Then, he honestly recounted his own story. Before coming here, we went to a place called Ott. That was a territory led by Lord Ott, but we could not bear the harsh tax law, so we left that land and arrived here. Knowing that, Ujin asked back, You came from another space territory? He nodded obediently and confirmed. That's right, we can travel to the border of the territory. He brought up the previous information and asked for details. What is this tax law you just mentioned? How does it work? He also sweat nervously and confessed clearly. The Lord taxes the ordinary settlers. We pay with bloodstones to compensate for hunting. Ujin heard that and immediately started to feel suspicious. Is there anything to hunt in this wasteland? He suddenly smiled excitedly. Rest assured you don't need to worry, because we hunt outside. Ujin's face darkened and he began to wonder, what is the world that the gate is connected to? So that's how it is. Right after that, he finally realized the problem. There are 4 ways a space territory can earn energy. Way 1, kill and absorb the adventurers who come to the dungeon. To hunt. Ujin continued to deduce the second way. Second release. The territorial residents and army to the outside world. That is clearing the dungeon. He realized the gentlest measure. The third is planting bloodstone-containing trees, or raising livestock. Simply called production, but the efficiency is not high. And Ujin realized the final method, 4th attacking territories, through war with other territories. This method yields a lot, but also comes with great losses. In fact, allowing territorial residents to hunt and collecting tax is the easiest way. Deep in thought, he was suddenly startled by the man's call. Lord Ujin stood up straight and announced his decision, I will not open the gate. Hearing that, he was extremely surprised and emphasized the consequences. If so, the energy could decrease and affect other dimensions. Ujin sighed and stressed his own thoughts. Of course I have to find a way. Beyond that gate is my hometown. He looked confused, sweating with worry. I apologize, my lord, but... He smiled and waved his hand happily. It's nothing. Then Ujin turned his back and walked away, waving and instructing. Whether you want to settle down or leave, it's fine. Go rest. The lights in the hallway were still lit. Recalling what was announced, he frowned tensely. The territory is protected for 30 days right after the proclamation. After the 30-day protection, the new lord can receive a declaration of war from other lords. After 30 days of stabilizing the territory, you will face challenges from those who challenge you. If your defense fails, you will lose the dungeon gate. A part of the territory's assets may be plundered. Then, as that person said, my territory will just be bait for those who are waiting for a newly established territory. Ujin turned his back and walked away more quickly. Before that happens, whatever it is, I need to find a way to increase the territory's energy, not just rely on the army. A while later, everything was put into action. 20 days later in territory time, 5 days in real time. The space territory. Dawn prepares for invasion from other spaces. The military base system was quickly constructed. The scene shifts to the other side, which is also busy. Meanwhile, the Atom Guild is moving the guild's headquarters, near Gyeongsong. Min-chan approached and asked, sounding like a reminder, Director, you didn't forget the schedule? To visit the National Assembly at 2 p.m. today, did you? Ujin quickly confirmed once more. I know, dream on. Did you bring the item that the American side asked to look into? She quickly took out the file and handed it over. I have prepared it. Seeing that, he immediately looked satisfied. That was tough. As soon as he saw it, he spoke up with curiosity. Director, what is that document? Ujin also frankly revealed the name Death Note. but Minchin flashed a bright, confused smile. Death Note, what's that? After a while he realized it, paled and screamed. Minchan approached, trembling all over, and asked for permission. May I read it? He didn't mind putting the Death Note forward. Go ahead and read. He picked up the list and was stunned to realize. This is a list of people involved in the assassination of Kang Ujin. Is this why you accepted the request to visit? Is it? Ujin smiled, his plan ready. Of course. It will be easier to deal with all of them when they are all present. He spoke strongly with a dark expression. I can't believe there are so many people behind my assassination attempt. I will make all their heads fly. Then at this time, Ujin prepared the first step of his plan, contacting the National Assembly. Let's go, I'll go right now. The scene shifts to another important location, the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. Suk turned to shake hands and greeted him warmly. Representative Choi Tae-oh also quickly stood up, showing courtesy. My goodness. You don't need to be so formal, sir. Please have a seat. He sat back down, grinning smugly. I heard that. That little punk Ujin finally bothered to show his face, huh? Tae-oh shot a look over with a malicious, scheming air. What other choice does that guy have? Suk sighed, ensuring certainty. If that little jerk is enjoying the benefits of this country, then he has to be ready to come to work. The man right next to him shared the same opinion. I agree. He's making a mockery of the esteemed work of our nation's Ministry of National Defense. Hearing this, Tae-oh reiterated the matter of persuasion. Speaking of which, are the conditions we offered adequate for the hearing? The hearing is confirmed based on the judgment of the Ministry of National Defense. I even suggested that we would recognize their guild, the same way we recognize the Ministry of National Defense. Yet he still refused. Suk, full of arrogance, declared, Do you think he has any other path? If he still wants to live in Korea, that's just a front. He's putting up to make himself seem more important. He chuckled loudly, becoming even more delighted. Since that's settled today, I will expose all his stunts. Seeing this, Suk placed his hopes in expectation. If Representative Choi does that, then I will put my faith in you, sir. The scene shifts outside to cars driving. Sung-hoon nervously glanced over. Boss, you're not really planning on causing a bloodbath, are you? Ujin sat in the back seat, arms crossed, threatening him. Ask again and I'm going to flip everything over. He stammered in fear, his voice trembling. Yes, I understand, sir. Sung-hoon remained silent, thinking carefully. I think that the vice president tried his best to hold him back. Surely the worst won't happen, right? Yeonjong there used all her strength to plead with him. You can't do it, boss. That will truly become a knot. That can't be untied. Suddenly, the young man in the back spoke up and called, Sung-hoon. He was surprised and turned his face to await the order. Yes, boss. Suddenly, Ujin gave an unexpected command. Change the destination. The scene switches to a large private house, in the middle of nowhere. Youngman turned his face to ask for an update on the situation outside. Are they still protesting? The assistant confirmed along with a clear report. Yes, sir. The people are very angry. He held his head, looking tired and frustrated. This nation is so pathetic and can't protect its people. Youngman could only hope at this moment. The thing that can save us from this disaster is to receive Kang, Ujin's confirmation on the agreement. This hearing must succeed. Suddenly, someone worriedly opened the door and ran in from outside. Mr. President. He suddenly turned his face, having anticipated the moment. I guess the time has come. We should head to the National Assembly. But the person's face went pale as he stressed. It's not about that, sir. The person, both terrified and urgent, reported Mr. Kang Ujin is currently at the Blue House. Byungmin, upon hearing this, was in disbelief. What, he came here instead of the National Assembly? The scene switches back to the interior of the National Assembly. 1 hour after the meeting between Kang, Ujin, and the president, everyone was still sitting inside discussing and murmuring. Why is he so late? This isn't the first time he's pulled a fast one on us. He's way too cocky. Suk's attitude was one of suspicion as he glanced over and whispered, Nothing bad happened, did it? Tae-oh couldn't offer an answer either. I'm not exactly sure. He always treats government summons like garbage. He ground his teeth, scowling in anger. Kang Ujin, you bastard! Do you think you have a higher standing than the National Assembly? Just because you've received support from global residents. Tae-oh recalled the incident, clearly showing regret. I should have just killed you in the Middle East before you got this powerful. Suddenly, Ujin, dressed in a suit with his hands in his pockets, casually walked in and greeted. I see it looks like everyone is here. You're all present. A parliamentarian, extremely angry at this point, questioned Mr. Kang Ujin. Mr. Kang Ujin, are you disrespecting the National Assembly or what? He didn't bother to answer and pulled out a chair. Others were even more outraged by this reaction. You're not even paying attention, are you? Please give us an answer. Ujin maintained his attitude and turned to request Prosecutor Lee Kong-jin. Please give me the confirmed information. He obediently followed the order and handed it over. He looked at the list and made decisions one by one. I'll take this person out. This one's completely useless. Ujin frowned, calculating carefully. There's a lot of trash in here, but I can't kill all of them. But that's not bad either, right? That's more than half of them. Then he stood up and calmly got to work. All right, let's move on. Sunghun looked confused. What do you mean, sir? Are we just leaving now? Ujin threw the documents back, stating I've confirmed their identities. One person couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Hey, where do you think you're going? To you! This hearing is just a joke. Isn't it? Please sit down immediately. In response, he smirked with an expression of contempt. A hearing? Is this to confirm whether I will join what you call the Ministry of National Defense? Something I've never wanted to get involved in. Ujin suddenly picked up the microphone. He not only declared his non-participation, but also emphasized, I will not join the Ministry of National Defense or anything else, so a hearing is not needed. I only have one warning for you all. Ujin was not afraid to call out explicitly those involved in this missile terrorism incident that targeted me. He deliberately emphasized and spoke frankly those who intentionally caused the prison break phenomenon to occur for personal gain. Ujin was not afraid to warn and intimidate. For those who we find to be not essential, in the upcoming battles, you will pay dearly for the crimes you have committed up until this point. He smirked along with the shocking information. All related data has been leaked to the press. Ujin, with a sinister, delighted expression, instructed, remember to watch the news to confirm the reason you all deserve to die. Tio at this moment stood up sputtering to question him. What the hell are you talking about? How can you be so arrogant? But he didn't pay attention and walked straight ahead. Let's go. Hearing this, Sunghun quickly followed after him. Yes, boss. Seeing that attitude, the man furiously chased after him. Where are you going? Aren't you going to sit down? But Ujin turned around, his eyes completely changed. Freeze! Teo immediately froze, completely motionless. He stood there, looking up at the sky and screaming in pain. Suk quickly trembled and pointed forward to question him. What are you doing in the sacred National Assembly? Ujin turned his face arrogantly, warning, you'd better pray that your names aren't on that list this time. He couldn't hold back anymore, continuously cursing, you're too arrogant. Are we putting the nation's safety in the hands of a violent man like this? Where did you find such fabricated information? Kang Ujin must be deported from Korea. Immediately, outside the sky was clear and the weather was pleasant. Sunghun came outside and sighed in relief, praising him for doing a good job restraining himself. Kangjin was sweating and worried. Unfortunately, I wondered if he would do such a thing. Earlier, he had received a phone call. It's me, my good man. Kang Ujin is about to arrive at the National Assembly. Please support him. Kangjin was also very surprised when the situation turned around. By order of the VIP, I provided all the information about the delegates involved in the dungeon corruption case, but I didn't think we would be retreating helplessly like this. He became increasingly tense, anticipating the situation. Since we have declared war, those guys will immediately wipe out the evidence. In the end, history will repeat itself, as if we are in an endless loop. Ujin suddenly lowered his gaze and demanded loudly, so shouldn't we start now? At this moment, he loudly and powerfully anticipated and commanded appear. After a crowd of people appeared, Ujin immediately gave the order. Wait for them to come out and then eliminate those whose faces I recognized. A moment ago, Sunghun frantically reminded him, Boss, didn't you say you wouldn't make anyone in the National Assembly bleed? But he turned around and clearly explained the reason. That's why I stepped outside. He was stunned and taken aback, unable to believe the vice chairman's meaning. It's not like that after standing outside for a while, Ujin complained wearily. It's boring waiting for them to stick their heads out. Should we provoke them a little? Suddenly, a frantic scream of fire rang out outside. The fire alarm blared loudly. People frantically sped up and rushed outside. Fire evacuate quickly. But then they encountered everyone standing huddled together, blocking the way. Why is everyone standing still like statues there? Teo didn't care about anything and pushed people away to clear the path. He eagerly ran towards the door, his heart full of hope. I made it, I'm alive. But Teo paused when he saw the scene outside. What the? A person fully clad in armor turned back to report target confirmed. He turned back in panic, sweating, and was taken aback. What is this? Teo panicked and turned back, running towards the crowd. Get out of the way, I'm Choi. Teo, move. Unfortunately, a large hand tightly squeezed his neck. Teo was easily lifted up, screaming relentlessly. Let me go from a distance. A familiar footsteps approached. Ujin smirked smugly. He quickly commanded, That's Teo, deal with him. He glanced down, his whole body trembling as he asked, Why are you doing this? Ujin, looking completely indifferent, stressed. You'll know if you watch the news. Teo didn't accept this and countered, How can I watch if I'm dead? He looked even more delighted, smiling wryly. Too bad. The man, dripping with sweat, was still preoccupied with questioning. Do you think this power can turn you into a god? Unable to restrain himself anymore, Teo struggled to turn back and screamed, At least I deserve to know the reason, you jerk. Just then, Ujin suddenly revealed the real reason. Your relationship with Lee Sangho. He gradually revealed the egregious crimes. You deliberately exploited the prison break to launder hundreds of millions of dirty profits. You also invested in the missile launch, with the aim of killing me. Ujin put his hands on his hips and arrogantly questioned, "Is that enough reason to send you off?" Teo now could only pretend ignorance and stubbornly insisted, "I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm innocent. How can you break the law and arbitrarily kill an innocent person?" Others around also unanimously supported him. He's right. The law must decide, follow the law. But Ujin just smiled and declared, "Sounds good, but today I am the law." Teo became even more frantic at this point, cursing, "This psychotic bastard! This is the Republic of Korea, the Democratic Republic of Korea. You think you can stay here after killing—" Before he could finish his words, his neck was broken painfully. Everyone standing around widened their eyes in terror. The terrifying black creature only stated coldly, "You have insulted the king." The young man put his hand on his hip and looked toward the crowd. Excitedly, "All right, who wants to go next?" Seeing them trembling, Ujin warned, "If you guys don't want to get burned alive, I suggest you better run out fast." Sung-hoon saw the gruesome scene and threw up violently. Kang-jin ran over and was stunned by the sight before him. He's insane. He intends to carry out a revolution in this rotten country, even if he becomes the most brutal murderer in history. The scene transitions to a different, more private location. Bae Yongman put his hand on his chin in contemplation, clearly remembering a warning and an offer. He recalled the moment the two of them met. "Mr. Kang Ujin, why are you here instead of the National Assembly?" Seeing the file toss it on the table, Bae Yongman was taken aback. The young man, with a hint of arrogance, stated his purpose clearly. "Before I execute this revenge, I have a warning and an offer for you." Ujin turned back, waiting for his counterpart to offer an opinion. Above the broadcasting station, the MC emphasized that this was a national-level conspiracy. Kang Ujin of the Adon Guild has ambushed the National Assembly. Bae Yongman struggled to correct his words. "No, I mean his offer." But the secretary could only helplessly report, "That's not something we can decide." Suddenly a voice call came in. "Minister of National Defense." The minister quickly transmitted the order. "Kang Ujin has issued a warning of attack. If the area is not cleared within 5 minutes, please give the order to attack. We need to seize the initiative." Hearing this, he immediately broke out in a nervous sweat. Bae Yongman felt extremely tense and worried. "If we attack proactively, can we even catch him? He's even stronger than the terror army in the Middle East." He tried to remain calm and inquired about the situation. "How many casualties are there?" The other end then reported back carefully and in detail. "There are 57 casualties, starting from Representative Park Soguk." Bae Yongman was also amazed to hear this. He actually kept his word. After a moment, he decided to give the order, "Clear the area." But the Minister of National Defense, on the other end, objected. "We can't do that. This is a serious rebellion, targeting the nation." He angrily reiterated once more, "I said clear that area? That's an order." The other end didn't utter another word. "Understood." Bae Yongman now became urgent. "Secretary Huang, prepare a press conference for him immediately." The secretary obediently complied. "Yes, sir." The scene transitions back to the company office where someone was astonished. "I didn't think the boss would actually do that." Hemin seemed very worried. "Vice Chairman, I'm extremely worried. What will happen to us?" Min-chan looked defeated, burying his face in his hands, emphasizing that this was not a simple matter. Above the broadcasting station, the news continued. He kept tearing at his hair and shaking his hands. "I can't believe it. This is the most unpredictable and brutal rebellion in the nation's history." Min-chan continuously sighed from beginning to end. Tajong innocently scratched his head, thinking simply, "But they were bad guys too. Won't things be fine?" Since he has quite a lot of public support. But the other man became even more indignant at this point. "It's not fine at all. Don't be naive." Mir-yong still smiled, thinking simply, "The immortal has become the king. He's not the kind of person who will be controlled by the leaders of this broken country." Min-chan felt even more helpless, only able to beg, "Holy maiden, please observe the atmosphere for me." Hemin brought a bottle of water and a pill. "Please take another dose of the tranquilizer, sir." He tried to regain his initial composure. "All right." While Min-chan was drinking water, TV announced new developments. After the news was read, he immediately spat the water out. "The president has just announced the autonomy of the Adon Guild in a press conference. Adon is now recognized as a sovereign state." The host continued to add that, in addition to expressing gratitude to the leader of the Adon Guild, Kang Ujin, the president, also announced that, as soon as the defunct National Assembly is reorganized, a referendum on the Adon Guild, becoming an autonomous state, will be held. Just then, the young man walked in from outside. "What's wrong? What are everyone's expressions like?" Seeing him, they were startled and simultaneously shouted, "Boss!" Min-chan, feeling helpless, turned to reproach him. Boss, I contacted and pleaded with you. I didn't spill a single drop of blood in the National Assembly building. Ujin calmly sat down and wondered, is that the reason? You didn't do it inside the building. He bowed his head, his face dark with helplessness and exhaustion. Do you know how worried I was? When I saw the National Assembly building on the live news. Min-chan suddenly remembered and returned to the main topic. How did you turn us into an independent state? The young man quickly recalled the issue. That Ujin gave a very simple reason. The government keeps harassing us, right? So I just created a country that way. No one can interfere anymore, and everyone can work comfortably. He even boasted about himself arrogantly. Where else can you find a boss who thinks about his employees like this? Min-chan's face darkened as he realized the problem. That just gives us more work. The more he heard, the more confused he became. But how did you talk to the president? Ujin leaned back in his chair and emphasized his actions. I just made an offer. Said I would kill all those corrupt jerks, create a country, and wanted his cooperation. He honestly recounted the details of the negotiation. I said as long as he didn't interfere with us, I would be willing to form an alliance. It seems he agreed to that. Miryong bowed his head slightly with admiration. I revere the king's compassion. Min-chan still tried to explain clearly. Maybe this time it was effective, but it's too dangerous. I understand the boss's desire for revenge, but the future. But Ujin suddenly turned and emphasized. This isn't just because of their attempted murder. He expressed his own viewpoint and hatred. Countless victims have suffered, for the sake of their power and benefits. Only 57 deaths to appease their souls. That's too cheap. Ujin then turned and clearly emphasized his question. Do you understand? Min-chan heard that and immediately completely changed his mind. The boss has such deep motivation for his unexpected action. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Is there anything else to instruct? Anyway, Min-chan. He was slightly surprised and waited for the response. Yes, Ujin declared and emphasized the title. From now on, you are the Prime Minister. Min-chan widened his eyes in disbelief. Excuse me, Prime Minister. The young man reaffirmed with a serious expression. That's right, Prime Minister. Ujin clearly stated his plan. If we build a country, someone should shoulder all the responsibilities for me. Min-chan closed his eyes, his face dark with immense regret. Although I am ambitious, this is still so wrong. Then he turned and emphasized each person's position. Sungu will be the commander of the army. When he heard that, he burst out laughing with delight. I have to brag about this online. He trembled all over, thinking about the messy scene. Then Ujin continued to look thoughtful. Sunghun, what should you do? He quickly made a suggestion. Diplomacy? How about I handle the diplomatic work? My persuasion skills are quite something. The young man also seemed excited, quickly decided. Manager of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, huh? Or minister, maybe. Whatever, just do it. Sunghun achieved his goal and burst into laughter, praising him. Your generosity is truly immeasurable. Only Min-chan had completely broken down. This is really a crazy company. Oh, a crazy country. At the Holy Land. Komodo Swamp Rank. 3213, a dark, deserted, and frightening space. On the screen, the system displayed the image of the Aiden Spatial Holy Land. Holy Land Rank 3213. New Lord Kang Ujin human race. A malicious laugh echoed. Kang Ujin. The monster licked its lips hungrily. This guy is the first human to become a Lord of a Holy Land, is he? In short, a noob among noobs. The screen showed a notification. Aiden Spatial Holy Land. Protection time countdown 0 days. 50232. Its wild eyes showed anticipation. In its mind, it thought the protection shield will be removed in 5 hours. I can't let others steal this opportunity. The ugly monster, hunchbacked and with a goatee, salivated with excitement. He'll be a delicious prey. On the city wall, a flag fluttered. The wall was also guarded by 2 sentries. Miryong couldn't hide her surprise, looking at the scene in front of her. Is this the Adan Spatial Holy Land? Jin's face was full of pride, as he asked, how does it feel to be here? Miryong did not reply, but only exclaimed inwardly, divine. As expected, he created a holy land this quickly. But she seriously raised a question. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but sir, the system, defense of this place also needs to be built. More firmly. Ah, Ujin replied confidently. We already have Kiba and the undead army. That's enough. Unexpectedly, Miryong shook her head to show disagreement, which made him curious. She lowered her gaze slightly and continued. Of course no army can compare to the undead army. However, Holy Land battles have very different tactics than normal. Miryong emphasized the seriousness of the matter. Once the protection time ends, the Holy Land war will come from both the left and the right. At that time, you cannot use the undead army anymore. Ujin slightly frowned and asked, what do you mean? Miryong explained briefly. It's like chess, sir. The lord of a territory cannot directly participate in the war, but can only use the resources within his territory. Ujin asked in confusion. Why can't I fight? That's ridiculous. Miryong did not answer this question, only slowly asked, In that case, would you like to have a mock battle? He raised an eyebrow curiously. A mock battle. The blinding sun shone on the clock tower. Ujin and Miryong simultaneously teleported inside the tower. The system constantly issued notifications, overwhelming him. Holy Land War tutorial begins. Please set your energy pole 10K, 20K, 30K, detecting enemy, assuming you are connected to the human race. The scene closed his eyes and turned into a vast empty field of grass. What is this? Ujin panicked. An army appeared in his consciousness. Ujin thought in surprise. That's the bipedal tiger tribe. The bipedal tiger spoke, requesting, Lord, please give your command. What is going on? Ujin was bewildered. Observing the entire scene again, he gradually realized that building is a station to generate manpower, and the resource and military count indices too. Beside him was the word Bloodstone. 100 troop capacity, 5 out of 10. Very fast. Ujin had determined this was the simulated SAO battle. He tried giving orders using his consciousness. Then first, let's mine more bloodstones. The two-legged tiger tribe immediately answered, Understood, huh? Ujin looked at the construction board for the shelter. Enchanted tree farm. Orc training camp. Dragon lair bar, blacksmith, street vendors. Flower garden, he muttered to himself. And the things that I can only build now are... The thing that I can only build is what's already available at the Sao Sanctuary, Ujin thought to himself. I need the proper units and facilities in the sanctuary, if I want to prepare for the holy war of the sanctuaries. Next, he began to implement the orc strategy first, then added more orc manpower and soldiers. Just then, the system notified, you have reached the troop limit. Please build more shelters. Ujin gritted his teeth in annoyance. This is my first time playing. Why is SAO this hard? Suddenly, a noise behind him drew his attention. Looking at the armored army in front of him, Ujin worried, the enemy forces are they attacking already? Sure enough, the system reported defeat in just a moment. You have lost the holy war of the sanctuary. Simulated battle does not reflect the real battle. If you lose in a real holy war of the sanctuary, you can seek revenge through a duel. Ujin slapped his forehead, angry, grinding his teeth. Dang it! This thing is too complex. I'd rather let someone else handle this. Mori came up beside him and asked coolly, What are your thoughts, master? How do you feel? Ujin spoke all his thoughts out loud. I feel like my hands and feet are tied. I can't fight myself, so... Are all the lords of the other sanctuaries like this? Capturing bloodstones of other sanctuaries. Is it like playing a game? Mori slowly explained, Dream on. The holy war of the sanctuary is very important to the lords. They only bet small, but they can safely and steadily rank up this way. He still didn't understand. What about the duel then? I saw that I could get revenge through a duel just now. She immediately answered carefully. The holy war of the sanctuary is a battle between the resources of each sanctuary. The duel, on the other hand, is a fight between the lords. Ujin wondered. Then why not choose the duel from the start? Mori didn't show any sign of impatience, and slowly explained to him, you cannot just challenge a duel unless the opponent accepts it. You can only force a duel after losing the holy war of the sanctuary, and in that case the other side is obliged to accept. Ujin smirked with interest. I like that. As long as I can get everything back. After losing the holy war of the sanctuary, it's all good. On the bustling street with people coming and going, the crowded market was filled with people entering and exiting. Bibi was walking while eating. Suddenly the girl noticed something. Bibi quickly ran over and called out, Master! The girl anxiously asked, Has that saintess left yet? Ujin smiled and said, She's gone. Bibi sadly replied, I was seriously shook by the person who went with her, no cap. Ujin handed the girl a book. Here, take this. We might need it at any time, so get familiar with it quickly. Bibi took the book, then remembered something to report. That's right, Jimin has recovered. He's even going monster hunting and eating too. Ujin was slightly surprised and said, Is that so? He quickly moved to Jimin's place and knocked on the door. Jimin, are you there? Upon entering, he sat down by the bed and asked, How are you feeling? Are you adapting to this place? Jimin sincerely replied, Yes, I'm doing fine. Ujin asked seriously, Then do you want to go meet your sister now? Jimin lowered his head with a complicated expression and said, She can't come here, right? I also haven't adapted to going out with a lot of people yet. Ujin crossed his arms, pretending not to hear the underlying meaning in the statement, and calmly agreed. It is hard for her. She's not an awakened person, so she can't pass through those gates. Jimin pondered and then made a request. It's true that I need to go outside. Please tell her to wait for me just a little longer. He couldn't urge him anymore, so just take your time. Suddenly he called out again, One more thing, Hyung. Ujin listened. What is it? Jimin cautiously asked, Are you really a god? Ujin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A god, huh? He looked at Jimin and muttered to himself. Maybe after Jimin saw what happened here, a space lord, creating everything from space energy. Thinking that Ujin smirked and asked back, I'm just a person. What do you mean by a god? Jimin sighed with relief. That's a relief then. Then he asked again, oh right, I see everyone is quite scared. Is everything okay? He didn't understand and wondered what's wrong. Jimin was confused and said, the citizens, he recounted. They are worried that they will lose the holy war of the sanctuary, because the new lord didn't even collect taxes anymore. Ujin joked, do I look like a loser? Jimin quickly shook his head, no. He only heard Ujin slowly say, they will know who the real loser is when the time comes. Finally, he stood up with a confident look and comforted. Now stop worrying about pointless things. You just need to worry about your own situation. Back at the clock tower, it was not yet dark. The system popped up. You have received a challenge from Komu. Do you wish to decline? You may decline up to 3 times. The next battle must take place. In case you win, you will receive 4 days of protection. If you lose, you will receive 12 days. Ujin laughed excitedly. Finally, he put all his trust in the girl, Bibi. It's okay if you lose, so just lose your heart out, Bibi said confidently. I will win. So don't worry, the girl asked arrogantly. If I win, will you give me half of the sanctuary's energy? As promised, Ujin generously said, go for it. He calculated in his head. It's good if she wins, and it's no big deal if she loses. I'll immediately get revenge in the duel part. On the other side, the orc cheered excitedly. He accepted immediately. What an idiot. I will take everything you have. The two-legged tiger tribe was busy carrying materials inside, while the orc tribe guarded the area outside. Ujin witnessed this efficient work process and was amazed. He called Bibi. Facing the busy and orderly scene, he exclaimed, is the girl doing this well on her first try? After a struggle, Bibi finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the system announced, the enemy has appeared. The troll warrior army advanced with a large force. Bibi smiled excitedly. You declared, war first? The girl quickly ordered, orc warriors counterattack. The trolls rushed forward without fear. Ujin observed the battle between the two sides and nodded, commenting, just as I thought. The way the girl commands the troops is still not as good as the enemy's. If this continues, sure enough, the screen announced, defeat, you have lost the holy war of the sanctuary. Bibi sat on the ground, holding her head in disappointment. Ujin just muttered to himself, figures. Suddenly, a series of notifications poured in. You have lost 10,000 points. Komid is implementing the winner's rule. The sanctuary vault is being raided. You have lost power stones. You have lost Lenin's feathers, wolf claws, and giant ant fangs. Ujin angrily muttered. Look at this jerk. He couldn't help but be surprised. They're taking both items from the vault and the bet points. Well, lucky they only took useless stuff. Just then, Bibi rushed over, crying and hugging him, calling, Master, the girl said resentfully, your disciple is very sorry. Your disciple just wanted to win the battle. Ujin softened and comforted, it's all right. I can get everything back when I take revenge. He sneered and said, now we should take double what they took. Right, the system appeared. You have requested a duel with Komid. The loser's revenge is starting. The monster on the other side laughed excitedly, using another strategist instead of himself. He has some sense after all. The system on his side reported, you have won the holy war of the sanctuary. Checking the points and received items, he muttered. But that's meaningless anyway. Suddenly he saw the screen display. Kang Ujin requests a duel. Do you accept? The monster laughed excited. His eyes flashed with malice. This is why I like these noobs. If he lost, he should be lining up troops for defense. At this moment. Truly too impatient. The system continuously displayed, you have been summoned to the holy war of the frozen highlands. In the event of a victory, the rule of the victor will be applied. In the event of a defeat, the loser's revenge may be carried out. In the event of a defeat, you will die, you will resurrect after 12 days. Ujin contemplated resurrect after 12 days, huh? This is why people won't duel, unless necessary. He seriously thought about the match and inwardly said, if I lose this holy war, I'll get 12 days of protection. But if I lose the duel too, I'll lose a few more days to choose a new sanctuary. It won't be easy to accept the risk of having to go back and choose a sanctuary battle to rebuild. Just then a figure appeared before Ujin's eyes. Along with the announcement, dual opponent Komid is being summoned. Komid appeared with a cunning smile. He walked up and got straight to the point. Sir New Lord, may I make this suggestion? Ujin asked back, what is it? Komid proposed. It would be boring if the treasure wasn't factored in a blood battle like this. So how about you and I, each wager a dungeon? As the prize, Ujin was pensive. He cautiously watched him. Komid kept blurting out provocations. Are you contemplating defeat? You won't reach high ranks with such thoughts. Ujin's mouth curved up. I can read all his thoughts. He calmly agreed to his request. All right, then how about we bet even bigger? Since we're doing it, let's go for broke. Komid laughed excitedly. You are truly generous, he proposed. In that case, let's bet 100,000 points each. On the surface, Ujin calmly agreed to play, but he was slightly hesitant inside. "This is," the system announced, "the first exit of Gasson. On the planet Earth has been staked. The Tower of Nezia on the planet Jack has been staked." As the sound ceased, Kumid triumphantly charged forward. "You new recruit, shall we start?" Ujin did not move, only observing him slowly. He slowly analyzed a full-force straight charge. This idiotic jerk. Attacking in such a simple manner, Ujin summoned his weapon and chuckled. "Let's see what you can do to me." The two sides rushed at each other. Weapons clashed, releasing intense power. Kumid stepped back, his guard raised. The Earthling has a lot of power on the battlefield, but quickly his arrogance overwhelmed him. "However, I am also a clan elder." Kumid charged forward again and shouted, "I can't be compared to a mere human like you." The giant mace slammed down, cracking the ground. Ujin deftly circled behind him and struck Kumid's knee joint, causing him to yell in pain. Kumid's knees buckled under the blow. He tumbled to the ground but seized the chance to attack. Ujin immediately raised a bone wall. His eyes lit up, radiating a strong red hue. Kumid was unable to fight back, and could only blink as Ujin eliminated him. A single slash cleaved Kumid's body in half. The system's announcement rang out, amidst his satisfied smile. "You have successfully taken revenge. You have received the victory reward, Dungeon the Tower of Nezia." The scene transitions to the planet Jack, the Tower of Nezia. Inside the dungeon, countless dry skeletons were walking and patrolling. The Rati clan warriors appeared questioning. Did the dungeon just regenerate the skeletons? Their leader pointed to one of the skeletons and instructed, "They are not hard to deal with. You just need to knock their heads off." Inwardly, they all thought, "If we successfully conquer this, our clan will survive." The mightiest warrior of the Rati clan, Lyric pondered, "I must make sure I can clear it and protect the planet. Protect everyone." The Rati clan moved inside. Lyric reminded them, "We only have the Heaven dungeon left. Be careful of your surroundings because we never know what might happen." The Rati clan immediately replied seriously, "Understood." A loud noise appeared in the sky. Lyric looked up warily. There they are. A flock of flying monsters surrounded the Rati clan. "Wyverns!" Lyric quickly pulled out his staff and chanted the Loxia spell. He used a lightning spear. A beam of light attacked the wyverns, but the entire strike was nullified before reaching the wyverns. Lyric cried out in panic, "Loxia's magic is gone. How is there a beast-riding sorcerer all of a sudden?" On the back of a wyvern, a person with a characteristic smile appeared. "Planet Jack, huh?" Lyric's eyes widened in caution. Ujin, sitting on the wyvern's back, greeted them amicably. "Welcome to the Atom Guild." Lyric warily asked, "Who are you and what is your identity?" Ujin gently landed on the ground. He proudly announced, "Your boss." Ujin looked at them with interest. "You look strong, don't you? You make me curious about the planet Jack." Lyric frowned and spoke in an impatient tone. "Do you think I'll spill the beans that easily?" Ujin radiated a menacing aura. "Did I say I wanted to talk to you?" Feeling the intense pressure descending, the Rati clan members were simultaneously terrified. "What?" Lyric quickly realized, and hastily warned, "It's necromancy. Everyone fall back." The Rati clan immediately obeyed and ran backward. Ujin with his powerful army confidently commanded, no matter what capture one of his subordinates. They replied in unison, "Yes, your lord." Lyric ran for his life, panting and looking back to check. He saw his kin being brutally eliminated by Ujin's people. Lyric bit his lip reluctantly, thinking, "This is insane. I can't fight this many death knights with this few troops. At this point, I must at least save the remaining comrades." Finally, he turned around, deciding to use the warp stone and run away. "I will hold them back." The remaining people frantically called out, "Great warrior." They shouted in terror, "Stop, sir!" Lyric channeled mana into his staff. He used all his might to unleash the lightning cage skill. Countless lightning bolts scattered everywhere, brightly illuminating the spot. Ujin's army was forced back by the power. The spell finished and the smoke and dust gradually cleared. Lyric breathed heavily, exhausted. He clenched the staff in his hand and muttered to himself, "I've used up all my mana on that move." Amidst the dim scene, Lyric thought that should be enough. "I bought some time." Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. "You exceeded my expectations?" Ujin stepped forward and declared, "You passed." Lyric asked blankly, "Passed? What do you mean?" From behind him, a pair of bright eyes appeared. Feeling the pain of the knife stabbing him from behind, he was terrified. "Impossible, he can still move," Ujin said excitedly. "Congratulations on becoming the 54th Knight," the system announced. "You have trapped Lyric's soul in a soul-sealing stone." Looking at the deserted path beside him, he pondered, "Did those guys escape through the gate? They probably won't dare to come here again." Just then a report came in, "Sir Reed is here to visit." Ujin was startled, remembering, "That's right, there's that guy too." 2 days ago, after Ujin conquered Planet Jack, many guests came to visit Adam. They were the space lords of other nearby planets. Everyone was fierce and terrifying, since the dungeon of Planet Jack was almost fully synchronized, and because Adam also had a dungeon, they could come to visit under a friendly agreement at the gloomy tower. Ujin asked curiously, "Why are you coming here, Space Lord?" Space Lord Dream, visiting Adam for the third time, laughed and replied, "Just a neighbor dropping by to say hello? We should maintain a close relationship." Ujin impatiently frowned and threatened, "If you come here one more time, I will destroy your gate." Dream quickly pulled out what he had prepared, smiling pleasingly. "Don't get angry. I have a gift for you. System analysis, Paka's prayer. If placed in the castle, the chance of bloodstone appearing will increase. Chance of bloodstone appearing plus 1%. Ujin took the item slightly surprised, thinking there are items like this too. Dream shamelessly requested, "It's always me giving you gifts. You should give me something too, shouldn't you?" He sighed and said, "Then how about we eat together?" Dream happily accepted. "That works." That guy continuously stuffed food from the table with his bone chops. The sight of him eating was so bad that Bibi even hid behind Ujin. He ate and chuckled, "I'm so embarrassed." Ujin, annoyed, demanded, "You've eaten your fill, so now spill the real reason you came here." Dream calmly wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "Let me ask you something first." He asked him, "Do you know what powers are on Planet Jack?" Ujin nodded, "I know." He stated the information. He knew. The native Rati clan and various guilds, the Black Hat Guild, the Red Hammer Guild, and the Yellow Gecko Guild. Reed was surprised. "How did you know that?" Ujin answered coldly. "I got a pretty useful informer." He thought, "It's the Rati clan member. I turned into a Death Knight." Dream excitedly squinted his eyes. "Oh my God. It seems there's someone faster than me. I wonder who it is. Then I'll get straight to the point." He extended an invitation. "I am the subordinate of the Supreme Being Razaki, of the strongest guild, the Yellow Gecko Guild. Do you want to join me?" Ujin scoffed and flatly refused. "Why should I do that? I'm enough to protect the dungeon alone." Dream wouldn't give up and chuckled. "It's true that for a new Space Lord, if you only have one dungeon, it's possible." He asked him in return, "But what if you have two or more? Which one would you protect if both were attacked?" Jin's face darkened. "I didn't think of that," he asked coldly. So Dream teased, "You're still inexperienced." He analyzed, if the challenger enters from two dungeons, then each dungeon will have challengers. Your forces will have to be split, and you will only be able to defend one location. You have no other choice but to abandon the other location. The more dungeons there are, the harder it is to defend. Think carefully. Riddy left this message and then waved goodbye and walked away. Ujin turned to order Bibi. "Refuse all other guests?" Even though the little girl didn't understand anything, she still obeyed and said, "Yes, master." Ujin fell into deep thought. There are 30 more days until the Pillar Dungeon of Nesha fully synchronizes with the planet Rark. He carefully calculated. If I choose to operate independently, the Pillar of Nessia will be attacked. When the gate opens, I must level up quickly. After the meeting with Rija, Ujin returned to Earth to his guild. His most important goal was to level up quickly. His current level is 75, and summon even stronger beings. Therefore, he accepted the request to clear the most difficult dungeon that all countries in the world had given up on. The plane took off. Rongdo excitedly greeted his brother Kang. Ujin happily replied, "Hello, Brother Beck." Rongdo walked up and enthusiastically said, "It's great to see you again. You haven't hit me yet, you still owe me, man." He's generous. Lending you a private jet is nothing to him. It's what needs to be done right. Ending his sentence, Rongdo turned and asked, "But is this the hot-blooded Mr. Sungu?" Sungu, whose name was mentioned, was startled. "You know about that too?" Ujin looked displeased and asked, "What kind of name is that?" Dongju was surprised and wondered, "You don't know." He pulled out a profile, hot-blooded Sungu, and smiled, saying, "He's a big deal on social media." Ignoring the two people walking happily ahead, Ujin asked Seunghun, "Where should we go first?" Dongju suggested, "Take a picture with me, please." Sungu agreed, "Sure." Seunghun pulled out a map and reported, "First, we'll go to the dungeon closest among the 12 accepted dungeons." Finally, he stated the destination, Japan. At this moment, the plane took off, soaring through the sky at Kansai Airport, Osaka, Japan. The crowd was noisy, murmuring. Everyone was curious and paying attention to this side. Ujin and his group complained impatiently. "Didn't they say they were going to pick us up?" Seunghun replied nervously, "Try calling them." "That's right, but my Japanese is a bit—" Ujin looked at him with disgust. "Seriously? And you said you were going to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs?" He helplessly commanded, "All right, open your mouth." Before Seunghun could react, Ujin had already shoved a potion into his mouth. "I couldn't bring it with me, so you drink it." Seunghun coughed violently for a long time before he calmed down. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice. "What is Kang Ujin doing in Japan?" The whispering of the crowd was translated and transmitted into Seunghun's ear. "Seunghun, is it for that The dungeon in Ganamba. They failed 3 times, so I thought they'd give up. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God." Ujin just smiled calmly and said, "The medicine's working, hurry up and call them." The scene changes to Osaka Ganamba Station. Inside the building, a cold voice rang out. "Thank you for coming all this way." Vice President of the Sensei Guild Takeuchi, an A-class water mage, spoke with a poker face. "I will summarize the situation at Ganamba before we head there." Ujin impatiently requested, "We still have many places to go." Skip that part. He made a suggestion to simplify things. "Sungu and I will clear the dungeon as quickly as possible, then move on to the next one." Takeuchi thought disdainfully, so confident. No matter how skilled you are, there's a limit. He was curious. That's why a comprehensive team is the usual thing. How does he plan to clear the dungeon? Seeing that Takeuchi said nothing, Ujin asserted, "Don't worry. Just wait. I will clear the dungeon thoroughly as per the contract." So Takeuchi could only give in. "Then at least let me accompany you. I have to write a report. To be able to exploit the Bloodstone in the future." He muttered to himself, "Let's see how Ujin will tackle the dungeon." Ujin pondered deeply. "Following me will only slow me down." But then he remembered. "But Sensei, the more we mine, the more benefits our guild will get. According to the contract, after clearing the dungeon, the division ratio for bloodstones and artifacts between the Adon Guild and the Sensei Guild is 70-30. Signed, Kang Ujin, president of the Adon Guild. Thinking of this, he nodded in agreement. "All right. Then you have to protect yourself." With that, Ujin turned and asked Dongdo, "Brother Beck, then you should come along too." He excitedly asked, "I can come along." Rongdo was pumped up, thinking to himself, "I can't believe I actually have the chance to fight alongside my brother Kang. He's never cooperated with another guild before. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he clears the dungeon." The whole group moved to the Ganamba building. Ujin led the way and said, "All right. So there are 4 of us. Let's go." Looking at the 3 people walking ahead, Takeuchi was a little hesitant. "I can't believe those 3 are going to tackle a dungeon that even Japan's best team couldn't clear." He began to calculate. "We can't even use the return gate anymore. If we fail, we will definitely die." Despite his hesitation, Takeuchi still stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he warned, "Please be careful. From here on, the werewolves." But before his eyes was a scene of devastation, with piles of werewolf corpses lying scattered. Takeuchi asked in horror, "Where did they all go?" Rongdo calmly handed him something. "Here, take this." Takeuchi held the dagger in his hand, bewildered. Rongdo sighed and conveyed the message. He said to collect 10 bloodstones while following. He looked calm on the outside, but was still utterly shocked inside. The incident happened in the blink of an eye. Rongdo recalled a moment earlier. As soon as they entered the dungeon, the wolves rushed in. The 2 of them fought, knocking all of them down and moving forward. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ujin is indeed strong, but Hong Sungu's skill is also higher than A-class." The 2 of them busied themselves dissecting the heads of the werewolves one by one. Takeuchi was tired and out of breath. "What the hell is this? Why do I have to collect 10 bloodstones now?" Just then, Ujin returned with his elite skeleton army. He urged, "Let's keep going." Rongdo calmly asked, "Already done?" Takeuchi gasped in horror. "No way. He defeated all the basic monsters in Ganamba in just 5 minutes." The gate leading to the next area appeared. Ujin smiled and said, "All right. Next is the molten lava that is swirling before our eyes." The scene now looked like hell. Ujin's team entered. He quickly assessed it's a volcano this time. Sungu looked around and reported, "He's back on the other side of the lava. Can we jump down?" Takeuchi immediately objected. "No, we can't." Ujin asked curiously, "Why?" He explained the consequence. "The volcano will erupt lava when we move away from the island by a certain distance. We definitely have to clear this dungeon another way." He frowned and asked, "What way?" Takeuchi immediately described the method. "Start by dealing with the lava-flying fish that live in the lava. By doing that, the island will connect with other islands, creating a path. We will use that method to get out of the lava zone." Ujin contemplated, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Suddenly he signaled rock. A giant monster made of lava emerged. A pair of horse-like legs appeared glowing. Ujin pulled the reins to control it. He summoned a few more mounts and led the way. "Controlled, all right. Jump up quickly. When rock clears the path, stay close behind." Takeuchi couldn't accept it. He shouted loudly, "Didn't you hear what I said? If we move away from the island, the mountain will erupt." But Ujin just coldly interrupted him. "They're just mosquitoes to me." Takeuchi was startled and confused. "Mosquitoes?" Ujin looked at the swarm of mosquitoes waiting ahead. You can see them with the naked eye. They're flying around in the air. He analyzed the situation for him. They live near the volcano. If touched, they will explode. Luckily, they are not too close to the lava. Ujin smirked and said confidently, "We just need to stay close to Rock and they won't attack." So Rock walked in front, with Ujin's group following close behind. Takeuchi curiously asked, "Mr. Ujin, Where did you get that information? Ujin replied, from my master. I can't know all the monsters in every country. Rongdo was a little surprised. So Ujin has a master. Sungu was also curious. You mean Anfan? Did you learn magic from that person too? Ujin shook his head and answered no. I taught myself that. I learned more important things. Sungu wondered more important. He just gave a sinister smile. Ujin recalled the image of standing on a pile of 10,000 corpses with the raging genocidal fire, dominating fear. Sungu continued to ask, Is your master on planet Anfan? Ujin immediately said no. He's dead. He looked visibly regretful. I'm sorry. Ujin calmly said, It's nothing. He gave a sly smile and reminded him, You'll understand soon enough. He was a fire mage too, so you will learn a lot from him. Sungu joyfully exclaimed, I'll be taught by your master, what an honor. Ujin chuckled and said, All right, just survive first. Sungu asked frantically, What do you mean? The orb displayed an image of a lava mountain. It was the memory of Harry, an item capable of recording both sound and images inside the dungeon. The giant monster was restrained by chains. It struggled and roared wildly. A masked person used magic to control the chains. In the distance, another person with a bow and arrow shot an arrow. In the front, a vanguard attacked head-on. All three cooperated to destroy the giant monster, causing it to scream in defeat. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Skill! The monster's eyes widened in shock. Ujin appeared, using his sword soul to kill the monster. He chuckled smugly and muttered, With this, the Osaka dungeon is officially cleared. The image of Ujin at that time was recorded and projected onto the screen. A frantic voice exclaimed, Unbelievable! Gato, the Sensei Guild president, seriously asked, How could he so easily conquer a dungeon that even Japan's best team failed to clear? 3 times. Takuchi didn't know how to answer. You saw it with your own eyes, sir. Gato shrugged and asked him back. Even so, I still can't believe it. What team could possibly compete with him? Seeing that Takuchi couldn't answer, Gato turned and asked the person next to him, Where is Mr. Kang Ujin now? The other person replied, He just warned about the dungeon in Tokyo and is now heading straight to China, sir. Hearing that he was terrified. He's gone. The other person stammered, Yes, sir. Gato was so angry he laughed. Now all I can do is laugh. This is the first time I've been jealous of Korea because of that awakened one. Suddenly, Takeuchi spoke up. Isn't he no longer a Korean citizen? Gato frowned in confusion. You're talking about a Don. Didn't the Korean government make an official recognition announcement? Right. But Takeuchi simply said calmly, Who has the right to recognize whom? He gave a sly, implied smile. The weak or the strong? Right after dealing with the dungeons in Osaka and Tokyo, Ujin also had to close 3 more dungeons in China. It only took him 1 day to conquer 5 dungeons. After that, Ujin's team headed straight to the next location, India. The plane took off again. Rongdo asked Ujin, Hey, my brother, have you considered those offers yet? He asked curiously, Which offers? Rongdo reminded him of the offers for immigration you received from Japan and China. It was then Ujin remembered. Ah, that matter. Their effort to snatch Kang Ujin from his homeland, Japan and China, countries that recognized Ujin's outstanding efforts in closing the dungeons, quickly contacted the Atom Guild. They offered unexpected conditions, including providing territory and recognizing independent rights. Ujin gave a sly smirk. He firmly said, I'm not going anywhere. Rongdo happily said, Just as I expected from my brother, you don't look like it, but you're a real patriot. Ujin looked confused. What are you talking about? As long as Gasul is here, why would I move? Rongdo was astonished. It's because of Gasul. What the hell is going on at exit number 1? Ujin rubbed his chin, pondering. Where should I start? He struggled to explain. Well, it's a multi-dimensional space. The whole group was simultaneously curious. Multi-dimensional space. Ujin recounted the whole story on the plane. Rongdo was shocked after hearing it. Seriously, that's surprising. I didn't know dungeons had this kind of secret. Ujin crossed his arms and said seriously, It's possible that high-level dungeons are about to appear. There will be a space lord. I have to deal with this before other dungeon lords connect with the ones on Earth. Sungu curiously asked, Hey boss, isn't there any way to make the dungeon disappear for good? That way they won't be able to connect with them. Ujin shook his head in refutation. Impossible. Because the dungeons are protected by extremely strong barriers. Anyway, when the truth about the dungeons is known to society, we'll find a way. The scene shifted to the capital of India, New Delhi. The 2 sides shook hands in cooperation. The whole team walked up to the Indian gate. The system announced, You have entered the Beach of Terror. Ujin smugly muttered, Bullseye. He and his teammates entered the dungeon, crossing his arms and asserting, This dungeon is linked to a space lord. But if it's Dream... He recalled the name of that tentacled creature. The person from India offered, I am a physical type awakened. I will pray for you. He was Branka of the Vishnu Guild, an A-rank enhancement type awakened. Sungu scratched his head, feeling awkward. Jinhu was weakened by the prayers that reduced the summoner's power, said frankly, "What do you mean, pray? I'll lose all my power, just wait there." The prayers reduced the summoner's power. Branka was disgruntled. "I'm an A-rank awakened. I can help everyone." Rongdo scratched his head and sighed helplessly. "If he told you to wait, just wait." In the dark, deserted dungeon, Branka sat down with Rongdo and asked sadly, "We entered the dungeon as a team. So why did they refuse our help? I understand them treating me like this, because they don't want to reveal their combat techniques to outsiders. But why is President Bish also being treated this way?" Rongdo calmly replied, "Because I don't need to go with them. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to help." Just as he spoke, the transfer gate appeared. The Indian official was shocked and yelled, "What, it's already over?" Rongdo calmly stood up and said, "Japan and China reacted the same way. Why are you guys so persistent?" He looked toward Ujin, who was walking over. He reminded him, "All right, let's go. Remember to close the gate." They crossed the gate together. Sungu excitedly shouted, "Boss, this place is awesome!" He happily rushed toward the beach ahead. Danka anxiously yelled, "It's dangerous!" He warned him, "Sungu, your foot." Following Branka's cry, a monster suddenly emerged from the sand. However, Sungu gently held the monster's leg and sighed with relief. "You scared the crap out of everyone." He enthusiastically held it up and asked, "Boss, look at this huge crab here. It's been ages since I had braised crab. Let's cook it." The Indian official was still startled and warned, "They move in groups. Hurry up and go." Sure enough, a swarm of crab monsters quickly surrounded Sungu. Ujin just stood still, nodding and commenting with a laugh, "It's definitely a good year for catching crabs." Sungu used fire to roast them. Ujin suggested grilled king crab would be delicious too. "I'm hungry, let's cook." The crab shells stripped of meat were scattered on the ground. Danka was terrified, his mouth agape. "Wait, what is this?" He looked at the tempting plate of crab in front of him. Rongdo even demanded, "Brother, pass me a cup of beer." Ujin agreed, "I want one too, here's the cup." Rongdo happily extended an invitation. "Hey, my foreign friend, come sit down. Don't make that face, just enjoy it." Branka was still shocked, but his warning voice was softer. "Guys, this is a dungeon. They might be poisonous." No one paid attention. Sungu exclaimed excitedly, "This is freaking delicious, boss." Ujin enthused, "Anfan's beer is always the best." The Indian official was bewildered, wondering why they didn't feel any danger in the dungeon. "Hey, this is a 6-star dungeon." At the same time, Reed was already waiting beneath the sea. The Indian official quickly sobered up and urged the group, "This isn't the time for this kind of stuff. We need to lay out contingency plans first." He spoke like a presenter laying out the plan. "We may have killed all the crabs, but the final destination is under the water. Fire magic won't work down there." The Indian official kept listing the unforeseen consequences. "Hundreds, no thousands of jellyfish will surround you. Recovering the stone and returning will be very difficult. Furthermore, their paralyzing venom cannot be neutralized." Ujin stood up, his smile full of excitement. "Thousands, that sounds interesting." He looked out at the sea and suggested, "So should we start sailing now?" Ujin walked out into the sea. He stopped when the water reached his chest. He thought to himself, "This is enough." Suddenly a sound rang out nearby, catching his attention. Something disturbed the sea surface. Water splashed from below as two monsters lunged straight toward Ujin. He just smirked. It seemed everything was still within his predictions. Ujin summoned the skeleton mages. They simultaneously activated the Poison Nova skill at his command. Light enveloped the monsters. The monsters' bodies quickly melted. Ujin raised his hand and smirked, summoning more skeleton mages. The chain reaction Poison Nova skill was launched again. The corpses of countless monsters floated on the sea surface. Ujin calmly walked toward the shore. Rongdo immediately praised him upon seeing him. "So this is what your sailing is like. Hey, Brother Kang, you're a pretty good hunter." Ujin smiled proudly. "Yeah, that's the result of fighting weaklings." He calmly said, "They're poisonous, so just leave them there. He won't be able to stand it and will reveal himself soon enough." Rongdo was curious. Reveal himself who? Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, the sea surface stirred. Reed rose up, giving a malicious grin. "What are you planning to do, huh?" He opened his bright, wide eyes. "Can I take this as a declaration of war?" Ujin retorted without any fear. "You're the one who started this fight. Who told you to link up with a dungeon on Earth?" Reed bared his teeth and cursed, "You arrogant punk. Do you really think the dungeons on Earth belong to you?" He stared intently at Ujin, thinking, "I can't believe you conquered this territory as a way of scouting. If I strike first, I'll gain the upper hand." Reed grinned triumphantly. "This truly is a territorial battle." Thinking that, he moved his tentacles and threatened, "You will pay the price for challenging my dungeon. I will show you the true power of terror." Ujin maintained his calm expression and asked, "Is that your last will?" He used the corpse explosion skill. A flash of light immediately appeared beneath Reed's feet. He opened his eyes wide in terror, looking at the light. All that could be seen were countless explosions going off in a chain reaction. Donka struggled to put up a shield. The sweat on his brow was soaked, trying not to let the explosions affect him. The explosions stopped. The scene that remained was just a corner of the coast that was completely destroyed. System notification, level up. You have reached level 76. Ujin was satisfied, curling the corner of his mouth as he watched the debris floating on the water. He lamented, too bad his body isn't even fully intact anymore. I was going to make butter-grilled octopus. Sungu suggested, hey boss, let's go eat after we get back to Korea. Just then Branka coughed up blood. Ujin questioned, what's wrong with you? He looked at Ujin with a reproachful gaze. If you had a plan, you should have let me know first. I had to use magic suddenly, so I suffered a backlash. Ujin looked innocent. You shouldn't have had to do anything at all. I already had a soul shield protecting me. Why did you even bother? Branka inwardly yelled, you should have told me first. He quickly used healing magic on himself. Only then could Branka breathe a sigh of relief. He stood up straight and reported, I'm all good now, I healed myself. Ujin was a bit surprised. You already have an A-rank combat skill, and now you can heal yourself too. His eyes flashed with interest. He's pretty damn useful, I'll give him that. Ujin asked seriously, what was your name again? Branka, though confused, still answered Branka. Ujin continued, how much money do you make? He looked blankly. Huh. Ujin extended the invitation, come to Adam, I guarantee. I'll provide better benefits than the Vishnu Guild. Branka was astonished and disbelieving. What? He looked at Ujin warily. Is he suddenly trying to recruit me? Branka immediately declined. I'm grateful for your offer, but I'm very close with the Vishnu Guild leader. It is where I will dedicate my life. Ujin snickered, his eyes growing more possessive. Look at this guy, he's pretty loyal. But anyway, there are tons of ways to convince him. The entire team got into the car to head back. Inside, cheerful laughter echoed. I can't believe you easily cleared an unbeatable dungeon like that. The leader of the Vishnu Guild, Kasam, sincerely said, I am very grateful. Ujin crossed his arms, cutting off the flowery speech. That's enough. I have a request I want to make. Kasam was taken aback. What kind of request? He immediately requested hand Branka over to Adam. Both Kasam and Branka were startled. Kasam naturally disagreed. Branka, we're as close as brothers. Ujin pondered, brothers, huh? He put on a serious face and asked, so how much money will it take? Kasam immediately protested. No, you can't bribe me with money. Branka, touched, called out, guild leader. Ujin calmly laid out the benefits. I will give you 100% management rights to the dungeon. He continued to list the good privileges for Kasam. The next time one of these dungeons opens, I'll close it down. Of course, I give you full rights to arrange it however you want. Indeed, Kasam began to hesitate and consider. Donka desperately called out, guild leader. Kasam rubbed his chin and began to flip-flop. If I think about the long run, it would be too selfish of me to keep you. As your loving older brother, I should send you to a bigger environment, Donka said dejectedly. Guild leader. Ujin raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a triumphant expression. I welcome you to Adam, Donka said in despair. So I'm being sold. Sungu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Who cares if you're being sold? I was also treated as collateral and ended up here. Cheer up, just chill. Ujin also offered words of comfort, though a little strange. Plus, you're lucky you're not joining us after death. Thinking of the soldiers Ujin had recruited, he looked at Branka as Knight 53. Anasad, surrounded by others, cried and asked, is he the new guy? State your name and rank right now. Who is this noob? Branka was drenched in sweat, inwardly praying for someone to tell him this was all just a dream. The newspapers continuously reported on the continued conquest of dungeons across the globe. Next was a newspaper about the upcoming conquest. In 1 hour, Paris saved. There was also one titled, The World is Saved. One newspaper emphasized even more, Earth's Last Fortress. Kang Ujin is closing in. In just 3 days, that was the time. Kang Ujin needed to clear the world's most difficult dungeons. At the Korean government building, the news broadcast continued with another story, titled Breaking News. The United States sends national representative to Adam. The anchor stated, after Japan and France, the United States has also established diplomatic relations, with Adam requesting cooperation from the Korean government. Adam has formed an alliance with the United States. A man burst into laughter upon hearing this news. Korean President Kim Byung-man held his forehead in worry. It doesn't matter whether he signs the treaty or not. The person opposite him agreed. That's right, we're stuck. Byung-man inquired, how is the public reacting? The Korean Prime Minister reported, they just view it as a done deal. Byung-man worriedly thought, I can't stop him anymore. Even so, I must be Adam's strongest ally. The scene changes to the Korean airport. Reporters had gathered there early. As soon as they saw Ujin's team, they rushed out. There they are, under the flash of lights from all 4 sides. Sungu smiled smugly and marveled. I'm pretty famous, too. Ha Sung-hun teased. Aside from the boss, there's no awakened being more famous than you. Director Hong did not look angry. Sung-gu turned to look at him and complimented. Chief Secretary Gu, you look so stylish. Sung-hoon smiled, holding his trench coat. Thank you. But I'm not the Chief Secretary anymore. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs now. Sung-gu congratulated him. You're quite successful. Ha Sung-hoon beamed, saying, isn't this the result of giving my all to support the boss? He recalled the previous period. I made a living selling phones for 8 years. You made it, Gu Sung-hoon? A female reporter ran up to interview them. I am Lee Sijon from Joy Media. Please give us a statement. It seems Mr. Kang Ujin is not present. Before she could finish her sentence, Sung-hoon seriously interrupted. He is the king of Adam, yet you still refer to him as Mr. Kang Ujin. The female reporter quickly corrected herself. Where is the king of Adam? He replied nonchalantly. He's already in the clink. The ambiguous words left her completely spaced out. You mean he's in an American jail? Sung-hoon shook his head. He hasn't done anything that would require him to be in the U.S. The reporter still tried to ask, when is he planning? But Sung-hoon coldly cut her off. That I cannot reveal. He only gave a small hint, but he has probably already arrived. Gaun the reporter was astonished. Gayun. The scene switches to Gassen. At this moment there was no one at Ujin's tower. Inside a curious voice was heard, why are we here? Ujin watched the screen and said casually, they are stirring up a buzz about linking the territories together, since the protection period ended. At this moment a girl's information popped up. Fortress Advanced Dimensional Space. Lord Leah Human Species. Territory Battle Track Record 102 wins 542 losses. Duel 640 wins 230 losses. You're interested, oh. A human. She's confident in her strength in territory battles. Ujin's eyes clearly showed excitement. Should I try fighting her today? So Ujin asked Bibi to do her best. The little girl confidently replied, this time I'm going to play the right way. The system quickly announced, territory battle with Leah begins. The turn of events was unclear, only that the system very quickly reported success. You have won the territory battle. Ujin was startled and amazed. Bibi cheered happily. 1,000 points, yes. Right, master, he mumbled, his reply to the little girl feeling confused inside. How did you pull that off? Ujin wondered. I learned it from AI. Bibi giggled, covering her mouth. It's a secret. But Ujin guessed immediately it was Jimin Right. Seeing the little girl flinch disbelieving, he sighed helplessly. I knew it. Bibi scratched her head and laughed. You caught me, Ujin thought to himself. In reality, territory battles are similar to a strategy game. Even though he acts like a total nerd, he's still a Korean middle school student. And it is widely known that Korean middle schoolers are skilled at playing online games. Ujin teased, how about I let Jimin handle this from now on? Bibi, getting jumpy, thought he was serious and quickly stopped him. No way, those are my points. Suddenly a blue light flashed. Ujin chuckled, looking at the screen. Just as expected. The screen displayed a message. Leah has requested a duel. Executing the request of the loser, the duel will begin automatically. The scene shifts to a barren desert. Ujin, following the transfer matrix, arrived here. Shoot! He paused slightly when he looked ahead. Leah had been waiting for a long time. She lit a cigarette and scoffed. Just think I lost to a noob. And that noob is right there. Leah continuously threw out probing questions. Are you from Earth? That place is the most popular these days. Is your name Kang Ujin? Shouldn't we introduce ourselves first? Ujin frowned, his eyes losing their friendliness. He asked her directly, what game are you trying to play? Leah acted innocent. What in the world are you talking about? I'm just saying, we should be a little friendly since we've met. Ujin exposed her coldly. We have to kill each other anyway, so there's no need to be friends. She let out a laugh, murmuring, just like a noob. The corner of Leah's mouth curled into a sly smile. She signaled, all right, let's start. Ujin immediately became cautious and waited. Leah pulled out her rifle and joked, you're so sweet and naive, huh? You're even afraid of me loading the gun. She pulled the trigger, announcing game over. A dark mass enveloped Ujin. He still stood in place, without any resistance, letting the grime splash onto his face. Witnessing his hands suddenly trembling strangely, Ujin deduced, that wasn't a normal gun. That's an artifact with special abilities. That's the reason why she was still confident talking before the match. Leah's arrogant laughter echoed in the darkness. It looks like you're desperate in duels, because you had to resort to territory battles, huh? Are you giving up? Ujin scoffed in rebuttal. What do you think? Leah still confidently announced. Death Cloud is not just ordinary smoke. It's a trap that captures the challenger. There's no light in there, is there? You will only be paralyzed by its poison. I will grant you a peaceful death, all right? With that, she immediately shot her gun towards Ujin. But he was no rookie. In a flash, Ujin summoned his weapon. Innumerable incoming bullets were all deflected by him. Leah, still hidden in the darkness, mused, that's quite impressive. You can still react even when your body is paralyzed. Ujin seriously observed his surroundings. No sound came out. Leah smiled wickedly and asked, but can you block an attack from all sides? She confidently said, "You might feel like you're fighting hundreds of enemies from every direction." Indeed, a sword shot towards Ujin from behind. He calmly caught the blade before Leah's horrified eyes. Ujin said faintly, "Hundreds, huh? That's rich." He and his immortal army stood before her. She asked back with a triumphant look, "Then what about fighting thousands?" Ujin ordered, "Go capture her." His army immediately got bloodshot eyes and mumbled, "Grant the privilege of death to the king's enemy." The vanguard of skeleton soldiers rushed forward. Leah clicked her tongue, turned around, and ran. But a skeleton soldier was quick enough to swing its sword at her. Leah hastily used her short gun to block it and barely saved her life. She shot directly into the skeleton soldier's skull. However, as one fell, two others rushed forward. Leah faced the massive army with some apprehension. The skeleton soldier's slashes were immediately blocked. Leah constantly backed away, murmuring, "The death cloud is having no effect at all." She tried to find a way to resolve the situation. "I can't fight all these summoned soldiers one by one. I should have focused all my power on that old summoner." Before Leah could react, a figure appeared next to her. The black-armored knight coldly raised its sword and slashed down. Leah's scream rang out full of pain. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, obstructing the view. Leah's hat was also swept away. She coughed up blood with difficulty. Leah, with countless wounds and several swords stuck in her body, struggled to stand amidst Ujin's army of undead. At this moment his voice appeared, making her jump. "The cloud has finally dispersed," Ujin teased with a smile. "Is that the death cloud? That name sounds terrifying." He looked down at Leah with the posture of a victor, "But it's ineffective against an immortal army. Isn't that right?" Leah yelled in furious unwillingness, "You bastard! It's not the end." Before she could finish, Ujin swung his sword down. The beautiful curve of the sword cleaved Leah's head from her body. Her eyes were wide open. She probably still couldn't accept losing like this. Ujin, still thrilled, offered an invitation. "Then you're welcome to duel again." A system notification appeared. "You have won the duel. Leah's revenge has failed. The winner's privilege is being executed. Choose between loot warehouse and raid territory." Loot warehouse, raid territory. Ujin pondered between the two options. This time, should we loot her warehouse? Right after he pressed the button, the screen reported, "Looting warehouse has begun. Item in warehouse is being randomly selected." Watching the continuously changing screen, Ujin was slightly surprised. Finally, the screen displayed Skia's boots, an item. Boots worn by the god of exploration on the planet Anfen. Skia. Item affects speed plus 2% defense plus 40. Ujin nodded with satisfaction. "That's so lucky. With luck, I might be able to collect the entire set of Thras's armor, even before reaching Anfen." It was known that the 5 items of Thras's set, Thras's glory, Thras's protection, Thras's rank, Thras's punishment, and Thras's march, were the strongest gear I could use on, Anfen, Ujin thought. If I managed to get the full Thras gear set again, the suit has the ability to enhance my strength and magic to the highest level. An unstoppable power just like before on Anfen. He recalled, one of the main items to create Thras's march is Skia's boots. I almost gave up because I couldn't find it on Earth, but it appeared before my eyes in a territory battle. What great luck. Suddenly Ujin realized a problem. Wait, if I do well in territory battles, wouldn't I be able to get even more items if I'm lucky? He immediately calculated. Bibi mentioned that Jimin was the one who taught her, right? At this moment, Jimin and Bibi were busy directing the battle. He excitedly gave an order. "That's right. Stop them from escaping and corner them on the other side." Leah immersed in darkness. The system announced, "You have lost the duel. You will be resurrected after 12 days. She couldn't help but think to herself, "Even though I've gone through death countless times, it still hurts like a motherfucker." Recalling Ujin's image, she asked herself, "That bastard. He said he's from Earth." Leah made a firm resolve. "You'd better be careful. I will have my revenge no matter the cost." The bipedal tiger tribe was farming and raising livestock. The orc tribe was training for battle. In the center of the Atom multiverse space, Ujin stood in the middle of the road, satisfied. The scale is much bigger now. Suddenly he noticed something nearby. Not far away, Jimin was sitting and having a drink at a cafe. Ujin happily walked over. "I was looking for you." "That's great. What are you doing here?" Jimin was a little surprised. "You're here too." He explained, "I saw they opened a new coffee shop, so I stopped by." Then he turned to the waiter. "Give me a glass of the same thing as him." The waiter immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Seeing Ujin actually take a sip, Jimin called out in surprise, "What, you're going to drink that?" Sure enough, after one gulp, he spat it all out, coughing intensely. Jimin explained, "That's blood." Ujin looked at the drink in disgust. "They sell all sorts of weird stuff, huh? Still at the same cafe?" Ujin sat next to Jimin and asked about the situation. "By the way, are you doing okay in the territory battles? Did you learn it from a game?" Jimin honestly replied, "I played a little, but I quit before my 3rd year of high school." Ujin nodded. "I see. Then Ujin made an offer. Would you like to play some territory battles for me? Jimin hesitated slightly. Couldn't you ask some professional gamers? I'm not very confident. Ujin sighed. How can I trust anyone else? This made Jimin confused. Huh. Ujin looked at Jimin with an expression of trust. It's okay if you lose. Winning or losing isn't important. The truly important thing is whether I can trust you. Jimin was touched and said, I understand, consider it done. Ujin smiled and reminded him. The next territory battle is in 4 days. That's about 1 day on Earth. Rest up a bit until then. Jimin was astonished, his eyes wide in surprise. At that very moment, beyond the boundary of death, an evil spirit was trying to awaken once more. A lamenting cry rang out. I want to live. I don't want to die again. The stone cracked and shattered, sending fragments flying everywhere. A man fell out from inside, coughing. A scolding voice from the opposite side startled him. You useless moron, Elro coldly declared. I will give you one more chance as you wish. Sangho hurriedly pleaded, please just give me a chance. This time I will launch an attack that won't fail. But Elro still yelled loudly, scolding him. Elro reminded him, you idiot. While you were teetering between life and death, he has already restored everything on Earth. You are now just a vassal. Your power hasn't recovered, so how can you resist him? Sangho struggled to ask, in this situation, what should I do? Elro smiled cunningly. There is still one reason for me to revive you. He held out something glowing and ordered, take this and go to planet Zaku. Elro instructed, find the dragon named Rajakui and tell it, if it can destroy Earth, I will allow it to enter the planet Aspirin, to reside there. His face was filled with malice now. He continued giving orders. After that, you must go to Earth and stir up riots, to divide the people, preparing to turn them into my vassals. The power of this item will help you. Sangho knelt down respectfully, receiving it with both hands. His expression serious, he replied, I will obey your command, sir. The light dispersed, revealing the shape of an exquisite ring. The system explained the Ring of Elro. This is a ring containing the magical power of the 3 space runes of Elro. The seal of Elro is engraved on this object. The user can freely transform its shape to their liking using magic. Polymorph total magical power increased by 200%. Energy recovery rate increased by 200%. The scene switches to the communal housing for workers and families in the Adon region. Juan looked at the clock and confirmed over the phone. It's 7 p.m. tonight, right? Hearing the question from the other end, she immediately replied, yeah. Ujin can't make it. That's right, he's busy. See you later. Juan turned on the bathroom light. She walked in and turned on the faucet. Juan carefully showered and cleaned up before the date. She looked down, murmuring to herself, it would be great if Ujin could come. Anyway, this is the first-class reunion in 5 years. Recalling the phone screen showing a text message with Kang, Ujin, she had asked Kang, Ujin, can you make it to the class reunion I mentioned earlier? However, Kang, Ujin replied, I don't have time. Next time. Juan could only say, okay then. Take care. She sighed inwardly, but I guess I have to accept it. He's the busiest person in the world. Juan, wrapped in a towel, stepped out of the room. As soon as she came out, she heard someone call, sis. Jimin smiled awkwardly and said, long time no see. Juan emotionally rushed over and hugged him, calling out, Jimin. Crying bitterly, she said, it's okay, it's okay. So what if you're a vampire? You're still you. I will accept everything. Jimin awkwardly patted her back. Sis, can you let go of me? Juan continued to hug him tightly until Jimin reminded her, sis, Ujin is here too. She looked around blankly. Huh? Ujin stood outside the door, waving at the 2 siblings. What a lovely sibling reunion. Juan immediately blushed and trembled with embarrassment. Jimin could only offer a forced smile. Juan quickly rushed back to her room at the fastest speed. Ujin asked, confused, why is she so surprised? Jimin was exasperated. Are you asking because you really don't know? Ujin waved his hand and turned to leave. Well, you 2 siblings have a nice chat. Jimin asked, are you leaving already? The other replied calmly, do you think I have time to be thinking about things? I have to go back to the dungeon to level up quickly. Ujin walked out the door saying, I'm heading out. The door closed, signaling his departure. Jimin was still astonished. Leveling up. He's already that strong, but he's still training hard. He mused, he's more dedicated than I thought. Ujin strode towards the car. Have you checked out the dungeon I told you about? Sunghun replied, yes, sir, I'll take you there now. Scene changes to the Mokdong Station Gate 4. Ujin stepped out of the car. Before entering, he instructed, I'll be here all day, so if you want, you can go back to eat and rest. Sunghun immediately replied, understood, boss, please don't worry. We will guard the entrance like a fortress. Ujin nodded and said, all right. Work hard. A powerful electric current shot out from the steel door. The system announced, you have entered Mivik's grassland. Please select one of the following modes. Dual territory war. Visit infiltration and conquest. Looking at the screen that still displayed, you have entered Mivik's grassland. Please select one of the following modes. Dual Territory War. Visit Infiltration and Conquest, the boy muttered. As expected, this dungeon belongs to a space overlord. Ujin contemplated calculating. Based on my experience, dungeons that reach 6-star are mostly owned by the dungeon master. Meanwhile, dungeons with a higher energy level usually belong to a space overlord. He thought this dungeon is no exception, because those space overlords are trying to link with the entire world. It's only a matter of time before one of them successfully links with Earth. Ujin mused, of course, I can sever the link by conquering the dungeons. But if a space overlord comes here, Earth will suffer huge damage. I can't handle all the dungeons at the same time, Ujin complained in frustration. What a headache, seriously though. Why are there no monsters here? Did they not invest any energy in this dungeon? Suddenly a warp gate appeared. Ujin sneered, speculating. He means, I don't need to waste time in this tiny place, but just go straight to him. 6 hours after Ujin entered the dungeon, Sung-hoon stood outside hugging himself and complaining, it's so cold. Tegan spoke up asking, Captain, is it okay for us to just walk around outside like this? He looked puzzled. Huh. Tegan asked what he was curious about. Haven't we become an independent state yet? We are still on South Korean soil. Sung-hoon quickly reminded his friends, hey, the treaty hasn't been signed yet. Besides, do you think we're in North Korea or something? He crossed his arms and explained, but you're right. We are people of another nation. If you move to Adon under the name of a Korean citizen, you will become a worker of Adon. Tegan nodded and said, I see. Sung-hoon sighed and wondered, forget that. Why hasn't the boss come out yet? Tegan immediately agreed. You're right. Considering the time he entered the dungeon, the boss is a little late than usual. Looking at the clock, anxiety rose again. 6 hours have passed, which is equivalent to almost a day in there. Sung-hoon hesitated slightly, looking inside. Suddenly, Tegan scrolled past a new report. There's new information about these dungeons. He saw something and his eyes widened. This is... Sung-hoon impatiently said, what is it? Turn up the volume. On the phone, the anchor announced, dungeons are being simultaneously reset. As of this moment, there are currently 11 reset dungeons in Seoul, 4 dungeons in Daegu, and 37 dungeons in Busan, out of a total of 22 newly regenerated dungeons. The hot news continued to broadcast. Based on the energy assessment process, 8 of those dungeons are considered to be above 6 stars, Sung-hoon exclaimed in shock. What the dungeons are being randomly reset. How could something like this suddenly happen? Observing the image, the status was current dungeon reset worldwide. Sung-hoon was suddenly like, wait, they're in South Korea too. 3 new dungeons just appeared in Seoul. Jan was startled. Did something big happen? Sung-hoon looked worriedly towards the GA station. He mumbled softly, calling for his boss. The winter sky was silent and calm. A man rushed desperately through the crowd, continuously thinking bun bun. He was panting but still managed to say bun. Recalling the wicked thing he had encountered, he hesitated. Is it real? What in the world was that phantom? The man thought to himself, even if I don't care, even if it is the divine grace of God, or the devil's temptation. He remembered his little girl lying in the hospital on oxygen. He decided, as long as my daughter's health, Hyun gets better. Staring at the entrance gate on the embankment, he told himself he had no other option. He hid behind the wall, looking at the guards. The man thought, I am doing this. Someone quickly spotted him. The person warned, please step back, it's too dangerous here. But the man disappeared right there. In a flash, he had darted past the guards and run inside. Everyone was frantic. Who is he catch him? The man gritted his teeth, running with all his might to another location. A gloomy demonic voice echoed. A connection has been completed, the creature said to Sang-ho next to it. Just as you predicted. The monster was thrilled. Come, my children, my adorable little ones, she cried out with delight. Gorge yourselves today. The monster speaking was the space overlord planet Zack's exoskeleton, a member of the Golden Dragon Alliance, Rajakun the Golden Dragon's loyal left hand. The scene shifted to a high-rise building. Inside hung a sign that read, 13th Reunion of Emlu High School Alumni. A joking voice called out, oh, look who it is. The people met laughing and joking happily. Great to see you. How have you been lately? Friends said to Ji-won. Ji-won, just as I thought Yu-jin couldn't come today. Right, she awkwardly followed up. I don't think so. But her friends still lamented regretfully, that's a pity. We gathered here because we thought Yu-jin would come. Ji-won had to agree, it would be nice if Yu-jin were here, huh? She thought to herself, Yu-jin would also be truly happy to see her friends again and recall old memories. Just then a commotion sounded outside the door. Ji-won wondered, what's going on? It's so noisy outside. The door was suddenly burst open. Someone rushed in to report the news. Please find shelter. Immediately there are monsters outside. But it was too late. A horde of giant spiders poured inside. They quickly tore the reporting server apart. At that moment, Exoskeleton walked in gleefully. Was this party prepared just for me? Everyone trembled in terror. She laughed excitedly. This place is full of fresh, delicious targets. Returning to the bustling, peaceful streets, Jimin happily strolled, taking in everything around him. He looked at his reflection in the glass and thought to himself, I thought I was already used to multi-dimensional space. But as expected, the human realm is still the best. It's a shame that I can only take walks at night. Suddenly something appeared on the main road. Looking at the armored tank, Jimin was curious. What's going on? But he quickly ignored it and kept walking forward. Jimin opened his phone and was alarmed. What the heck? Something's not right. The screen showed an emergency news report. A dungeon break has occurred at Seoul Gangnam GA Station, Aishu GA Station, Konkuk University GA Station, Guro GA Station, Darim GA Station, Joksam GA Station, Wonok GA Station, Kachasan GA Station, Wangsimni GA Station, Seoul GA Station, Mokdong GA Station, Jongno 3 GA Station, Dongdaemun GA Station, and Yangji GA Station. We urgently ask residents to quickly find the nearest shelter or go to a safe location. Jimin gasped in shock. It's true! There are 14 dungeon breaks in Seoul alone. Suddenly he realized a serious problem. Wait a minute. If it's Konkuk University GA Station, then that's right where his older sister's reunion is taking place. At the same time, Zalos has arrived in front of Jiwon. Giant bats flew in the sky. Passers-by fled in fear and scattered. A shell was fired. The shells prevented the flock of bats from moving forward. The soldiers hurriedly directed the citizens. Please hurry and take shelter here. Witnessing the relentlessly increasing number of bats, the soldier clenched his fist. Damn it! What the hell is going on? The person gritted his teeth and thought, the evacuation of the citizens hasn't finished yet. The soldier was confused, not knowing what to do. It will be difficult to attack them freely. So many dungeon breaks have appeared, and we are severely lacking support from the awakened. The person rubbed his forehead, murmuring, this is tough. Suddenly someone shouted, Captain, look! Turning around, the person's eyes widened. He saw the observation tower being enveloped by a monster. What the hell? What is that giant monster? It was a gigantic golden dragon, observing its prey everywhere. Meanwhile, Ujin, you've entered Mivik's multi-dimensional space? He walked up to the person with their face completely covered. Ujin calmly asked, are you Mivik? The other person was silent and did not immediately reply. As he took off his hood, he said, I never thought I would meet you again. The strongest swordsman on planet Anfen. Mivik smiled and said, long time no see, immortal. Jin assessed, it does look familiar. But what is an Anfen warrior doing here? The one who follows the Saintess. Mivik was slightly surprised. The Saintess, is she still alive? Jin quickly grasped the main point. Still, he pretended not to know anything and said, yes, she is still alive and is even assisting me. Mivik laughed. The Saintess is helping you, even though her fate was truly unfortunate. He chuckled and said, I can't believe she betrayed the Alliance and is now on the Immortals' side to save Anfen. Suddenly, Jin cut in. Isn't that your fate too? He sneered and calmly exposed the truth. To save yourself. You betrayed the Alliance and sided with Janeth. If you also have the same goal as the Saintess, then you truly have no other choice. Mivik was not angry, just slowly said, calling me a traitor means you are mistaken about something. He explained, on the first planet, Janeth is not someone he can oppose. I am a new order, an absolute rule, that even the holy god cannot stop. Mivik laughed and reminded kindly, that's why calling me a traitor isn't quite accurate. Jin said disdainfully. Nonsense, he arrogantly declared, the rule will end the moment I destroy everything. Mivik mused and confirmed, it seems you still don't know anything, do you? He reminded him, you only exist under Janeth's rules after all. Your actions will lead you to eternal death. Jin grew more disdainful, saying, death. If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't be on this battlefield. After saying that, he charged forward with his sword. The two swords clashed. Mivik burst out laughing, teasing. Since when did you learn to use a sword? Jin proudly boasted, swordsmanship is a piece of cake. Mivik counterattacked, pushing Jin back. He gritted his teeth, looking at him with vigilance. Before Jin could prepare, Mivik once again lunged to attack. Suddenly his eyes widened and he paused. The black armored knight summoned by Jin attacked Mivik. He quickly widened the distance. Mivik awkwardly said, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? 3 against 1, he saw. Jin had summoned all of his strongest soldiers. He calmly and shamelessly said, this isn't a sword fight after all. The city is now being ruthlessly devastated by monsters. There are big explosions all around. What is this? Sung-gu was worried about the current situation. Another dungeon broke, huh? He asked about the situation elsewhere. How is the area around Adam? The subordinate reported the details. Director Choi Hee-sun is defending that area, but it seems to be too much for her. Even Sung-gu was surprised by this unfavorable situation. What he son is experienced in dealing with high-level monsters, isn't she? Is the situation that bad? The employee reported the urgent situation unfolding. A dragon just appeared at Namsan, so the situation is very chaotic. All the monsters around Seoul are heading towards Namsan. He was sweating, full of anxiety as he remembered the crucial location. Right behind Adam. Sung-gu was concerned about someone's life. How is the boss? It doesn't look very promising. He hasn't gotten out to the dungeon yet. Everything was spiraling out of control, making him extremely stressed. Right when he was away too, the radio was broadcasting news about the recent phenomena. Powerful bosses are controlling all the monsters. But because they are moving in an orderly manner, it's very difficult for us to fight back. The announcer's steady female voice rang out. Even conventional weapons cannot inflict damage on them. Sung-hoon cursed angrily upon hearing the news. Damn it! He angrily clutched his head and thought, the monsters are uniting into a single entity, including Namsan, baseball stadium, Mokdong Hongdae, Gangnam Station, and Suwon Hwasong Fortress. This is not just a monster sweep. This is a war. The careful driver reminded him, Seung-hoon leader. If we wait any longer, we'll be in danger too. But he did the opposite, which made the other person confused. Damn it. First get me a piece of paper and a pen. He slowly walked up the stairs under the tunnel. But when he reached the top, there was no one to be seen. What is this? Where is everyone? But a piece of paper taped nearby caught Eugene attention. I want to get something hot to drink to warm myself up. That was Seung-hoon's message to his boss. Emergency situation in the area of Seung-hoon. A total of 14 dungeon bursts have occurred. The monsters are currently heading towards their rally point. That point is Namsan, Mokdong Baseball Stadium, Hongdae Hotel, Gangnam Station. We've returned to Adam. If you see this, remember to contact us. Actually, never mind. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for me. Yet Eugene still had the nerve to scold him. That guy Seung-hoon asked me to contact him but didn't leave a phone number. How am I supposed to contact him? Elsewhere in the city? Jimin moved swiftly everywhere to easily grasp the situation. He was flexible, using his strength to control the ball game Cook Dien Bang. Just then Jimin was connected to him again. Jimin, where are you? He was surprised by this telepathic ability. Bro, I heard a voice in my head. How can you do this? Jin only explained briefly and got straight to the point. Because you're my subordinate, that's all. Don't worry about it. How is everyone? Jimin reported the status of his teammates. The whole of Seoul is a mess right now. The area around Namdam and Adam is the worst. I heard Sung-gu and his son are fighting around there. He wondered about some people who hadn't been mentioned. What about you and Ji-won? Is Ji-won not coming to the class reunion today? He was just as clueless. I'm heading there now. I couldn't call her. Eugene hastily asked where she was. Jimin revealed a location whose name was enough to make him gasp. The BB Hotel in Hongdae. Eugene remembered the writing on the paper and couldn't help but shudder. What in the lobby of a 3-star hotel? There were so many people tightly bound in layers of spider silk, completely sealed like cocoons. Jiwon had difficulty breathing because the space was too confined. I can't breathe. Charslot then opened her wide mouth and smirked triumphantly as she created this gruesome scene. She was ecstatic with the results of her own work. With this many Earthlings, I can swallow the god Raja-kun and this whole planet too. But the one thing that made Charslot lose is that the god Yelo got to Earth first. What a letdown. In front of her were countless innocent human cocoons. Charslot was ready. All right, let's start, shall we? She moved closer to a man, using her hand to brush aside the layer of spider silk, revealing the person's pitiful, terrified face. Charslot looked down at the person with eyes gleaming brightly. Her smile also gradually became more depraved. As a piercing scream echoed, she drew close to his face and spat out a venomous spider. Despite the man's continuous panicked screams, the entire hotel was filled with the tragic cries of innocent citizens whose lives were being threatened. She struggled trying to escape this restraint, to get away. Outside was all dirt and rocks. Everything was rubble caused by the monsters. He arrived. The two couldn't help but marvel at the sight before them. This whole building has been turned into a spider nest. It's only been a few hours and they've done this much. Spider silk littered the surroundings, engulfing people. It truly made everyone feel terrified. This kind of monster reproduces very fast and is numerous, making them very difficult to deal with. To deal with this swarm, Eugene enlisted the help of an assistant Lyric. He gave Lyric the command to deal with those spiders. Go. Eugene calmly assigned the mission. Understood, Eugene. And you, Goblin, go find G1. That creature was also very willing to carry out the request. The master's lover, I obey. Charslot was satisfied with the delicious meal before her. It's been a long time since I've had such a pure soul. She was eagerly anticipating the beings about to be born. This is sure to give birth to a special child. Charslot advanced towards Ji-won, about to infest her body. Become a cocoon for my offspring now. The baby spider slowly crawled out of her mouth, intending to absorb the human cocoon. But suddenly a loud bang and explosion occurred, as if to block her reproduction plan. The thwarted plan made Charslot screech and wail loudly in distress. In Jiwon's eyes, joy mixed with emotion. He had arrived in time. "Sorry I was late, Jiwon." Yujin was no less happy that she was safe. "Did you wait long, Yujin?" Jimin rushed over to help Jiwon out of the tangled mess. "Did you see anything strange? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." However, they only managed to save her. The others had already been infiltrated to the point of death. But the others... The brutal sight of those poor lives made him grit his teeth in sorrowful regret. Yujin remembered those innocent lives. They were hoping he would come. If I had come to the ceremony, maybe they would have been safe at home. She seemed very intrigued by his appearance. Earth actually has a warrior like this. I see, so that's why the Space Overlord struggled with such dungeon links. Yujin directly asked for the spider Charslot's identity. "What is your name?" She slowly introduced herself. "I am Charslot, the Space Overlord of the Golden Dragon Association." The same association as that octopus. It was only then that Charslot suddenly remembered hearing about him before. "Are you talking about that rookie Rin? Now I remember he said you were from Earth." Yujin ended the introduction there. "All right, I remember your name." Now it was his turn to make her understand what it meant to pay the price. "And today you won't get an easy death." After that, Yujin's arrogant attitude infuriated her. "You arrogant jerk, Tengao man, just a mere human daring to challenge me." She used magic to command the demon spiders to charge forward. "Attack, devour him until nothing is left." He grabbed the hammer for defense. "Jimin, protect Jiwon." The large hammer looked utterly majestic and formidable, boosting Yujin's courage. He swung the hammer decisively, smashing it into the floor. The ground was so heavily impacted that it cracked and burst open. The place was like a devastating earthquake that destroyed all the dirt and floor tiles. The surroundings were filled with debris mixed with the spiders. Charslot looked at her smashed offspring and burned with fury. "How dare you hit my little darlings?" She hadn't even finished speaking when Yujin threw his hammer straight at her abdomen, sending Charslot flying far away. Her half-human, half-spider body was flung and slammed directly into the wall behind her. She looked clearly in pain. He continued to use his supernatural power to strike Charslot. Sharp arrows sprouted and pierced through her body, as if intending to turn Charslot into a porcupine. Yujin looked at her pinned tightly against the wall and mocked her. "You look exactly like a spider specimen." Charslot, helpless, could only curse. "You bastard Thangkone!" He, however, remained calm as he watched. Yujin used his hand to control gravity, causing the arrows to sink deeper into her body. He wanted Charslot to experience what it was like to be tortured. "Wait a minute. My anger won't subside. If I let you die like that?" A hot flame was unleashed, preparing for the battle against the aggressive monsters. The fire had spread throughout the city, as if swallowing the monsters in a sea of skin-burning heat. Outside Sungu and Sada Tutor, Sungu and Sadre Tutor, were facing ferocious monsters. They swarmed in droves, seeing them as a plump meal. He stood, alone in front of them to counterattack the monsters. Although very brave, the enemy numbers were too overwhelming. He gritted his teeth, fighting and thinking. What should the strategy be? My magic is running out. Sungu was extremely troubled by the current situation. I need time to recover. But if I leave the households, and Adam will... The giant wolf rushed straight at him like a maniac, leaving Sungu stunned and frozen in place. He shouted anxiously to warn him. Knowing he couldn't run, the manager had no choice but to face it. Dang it, Chet Tiet! But something suddenly appeared, waking him up in an instant. A massive explosion occurred, completely blowing away everything around it, terrifying everyone. A giant rock golem slowly emerged from the rubble, majestic and powerful. It was BB's puppet. She had arrived just in time to save them. Sungu, you did great! Sungu, meanwhile, was surprised. BB excitedly stood on the rock golem and praised him. At this moment, Sungu clearly saw the figure who came to rescue him. He was overjoyed to see the girl's smiling face. BB was summoned to use her healing magic to partially restore Sungu after the recent battle. She carefully warned him, "You haven't fully recovered yet, don't push yourself too hard." But he had clearly recovered considerably. "I feel much more alive, thank you, Saintess." Sungu asked BB for news of everyone. "How is the boss?" "The master will be here soon too." The chaos outside had been cleared up by the rock golem, making them feel a bit more at ease. "We're saved. Everything will be fine as long as the boss is here. I heard that the skeleton will be summoned soon too." But then BB suddenly remembered something that made her freeze for a moment. Then BB mentioned a rather strange name. The Plague King. "He's finally here, the Plague." That name. It took her a few hesitant seconds to explain clearly. "That's right, it's the nickname for the skeleton Giantus. He is also notorious even within the Immortal Army. 200 years ago, Skeleton Giantus massacred 30,000 people. That's the reason why his mere presence was considered a plague.
Oh my god.
He was stunned thinking about his superior's instructions. The boss told me to follow the skeleton and learn more magic. But will I be okay? But Sung-gu still tried to force a smile. As expected, he's like the boss's teacher. He must be better than the boss in this area too. But Bibi denied it. No way. She revealed the harsh truth. After the immortals created their own armies, the number of lives he has killed in the past 25 years is no less than 100,000. At this point, he couldn't be optimistic anymore. Boss, can I still trust you? Suddenly, Yujin appeared right behind them, surprising everyone.
Are you guys talking trash about me?
The boss complimented Sung-gu without reservation. You held up very well while I was away. Now it was their turn to deal with the main cause of the disaster. Now let's go take that wretched dragon's life. In another corner of the city, the monsters were still fiercely wreaking havoc. Their size made everyone who saw them exclaim. They are incredibly huge. He is worthy of being called the boss. Yuji swiftly jumped high to avoid the bony hands reaching up from below. He secretly calculated the benefits. There's still a lot of experience points in Namsan-Gishon. He was quite looking forward to the rank he would soon achieve. I'll reach level 80 soon, level 79, 99.9%. Now confronting Yujin was the golden dragon with its large wings spread wide over the central area. The two sides clashed. One was the dragon with overwhelming power. The other was a human with superior strength. It took a deep breath, absorbing the essence around it to turn into a weapon. He realized that move would bring difficulties. Dragon's breath is going to be a problem. To defend against the dragon's attack was incredibly difficult. Although I can protect myself with the soul shield, but Adam and all the awakened were right behind him. A bright energy sphere accumulated in its mouth, ready to explode. This critical situation forced Yujin to act immediately without further thought. Freaking unbelievable, Dinmet! The breath from it was pushed forward like a hurricane that wanted to sweep away all living creatures. The blinding pressurized light prevented him from looking directly. The energy sphere exploded in the shape of the sun, enveloping nearly the entire city. The people below also had difficulty resisting. What explosion is this? But luckily, it was stopped in time, though it didn't fully explode, but instead turned into golden dust particles. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. The dragon, meanwhile, was utterly astonished. The staff seemed to have the power to reduce the pressure of the attacks, and it was raised to perform that feat. Yujin was visibly pleased that his powerful helper had intervened at the right moment. Looks like you weren't late. Gyantis looked up at the dragon and teased, Is that a golden dragon? Does Yong need a friend? He refused. No, it's one of Shanei's subordinates. Anyway, it's useless to me. So just take it out, Git Quacknodi. He said in a deep voice, Well, that's not hard. The dragon's information appeared Golden Dragon Rajakun, the leader of the Golden Dragon Guild on planet Zack, and the overlord of space. Razakun spoke up and asked, You blocked my seemingly eternal breath. You should have died. But you couldn't die at the same time. Who are you really? Gyantis breathed out a cloud of dark energy and muttered blah 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 lam nyam. His eyes lit up with a fierce aura. He commanded a subordinate of that filthy Shanet should shut that disgusting mouth of yours. Retracting his words, he immediately swung his staff and shouted, Burn him! Don't leave a single piece of his bone! The golden dragon saw the powerful aura rushing towards him and was inevitably astonished. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted in the air. Blue streams of air flew up. Smoke gradually spread throughout the space. From inside, Razakun appeared and chuckled lightly. Skeleton so, you're an idiot, are you? His eyes narrowed and shone brightly as he said coldly, Against a body that has reached the highest level of magic resistance, this kind of attack is useless. Seeing this, Gyantis was not to be outdone and laughed and asked, Do they look like ordinary flames? To you. But now, the scales on Razakun's body were gradually regenerating. He was truly shocked and exclaimed, What? It's regenerating now? His eyes emitted an emerald green light. This magic, is this the fire? That will never be extinguished even in the deepest layer of hell until the target dies. Inferno, Razakun declared. You cannot penetrate my scales with just that. Gyantis raised his staff high and laughed loudly. It seems the firepower is not enough. If so, let's turn it up a bit, shall we? Seeing this, his mouth dropped open in surprise, as he hadn't anticipated this. Magic circles, like spider webs, appeared around him. Following that were dragon heads bearing fierce menacing teeth, along with a warning, I will show you real hell. The Hydra information appeared, the 9-headed dragon living in the deepest layer of hell. Gyantis loudly summoned 100 creatures. Immediately, countless Hydras appeared. His eyes sharpened with fierce intent. Inferno! Quickly, the Hydras opened their mouths wide, revealing an inferno sphere. Razakun's jaw dropped in astonishment as he looked at the scene before him. A strong energy force erupted, with a shining aura spreading all around. His entire body was quickly hit by the light, gradually fading into a hazy illusion. Razakun screamed in pain and resentment. Immediately he dissolved, completely into small glowing dust particles floating in the air. Ujin stood with his hands on his hips looking up and praising. "You are always extraordinary." He turned and asked, "How does it feel after the seal was broken, Giantis?" He replied, "I still can't feel the passage of time." "Anyway, have you found the execution of trash yet?" Ujin gently closed his eyes and sighed. "Again, I've tried very hard to find it, but nothing yet." The execution of trash is one of the weapons in Trash Janus's item set. Janus always says that he must find the execution, but it's not in the achievement store, nor the space store. You can't even find the recipe for it. You wonder if it even really exists. Ujin turned to look into the distance and urged, "Let's continue this conversation later. Now let's go with the Death Knights and get through this by starting the battle." Giantis agreed, "All right." Having said that, he turned and walked away. The young man still stood there with his hands on his hips. Ujin smiled faintly. "All right, I'll leave these monsters to you guys. As for me, I have to deal with the mess that dragon left behind." His eyes were fixed on something budding and growing, and he thought, if the root of that thing proliferates in Seoul, it's going to be a big problem. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, briefly filled with astonishment. Ujin looked up at the sky and asked in confusion, "What the heck is that? This energy?" His gaze sharpened and he murmured, "That's in the sky now." A red flash was gleaming in the gloomy sky. Above a sphere, with countless streaks of fire, was plummeting intensely. "Meteorite." He bit his lip and looked up. "A meteorite right in the middle of Seoul, doing something like this." A subtle call sounded. Ujin raised his hand to scratch his head and grumbled, "Namsan Tower isn't the problem. The whole of Seoul will be gone seriously elsewhere." The footage showed gun barrels raised straight firing, fiercely burning shells. Then, the shot captured the city immersed in a sea of cannon fire. A breath of relief was heard. "This isn't even total chaos yet." A person sitting leisurely in a chair spoke up. "Even so, I'm glad the conquest is almost over." Then the cameraman turned and asked the PD, "Should we get any closer?" The director immediately replied, "No, you want to get hit by a stray bullet? Just wait until the sound of the cannon volleys stops." Suddenly, a purple horse's leg landed on the ground, making him confused. The director also turned to look. Both of them simultaneously called out in surprise, "Kang Ujin." The young man pointed and asked, "Is that live television?" The screen displayed News Live. The editor's voice rang out. The screen showed Ujin's direction. Breaking news. The information was broadcast. "Hero, Kang Ujin has detected a meteorite summoned by a dragon." The image switched to that certain route. The editor continued, "According to him, the meteorite will land directly on Namsan. It is predicted to cause damage in approximately 15 minutes. Then the image switched to tanks lined up, rushing away. The soldiers confronting the monsters at that location have been urgently evacuated from the scene. Upon the command of Mr. Kang Ujin, the monsters appeared. Currently, the monsters in Nam-san are entirely under his control. Ujin's eyes and face were filled with satisfaction. Our hero is alone, on the battlefield, and is planning to stop the meteorite fragment. His family also watched the screen intently, concentrating on the news. We request that citizens prepare for the thermal shock that will occur after the meteorite impact. Let us be of one mind and pray for his safe return. In the gloomy sky with dark clouds now, Ujin looked down in confusion and asked, "Was I being a little too cocky?" He looked up. "Even so, I couldn't say that my summoned creatures did that." Ujin turned to Giantis and asked, "Why did you create such an inconvenient situation for humanity?" Giantis laughed loudly. "Shouldn't I knock when arriving on Earth? I'll also wipe out all the monsters along the way." The young man stated, "If you keep sticking to formalities like that, Earth will be destroyed again." He chuckled. "It's just a small greeting, so no lives will be in danger." Ujin let out a sound of disbelief. "The humans on Earth will die from just one thermal shock." In the sky now, the meteorite appeared closer and closer, shining brightly across the space. He chuckled faintly. "Let's end our little chat, shall we?" Ujin reminded Giantis to get ready. At that moment, the meteorite was heading down with immense force towards the city. Giantis let out a weird laugh. "Who would have thought I'd use magic to save humanity?" Ujin looked at the approaching meteorite and couldn't help but urge, "Hurry up! It's coming soon." He complied, "Of course. I must follow the Lord's command." The sound of clanking came from Giantis's staff. He lightly swung the staff, controlling the magic barrier. The entire area opened. The monsters below were all terrified by Giantis's action. The blazing meteorite was clearly visible. Ujin silently took it all in. The city was inevitably hit by a huge explosion. The news report quickly went live. Today is the second day after the dungeon. The country was cleared, and Seoul, along with Gwangju, Busan, Daejeon, and Daegu, are in the midst of damage repair. The damage caused by the explosion is severe. Some countries had to resort to nuclear weapons, just to limit a portion of the monsters. And for that, our country is considered to be one of the few that succeeded in minimizing the damage. The news report did not forget to praise Eugene. None other than him. It's all thanks to the superb skills of the Adam Guildmaster, Eugene, and no one can deny this. The report also expressed concern about the recent events. Dungeons are constantly opening, and monsters are pouring out from all sides. The residents are facing a situation of making the most crucial decision ever. The commentator posed a question. Will we recognize the independence of Adam and their security personnel, or will we just watch him leave? It depends on our decision. At the company, the news report was immediately turned off. Myung-jin raised the issue. The situation now seems to be in our favor. However, we should still prepare for the possibility of a majority of opposing votes. Kang-jin immediately spoke in agreement. You're right. If the constitutional amendment is rejected, then we will have to leave Korea. Kang-jin was a former prosecutor of the Republic of Korea. Under the command of the current minister, he helped Kang Yoo-jin, and now officially joined the Adam Guild. But that opinion was countered by him. No, Adam won't go anywhere. We will declare. The area currently in use is territory belonging to us. He awkwardly interrupted. Sorry. Won't we have to leave? If our autonomy is rejected. Hye-min had to speak up to explain leaving is easier. But the president probably won't agree to it. Even if Adam becomes an anti-government organization. Kang-jin became agitated and asked again, are you saying we'll commit treason against the government or something? If we do that, there will be armed conflict. Myung-jin added, that's why I said we need a plan to prevent that. Kang-jin tried to suggest a more peaceful option. We can just persuade the president. Sung-gu saw his stubborn attitude and made a sarcastic remark. Overthrowing the government would be easier than trying to persuade him. Returning to Yoo-jin's plan. At this point, we should just pray that the voters approve it. Meanwhile, the Adam Guild members were racking their brains discussing together. Yoo-jin, the one who wiped out all the dungeons in the country, is now coming to the rescue, at the request of other nations. The Saintess Moni is also accompanying him. She blurted out a sigh about the space overlord bastard. Yoo-jin slowly began to speak. They are betting everything on it now. He turned to Moni and started a conversation. It's similar to Anfan, isn't it? She didn't answer right away. After a moment of contemplation, she softly replied, that reminds me of a terrible nightmare. Yoo-jin immediately agreed that's right. He looked grim as he recalled that horrible nightmare. The monster created from the stronghold was truly annoying. Yoo-jin fell into deep thought again. According to his deduction, the stronghold was used to allow the space overlord to use his power. A space overlord would purchase a monster from the shop and release it using the stronghold. He recalled his past at Anfan. I only really had to deal with monsters invading my territory. But the situation here is different. Yoo-jin made a decisive decision without hesitation. I need to deal with the stronghold. That bastard opened as quickly as possible if I want to protect Earth. In Rome, Italy, where the sky was covered in gloomy colors, gunshots rang out incessantly. The attacks were getting more and more intense. The monster in front was temporarily halted by the army's firepower. Suddenly it unleashed its power and broke free from the hail of bullets, targeting a soldier. And then an intense conflict was unavoidable. The commander saw the unfavorable situation and immediately ordered the wounded to be moved. We're retreating immediately. The soldiers quickly urged each other upon hearing the order. Move the vehicle faster. When all the troops were present, the commander ordered the vehicle to move. The commander worriedly checked the time. There were 4 minutes left. The soldiers looked towards the city with full alertness. We planted bombs in many locations around the city. We can't kill them all, but they will slow down the monster's advance. Suddenly, the vehicle slammed on the brakes, sending the entire team tumbling forward. A soldier loudly questioned, why did we stop? But then he realized the problem himself as soon as he looked up at the sky. Damn flying monsters! A flock of ferocious eagles was madly charging towards them. The commander, having just grasped the situation, immediately gave a decisive order, shoot them! The soldiers had no choice but to get out of this vehicle and fight. A rain of bullets rained upwards, blocking the monster's flight path. But one of them quickly closed in on a soldier. In that moment, the soldier closed, his eyes tightly awaiting the Grim Reaper's judgment. But the pain he expected never came. The soldier looked up in utter surprise. All the monsters had been defeated. The astonished soldiers looked back. Who was it? None other than Yoo-jin. Someone unexpectedly blurted out, he's the savior of the Middle East, Kang Yoo-jin. Without wasting time, he immediately gave an order to Moni. Moni, you go treat the wounded. I'll go to the stronghold. She accepted and replied, yes. A soldier quickly called Yoo-jin back to warn him. Wait, there are bombs everywhere. He just coldly glanced at him and asked, what bombs, when will they activate? The soldier answered while softly advising him. In 59 seconds, so it would be better to leave after that. But Yujin just gave a curt farewell to Moni and rode into the city. "Damn, Moni, see you later," she replied. "Yes, my lord." The soldier frantically tried to stop him. "Wait, the explosion will—" He and his horse quickly galloped towards the city. Eugene calculated to himself, "I can't lose all that XP." He faintly called out to Giantis. "Giantis." Eugene softly gave the order. "Destroy all of them in 30 seconds. Upon hearing that, he laughed gleefully. "Destroying towns is my hobby, no matter what happens." Immediately, the ground began to glow brightly. The bewildered monsters hadn't even grasped the situation when a massive explosion occurred. Immediately after, the city was engulfed in a series of explosions. Following the destructive power of Giantis's explosion, tree roots gradually sprouted from the ground, just as he had predicted. "It really is growing luxuriantly," Eugene asked. "Isn't everything almost done?" The Roman Colosseum was now encompassed by a giant forest. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared in the sky. He looked up, observing numbly. Then a powerful force descended upon the earth, shattering the ground. Dust and stones flew everywhere. Nictor gradually emerged through the thick smoke and said in a deep voice, a human holding death in his hand, "You are the one Lord Rajakui wants eliminated." Eugene's face was smug as he confirmed, "That's me." He then tensed his arms and gripped his hammer tightly. "I introduce myself, I am Nictor." Nictor pointed his hammer at him and declared forcefully, "I myself will avenge Lord Rajakui." At the same time, the system window displayed information about him. Space Overlord Nictor Zack Planet, a giant warrior under the Golden Dragon Guild. Eugene completely dismissed Nictor. He sneered at the man's declaration. "So how do you plan to do that? Are you stronger than Rajakui?" Nictor indignantly countered, "I cannot compare to a great overlord like Lord Rajakui, that's why I submitted to him." But Eugene interrupted him with a challenging question. "If I kill him, will you follow me?" The atmosphere suddenly changed. He was flustered by the young man's question. The next second, Nictor swung his hammer and yelled furiously, "How dare you insult a warrior? I will not be seduced. I will crush you into minced meat." The hammer, carrying his rage, descended without mercy. Its power was terrifying. Each strike destroyed the ground. But Eugene was completely unscathed. After Nictor's attack, he spoke mockingly. "Typical giants. If you were a bit smarter, this fight might have been more interesting." Eugene's mocking and implied tone already hinted at this man's fate. Behind Nictor, the ghosts had successfully closed in, leaving him no time to react. To deal with him, Nictor shouted angrily, "You damn gnats, even so! You can't block the sharp blades of the ghosts." Their eyes shone brightly with the light of death, and in just a few slashes, Nictor was completely defeated. Eugene watched the scene, his lips curled slightly. Looking at the man lying motionless on the ground, he couldn't help but mock. "He's nothing but a big lug." Then Eugene turned to Giantis and requested, "Giantis, burn the rest of the roots." The man replied simply, "Done." The entire city was now completely engulfed in flames. Giantis stared at the sight before him in astonishment. "There is also a connection to the Janet here." The space fragment shone brilliantly. He agreed with the man, replying, "That's right. This must be the key to bringing peace and happiness to Janet." Eugene thought to himself, out of the 9 roots in Korea, we already possess 3 fragments. In total, there are 5 fragments, including the one we obtained in the horrific dungeon, and the current fragment we have. He put the space fragment into his inventory. The drop rate seems to have increased. However, Eugene realized something was off and asked Giantis, "But it is strange. Why are all the roots concentrated in densely populated areas or historical sites?" He pondered, then gave up, "Even I do not know." Hearing that, his eyes sharpened. He sighed in relief. "It's also good that they appear in plain sight. If the space overlords could hide and cause trouble, it would be quite annoying." The scene shifted to the front of the Jeju Manjang Cave. Jeju Manjang Cave entrance. Ticket booth. The security guard looked out from the counter and was suddenly startled when he saw Junpyo. He quickly ran out to ask him, "County Chairman, why the sudden visit?" Junpyo turned and informed the guard, "The maintenance schedule has just been moved up." The security guard couldn't help but complain, "You should have told me right away. There are still tourists here." He forced a smile and replied, "I'm sorry, sir. Don't let any more guests in. Also direct everyone towards the exit. Just make the announcement. It's Junpyo's order." So the security guard couldn't object. But he couldn't help being curious and asked, "What are those boxes? They don't look like the repair guys from before." Junpyo smiled gently while softly reminding him, "We changed companies. Don't be nosy while the construction is going on. You just need to cooperate." He stepped into the dark cave. The staff were carefully setting up preparations for their plan. Junpyo carefully instructed the bodyguard, "Remember to stop anyone who tries to enter here." He nodded, "Yes, Chairman." Then he walked over to the area that the members had finished preparing. "The preparation is complete." Junpyo raised the glowing ring, his face unable to hide his excitement, and asked everyone to step back. Sangho cracked an evil smile. He was also highly anticipating this ritual. The summoning ritual for the Yellow Lord begins. Meanwhile, after arriving at the route in Rome, Eugen flew straight to London to fulfill England's request. In a suburban villa in London, the Englishman Toffler was leisurely brewing tea and listening to the television news report. Currently, Kang Eugen, of Adon, has been sent to join the London recapture operation. The soldiers, tired after the long battle, received a huge boost in morale upon hearing the news of his arrival. The female announcer reported the developments. As of this moment, he and the Immortal Legion are ready for the upcoming battlefield. Please watch the following clip. Then on the screen was a heroic image of Eugen. The old man just glanced, so the kid's here. Another introduction about him from Toffler, the second candidate for the salvation of this world. Kang Eugen. Central London, although severely damaged, has also become more peaceful. Eugen remarked to himself. I'm pretty lucky, Morty confirmed in a low voice. Now we have 6 fragments. Suddenly Tom stepped out and praised him. You're definitely the best. He smiled brightly, his voice full of gratitude. Mr. Kang Eugen, if it weren't for you, just the thought of it would give me a headache. Tom Clarkson, chairman of the Awakened Association of the United Kingdom. Clarkson. Eugen replied modestly, it's mutually beneficial anyway. He silently calculated his rising experience points and also collected 10 space fragments. But then Tom offered to trade him for the space fragment. Why don't you sell the space fragment? You just got to England right now. Eugen was stunned, confirming if he knew about the fragment. He simply replied softly, you must be surprised, since the term isn't widely known worldwide yet. Then Tom began to explain the knowledge about the fragment. The space fragment is a stone that only appears when you break the architecture built by the Lord, the core of the dungeons, although not yet officially announced. A British researcher, James Toffler, once predicted its appearance. He briefly went over the current world situation. The US, Japan, China, and Germany are seeking and researching them. That's why England also needs a specimen. Eugen was suddenly startled when he heard the familiar name, the person who had predicted the space fragment, James Toffler. He felt as if he had heard this name somewhere before. A hazy memory was evoked in his mind, in which Toffler was introducing his theory. I have formulated a hypothesis about the return stone. As everyone knows, the return stone can turn a dungeon into a gold mine, or become an escape key. Horrific scenes kept appearing. But the dungeons are not mines. The bloodstones that we steal are actually the traps they set. In the memory, the old man declared that the monsters were extraterrestrial beings. Eugen was yanked back to reality. He seemed to have understood everything. Eugen realized, so that's it. The old man he once saw on the news segment came from England. Toffler on the news concluded his hypothesis. This earthling got the closest to the truth about the dungeon. Based on my hypothesis, the dungeon is their conduit. In other words, it's the door bringing aliens to Earth. From that moment, he memorized the old man's name, Dr. Toffler. The scene shifted to another location. A black car stopped. He stood next to the car door. Well, goodbye here. Thank you once again for protecting London. Eugen's words carried regret. Also, please think carefully about the proposal I made regarding the space fragments. He readily agreed, smiling with narrowed eyes. I will forward the request to the Parliament. All right. I hope to receive a response from them. His eyes followed the departing car. Mahdi looked at Eugen with wide, astonished eyes. The god could not believe that he could see his lord making requests to others. Is the doctor you mentioned really that good? His gaze turned sharp as he answered her. He is the only person in this world who has uncovered most of the dungeon's secrets. Eugen added, spending a little time to meet him wouldn't hurt. A bit. Later, the two of them stood in front of Toffler's building. Sunlight streamed into the room through the glass windows. The interior was decorated in a simple and classic style. The old man spoke up, asking, is the tea to your liking? The young man who was sipping his tea had to look up in surprise. Korean. Eugen probed, you speak Korean quite well. Are you involved with Korea in any way? Toffler calmly replied, you'll learn everything when you reach this age. The old man looked at Mahdi, who was standing beside him. All right, holy maiden, please sit down. The tea is cold now. She looked up in shock, because the old man spoke to her in the Anfienian language. Eugen was just as surprised as Mahdi. His voice deepened, carrying a killing intent. Who are you? Eugen, like a shadow, quickly stood beside Toffler, threatening the old man with a dagger. How do you know the Anfienian language? You're the space overlord, aren't you? Toffler said without a hint of fear. No, I just learned the language briefly. Finally, Eugen growled, who are you? He cautiously glanced down at the old man, who made a suggestion. We can talk in Korean. Eugen stared intently at Toffler, silently assessing him. He's not afraid of death. But what's even stranger is, after a pause, he spoke his heart's question, why? Don't you have a soul? The special ability of a necromancer. I can see and feel the souls of all monsters, animals, and even insects. And humans, of course. Up until now, nothing without a soul has ever existed. Ujin thought in confusion. I can't feel a single bit of this guy's soul. Toffler didn't answer immediately, just laughed heartily. The old man reassured him, you don't have to be so careful. You and I share a common goal. I will cut the casual small talk and reveal my identity. Toffler's eyes were unfathomably deep. As he gave a conclusion, I am a person from another dimension. Ujin still doubted and asked, you came here from another dimension. But even so, why can't I feel your soul? Toffler replied, I cannot say any more. The old man glanced at him, his voice firm. I don't much care about you killing me. But didn't you come here to ask me something? Ujin lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with thought. He finally gave in, returning to his seat and saying, we will listen to what you have to say. Madi sat beside him, hearing Ujin add, you'd better tell us everything you know. Don't mess around, Toffler said calmly. There's no need to be so cautious with me. We have the same goal. The young man questioned, protecting Earth. The old man insisted, protecting our planet. Ujin crossed his arms, wondering, what's your planet called? Toffler didn't want to answer, we'll talk about that later. Ujin understood the problem, and confirmed again, all right. Okay, I don't care about you, or where you're from, as long as I can protect Earth. Ujin cut straight to the chase. Do you know how to do it? The old man remained silent, then suddenly asked a question. Do you know the true nature of channel? Ujin vaguely answered, sort of. Toffler concluded from his own experiences. It doesn't matter how it was created. What's more important is what it means. The old man continued to explain. Its core is a supernatural network between planets. That thing was created by channel. He asked, confused, are you talking about space travel? Toffler nodded and replied, exactly. The old man calmly recounted that a long time ago, due to unstable initial connections, creatures traveled across dimensions, just like you were transported to Onfen 5 years ago. Ujin frowned unhappily. Have you been watching me since then? The old man objected. Of course not, I only heard the news. Toffler clarified, I wasn't waiting for you from the start. It's simply that I was just waiting for someone who could protect their home planet. Of my own. The young man impatiently let out a long sigh. Too much long-winded introduction. Just tell me how to protect Earth already. The old man's face became dangerous. If Channel has a supernatural network, dimensional territories are the intermediate connection between planets. Toffler glanced at Madi. We must establish a firewall to block that connection. She was also startled by the old man's gaze. Madi spoke up, a god. Toffler nodded and said, that's right. The god of a planet is like a firewall, preventing the link. The old man continued his analysis. The god of Earth will soon be born, protecting it from Channel's power. Madi's face showed seriousness. Can we block it just by protecting the god or not? Onfen had a god, but in the end, it was beyond its capabilities. Toffler agreed. That's right. No matter how strong the firewall, it cannot block every single virus. The old man stated with certainty. That is why someone must become a powerful vaccine. They must completely eliminate the viruses that pass through the firewall. Toffler looked at Ujin and spoke meaningfully. Necromancer Kang. You know what I'm talking about. The giantess weapon we're looking for. The thing with the power to destroy all that opposes it. Ujin thought to himself, Thras's execution. He was startled when he heard the old man repeat his own question. You said I have no soul, didn't you? The old man continued, I see hope in you. Ujin was puzzled. What do you mean? Toffler's eyebrows furrowed, looking profoundly deep. He stated decisively, you have the eyes that can see the truth. The old man added, someone similar to the person I've always been looking for. The one I've been waiting for. Toffler abruptly stood up. I've said everything I could. It was a pleasure to finally meet you. Both Ujin and Madi were shocked by the action. Looking at the old man's back as he walked away, Ujin stood up and chased, where are you going? Ujin reached out to stop him. We still have a lot to discuss. He lunged forward, but his arm went right through Toffler's body. Ujin's face clearly showed his unwillingness. The hand that pierced through the old man's body also stiffened. Toffler was silent, his lips slightly moving. He left one final remark and disappeared with the light. You found yourself at the end of this long battle. I hope you can find the truth. He turned back to look behind him and called Janice. Ujin's voice was ice cold. It seems I truly need to find the executioner. He took orders, of course. Janice explained. Thras's executioner is the ultimate weapon that only a necromancer can use. But you have to find the answer before you solve the riddle. He cut him off. I'm talking about something else. Ujin swung his arm, creating a spatial door. Let's go. He resolutely turned back to find everything about Thras. In the meantime, the Atom Guild successfully signed a treaty with the South Korean government and became a sovereign organization, independent like a new country. A black car zoomed down the road. Jung-hun said in surprise. OMG, should I call you minister now? Min-chan burst out laughing when he heard that. When did you learn those words? The corner of his mouth curved up in a smile. Hey, I really didn't do much, did I? You did all the heavy lifting, Mr. Prime Minister. Min-chan was exasperated by Seong-hun's way of addressing him. Prime Minister, seriously. He reported the information. I just got the news that our president has finished his business in England too, so he'll be back soon. Min-chan understood and nodded. We should quickly go back and tell him about the achievements we've made today. Inside, he was roaring with delight. His lips trembled as he held back a laugh. I never hoped to be promoted to this level, like a prime minister. Min-chan seemed to not believe the reality, and the prime minister of a new country, with worldwide influence no less. He ran a hand through his hair, smiling proudly. I must be greater than anyone in the world now, right? Sung-hoon felt extremely awkward seeing this confidence. Anyway, keep up the good work, Prime Minister Yong. The car slowly decelerated and steadily moved into the gate. On the wall were the words Atom City State. Min-chan's car, passed by two people who were arguing loudly. I told you can't come in here. And I also said that the president invited me to Atom. Both of them were confused. They looked out and saw someone firmly say, I've checked thoroughly. You are not on the meeting schedule list. That person kept trying to persuade me. He's a famous awakened. From India, he said. For real. The guard didn't believe him and annoyedly said, Look, how am I supposed to know someone from India? A familiar voice rang out, causing the person to turn their head. Branka Sung-hoon waved excitedly. Branka, come with us. He replied in a loud voice. Sung-hoon stepped inside the building. Sung-hoon asked Han Branka, when did you arrive in South Korea? If you had told us, we would have sent someone to pick you up. He pointed to Min-chan and introduced him. You should say hello to this person. This is President Yong Min-chan. He said cordially, Pleased to meet you. I'm Branka. Min-chan replied with a formal attitude. I'm Min-chan. Let's go inside and talk. He placed his hand on the doorknob, gently pushed the door, and walked in. A surprised voice came from inside. Branka, is that you? Ujin was already sitting comfortably on the chair. You kept putting it off. But you finally decided to come now, huh? Min-chan exclaimed joyfully. President Branka smiled awkwardly and defended himself. I wasn't delaying it. I was just a bit slow due to a personal matter. You're funny, he said coldly. Ujin exposed him without reservation. You tried not to leave India, didn't you? You probably couldn't bear to break up with your boss, right? Branka replied in alarm, Of course not. I wanted to come here. Ujin let out a breath. Anyway, welcome to Atom anyway. Then he noticed the other two people. Ujin looked at Seung-hoon and Min-chan puzzled. Hey, why are you two smiling so much? You're making me uncomfortable. He handed him a folder of documents. We just got back. After confirming this treaty, he pushed the folder away and said, Just summarize it for me. Min-chan honestly summarized the content for Ujin. Got it. First is, South Korea has recognized Atom's independent sovereignty. They and we permit the people to hold dual citizenship by amending the constitution. Therefore, people don't have to give up their South Korean citizenship, even if they become citizens of Atom. He replied with satisfaction, Well done. Min-chan smiled happily. It's all thanks to you, President. Or should I call you King from now on? Ujin calmly said something that stunned him. Call me your majesty, you dumbass. The conversation became awkward. He arrogantly crossed his arms over his chest. What? Min-chan was sweating profusely. Nothing, your majesty. Ujin leaned back in his chair and scoffed. I'm just kidding. We are independent now, so just relax. Call me whatever you want. He forced a laugh, so it was a joke. He looked up, his attitude turning serious again. Anyway, this is not the important matter right now. Call everyone here. Min-chan's face froze when he heard Ujin's words. I have something important to say. A moment later, overlapping footsteps were heard. Hyson and Sung Gu walked in together. Brother, did you call us? He replied, Yes, come in and sit. He was briefly surprised when he looked to the side. Branka, is that you? He greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, Sung-gu. They quickly sat down in the chairs. Min-chan stood up and asked, President, what important thing do you want to talk about? His eyes became sharp, invading the outer worlds. He was stunned by those words. Invading the outer worlds. Ujin began to address the issue. Until now, we have always tried to prevent the connection of the Space Lords. Space. And because of that, Earth has suffered a lot of damage. His voice dropped significantly. The enemy will continue to connect here. If this continues, cities will no longer be able to exist. Min-chan showed clear confusion. So Ujin spoke of a dark future that surprised everyone. If a place is to be turned into a battlefield, it should be their territory. How can we fight on Earth? He clasped his hands together. His dangerous eyes made a decision. We can't just keep stopping them. Instead, we will attack first. Sung-gu cautiously asked a question. So we are going to Onpan. He dreamt as if realizing something. His eyes shone brightly. She let out a sound. Ujin smirked and answered him. No, Onpan will be our final destination. We don't need to go there yet. We will go to Planet Jack first. Sung-gu asked blankly. Planet Jack. He nodded and replied. That's right. That's the planet where the Golden Dragon Guild exists. The guy, Kazaki, who connected with Earth last time, is also there. Ujin became more and more confident as he spoke. Ambition radiated from his every word. We will hunt them and increase our forces. The next day, a voice rang out at Seoul Airport. Brother, preparation is complete. Sung-gu wondered, are we leaving right away? Ujin replied, wait, There's one more person who will join us. He asked confusedly, haven't everyone in the expedition team arrived already? He turned to Sung-hun and questioned him. You contacted him, right? He nodded and replied, yes, I contacted him. A muscular man stepped forward and said, hello there, Brother Kang. Ujin happily turned to greet him. Beck, you came just in time. Seeing the familiar person in front of him, Sung Gu was very confused. What are you doing here, sir? President Bakrongdo laughed loudly and replied, what do you mean? Aren't we a team now? Invading the outer worlds as expected. You are always different. He looked at him and explained, I called him because we don't have a tank. Sungu was curious, a tank? Ujin replied, yes. He looked at Hyacinth's place. We already have a scout and a tamer, then turned his gaze toward Branka, a sub-tank who can heal himself. Ujin looked at Hyejong full of confidence, and a healer who can treat us. They all turned their gaze toward him. Now it looks more like a team, doesn't it? Sungu, who had been waiting for him to talk about himself, spoke up and asked, Brother, what about me? Ujin smirked. You'll get special tutoring. He, poor guy, didn't know he had fallen into a trap. Sungu felt a little scared inside. The terrifying teacher who had once taught him, he jumped up in alarm and objected. Brother, I just noticed, we don't have a main damage dealer.
I think I should
join in, and he cut off Sungu's words, throwing his last shred of hope into the trash. Someone is already taking care of that. Don't even think about running away. I've already told Janice about this. Sweat poured from him like a fountain. I can't escape now. Thinking of Janice's terrifying figure, the demon who would tutor him, Sungu trembled. I'm scared to death. A teleportation gate opened in a certain city, on the planet Adam. Sungu and Hyacinth's eyes widened, astonished by the scenery of the place. There were many dragons flying in the city sky. Ujin introduced, this is planet Adam, where our Lord once ruled. We have only heard of it until now. Rongdo was also equally surprised at the two others when looking at the sky. It's amazing here, he exclaimed to himself. I used to think Ujin was just a dungeon miner. But who knew he was an overlord of space? Jimin walked up with Bibi Master. The little girl looked eagerly at the group of people behind him. There are many guests today. That's right. Ujin's voice was gentle. Go, can you show my guests around the Holy Land for a bit? He smiled and said, there are some people you don't know. Let me introduce you to them. This is the person who will work with our expedition team. He looked confused when Ujin introduced him to Rongdo and Jimin. The architecture of this city is a bit ancient. Black moss covered the walls of the buildings. Bibi smiled enthusiastically and eagerly led the group. Please follow me. The tour of the Holy Land began. Jimin looked at Ujin very confused and asked, hey, is it okay for you to put me in the team? What if I just end up being a burden? When he heard that, he sighed, feeling helpless. Ujin reassured him. I chose the best team from Earth. Just cooperate with them and you'll be fine. In front, Rongdo said in surprise, there are even many stalls here. The little girl smiled brightly and replied, you definitely have to try the specialty beer here in Adam. Ujin turned to Jimin and questioned him. Did you learn all the skills I told you to? He nodded and replied, I've learned everything. He added, training is just training. Real combat is still better. Ujin gave a reminder. The battle will be the good experience for you. He struck a chord in Jimin's heart. Don't you think it's time for you to be able to protect your sister on your own too? The scene changed to a castle, quite tall and bearing the marks of time. Ujin placed his hand on the space circle. He turned back to look at everyone confidently and asked, is everyone ready? They shouted with surging power, yes, we are ready. Ujin gave the command, all right. After we clear the dungeon, Sungu will start studying with Janice. He continued, and the rest will attack planet Jek. I will operate separately, so only contact me through Jimin. If there is anything that needs attention, the group all shouted, got it. After arriving at planet Jek, the Celestial's dungeon, Ujin placed his hand on the thin barrier. After his hand made contact with it, the barrier shattered into dust. He assigned tasks to his teammates. Scatter immediately.
Sungu, come here with me now.
He immediately replied, yes, sir. Ujin's eyes sharpened when he heard the growling of a monster. Nigan led his subordinates and stood facing his group of people. He slowly walked, closing the distance with Ujin. Nigan's body was covered with iron plates. The clanging sounded as he moved. When he reached a close enough distance, Nigan stopped and spoke. Oh, warriors, greetings to you all on planet Jek. He spoke up to probe, are you waiting for us? He introduced himself. I am the space overlord Nigan serving Chen, the leader of the Black Hat Society. Ujin curiously asked, are you waiting for me or something else? Nigan answered directly without beating around the bush. That's right. I heard about you destroying the Gold Dragon Association. Sir Chen is very pleased with you. He wants to meet you. The corner of his mouth secretly curled up when he heard his words. He guaranteed you a high position, so he grabbed his axe and moved at the speed of light, passing Nigan. His head fell and rolled across the ground. Ujin stood there silently, still holding his weapon. Nigan, not yet unconscious, struggled to ask, what does this mean? He laughed scornfully. What else could it mean? It means the invasion has begun. Just a moment later, Nigan's subordinates were also completely eliminated by Ujin's group. Amazing, Rongdo exclaimed in surprise. Since I last saw him, he's gotten even stronger. Watching him ride Xing darting forward, he couldn't help but admire him. Eliminating a space overlord with just one move, how much stronger could he possibly get? Hyson said to everyone, let's start now. Rongdo spoke up, wondering, but how are we going to find the dungeon in a place like this endless ocean? And we don't even know where the enemy is. She said nothing, just looked up at the sky and nodded silently. He felt confused when he saw Hyson raise an arm high. The sound of flapping wings and a cry came closer and closer to where they were. A small bird with purple feathers flew over and perched on her finger. Hyson confidently said, this little one will lead the way for us. Rongdo nodded, seemingly understanding. Sungu and Ujin sat on Xing's back, flying freely in the sky. Looking down from above, he saw a place emitting a lot of smoke. We can see a base now, Ujin commanded. Sungu, study with Janice while we're in this dungeon. Sungu softly replied, yes, brother. He seemed calm on the outside, but inside he was trembling. It's almost time. He spoke loudly, pulling him out of his thoughts. What are you doing? Go down, Sungu replied. Yes, Ujin, without any mercy. He kicked him clean off the horse. Sungu's eyes widened in astonishment. Immediately after was his agonizing scream as he fell from there. The corner of Ujin's lips curled up. From now on, whenever you breathe, you will be trained. He gave a warning, do your best to survive, okay? Sungu fearfully thought, no. His mind was in a turmoil. I'm going to hit the ground soon, how can I? Suddenly next to Sungu's ear, a wicked laugh echoed. Janice had appeared beside him without him knowing. You dare ask me to teach you how arrogant? He said angrily, then I should give you a test. Sungu's face turned pale, he gritted his teeth. Janice unleashed a technique towards him. Let's see if you are qualified or not. Ujin riding Xing observed the explosion in the sky caused by Janice. Watching this scene, his mind was filled with memories of the past. This reminds me of the first time I met Janice. Survive Hong Sungu. Sungu struggled against the pressure of the flames. Ujin was full of hope for him. If you can return unscathed, you will become an SS rank hunter. He returned to a serious demeanor and looked towards the base. Ujin assessed the situation. More importantly, this base is built in the style of a robot city. The system displayed a notification. Fortress of the Space Overlord Leah. A battalion of skeletal soldiers advanced fiercely. The entire skeletal army stood behind him, ready to obey his command to move forward. The skeletal army held their weapons, their aura imposing. Ujin smiled confidently, looking towards the base. They charged towards it according to his command. Cannons from the base continuously fired at the skeletal army. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, but the number of skeletal soldiers did not decrease. Ujin tightened the reins. This battle won't be simple. Some skeletal soldiers had fallen on the battlefield. The scattered pieces began to link up, forming a gigantic monster to clear the way. The monster quickly ran towards the headquarters. The cannons continued to fire. The firepower was very strong, but it couldn't stop the monster. It used its bare hands to block most of the firepower from the fortress. The monster punched the ground hard. It charged forward with debris from the ground. Ujin smiled coldly. Advance all of you, the monster. Hordes charged forward together. Advance! Kill them all. They all shared the same goal to storm the base. Jaxa stood behind a rock, silently watching the base. He shed tears thinking of something. Nearby, Larry had just punched a monster senseless. Jaxa thought sadly. A mighty warrior of the Rati tribe has become the enemy's subordinate. His voice held a hint of sorrow. A hunter being hunted by another. Jaxa looked towards Ujin, who was riding Xing. The Lord's prophecy might come true. The system displayed a notification. You have attacked an ownerless base. You can choose to destroy or occupy it. Destroy, occupy. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Occupy, huh? Ujin remembered the miserable state of Leah last time. I kept thinking the name Leah sounded familiar. So it was the person I killed last time. It seems like she hasn't resurrected yet. Bibi spread his hands out in front of him. Master, can I have this? Give me this castle. Ujin sneered. I have no intention of taking another planet. He tapped the destroy option on the screen. Destroy it. The modern base. In front of them, instantly crumbled into pieces of components. Ujin gave a wicked smile. I wonder what her expression will be after she resurrects and sees her base completely destroyed. He worriedly wondered, I wonder if Jimin is doing okay. The tree branch shook violently. Rongdo observed the unconscious goblin hook in front of him. He assessed, there's nothing particularly special about it. If this keeps up, Planet Jack will be quite smooth sailing. Heeson smiled with her eyes patting Jimin on the shoulder. Now, my dear vampire sir, why don't you hurry up and fill yourself up so we can continue our journey, okay? He hung his head in helpless submission, all right. Jimin exposed his fangs and bit deeply into the goblin's socket. He gulped down the blood in mouthfuls. Jimin was like he was fully charged with power. Enveloping his body, Jimin's body trembled. His face was covered in wrinkles. From frowning, and then suddenly that beam of light completely faded. Jimin also returned to normal. He said, "I'm done." Heseon replied, "Looks like you're used to it, huh?" She looked up at the sky in surprise. Little birds were circling in the sky. Heseon told everyone, "That way, let's go." The group of 4 followed her, not forgetting to be vigilant. Looking around, Heseon looked ahead in shock. 3 rat monsters suddenly rushed out of the forest. Heseon gritted her teeth, annoyed. She spread her arms. Using the skill thought-sharing, Jongjo heard a voice in his head. 3 monsters are surrounding us. Guild leader Beck, please handle one. Doanka heard Heseon's voice assigning tasks. Doanka immediately used a support effect on him. She transmitted a message to him again. Jimin deal with the remaining 2. Jongjo delivered a punch that took down the monster. Doanka stood far away supporting the other 3. Jimin exploded with power, using his claws to shred the monsters. He tightly grasped one of its legs. Jimin utilized his strong jaws, biting through the monster's thick skin. Its hand went limp, proving it was dead and gone or kick the bucket. Jimin retracted his power blood dripping from his mouth. Heseon was stunned looking at the number of monsters he took down. Another pack of wolf monsters appeared. She screamed in panic, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. "No!" Jimin hung his head, still hearing the sound. In his head, "The monsters have surrounded us." Jimin immediately backed away. Heseon was sweating buckets or drenched in sweat, looking at the light beam surrounding him. Jimin growled, seemingly wanting to unleash his power. Before Heseon could stop him, Jimin rushed into battle. She felt her heart trembling. No. Hyejin looked at his expression and thought in panic, is he losing control again? Jimin single-handedly rushed into battle with the wolf pack. His eyes were white, losing control, rushing in like a moth to a flame. With just one X-slash, Jimin had taken down nearly 10 wolves. Heseon thought anxiously, damn it or crap, it's come to this. We have to support him until he calms down again. From behind, another horde of monsters appeared near the group. The monsters were entirely covered in leaves, with countless teeth in their mouths, slowly approaching. Heseon wanted to curse so badly. Why now of all times? Dream on or no way? Based on her intuition, she looked up at the sky. She shouted in alarm, "Heseon, the flying monsters are coming." The bird monsters screamed loudly, filling the sky. They swooped down towards Heseon at their fastest speed. She saw that it was not safe and immediately warned everyone, "Let's get out of here first." Guild leader Beck. Jongjo rushed into the middle of the wolves, grabbed Jimin by the collar and said, "Okay." He struggled wildly, then looked at him with hostile eyes. Jimin used his fangs to bite Jongjo's hand hard, but was absolutely unable to pierce the skin layer. He smirked smugly. "My skin can't be scratched by a young vampire, can it?" Jongjo gripped Jimin by the neck and ran, led by Heseon. Everyone retreat. At Sungu's location, another widespread explosion occurred. He struggled to resist in the sea of fire. Before he could overcome this disaster, another one struck. The fire element radiated outwards, forcing Sungu to step back and defend. Giannis looked down from above, his voice extremely provocative. "How long have you been running away? You think learning my skill is easy?" Sungu didn't bother to say anything, only let out a cold, thinking to himself, what the heck kind of lesson is this? He glared at the old man with resentment. He thought he said he would teach me to become the strongest fire mage. But isn't he just trying to kill me? Sungu reached out to grab a nearby branch. He exhaled softly, preparing for a counterattack. And of course, those unusual actions also drew Janice's attention. Fire enhancement. Seeing Sungu wrap the branch in fire magic, the old man was even more amused. "Now you're serious, huh?" Janice used a move that threw out a lot of fireballs. "Well then let me see your skill." He knelt down into an attack stance. Sungu leaped into the air, using the fireballs as stepping stones. He used the branch to slash away all the approaching firepower. Sungu finally reached Janice. He raised the branch about to strike down. Janice effortlessly grabbed Sungu's branch. The fire element surrounding the branch vanished without a trace. Everything was absorbed into him. Sungu's eyes widened in surprise. He thought he had absorbed his fire. Janice spoke coldly. A fire mage not blocking a fire attack. He created a fireball and began drawing 10 fire elements into it. He glanced up, following every movement of Janice. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred. Sungu was blown to the ground. He stood up with difficulty. Hearing Janice's provocative voice, Sungu grew more enraged. "You haven't given up yet, have you?" The fireball he created had become super huge and massive. He clicked his tongue and said, "This bastard!" Janice swung his staff towards Sungu. "Try to block this one." His eyes clearly showed the image of the flying fireball, whizzing towards his body. Sungu froze, staring as it rushed towards him. "I can't dodge it, and my body has reached its limit." He suddenly recalled the scene of Janice absorbing his fire magic. If I can't block or dodge it, then... Seeing Sungu's reaction, the old man felt confused. He knelt on one leg while spreading the other wide. Sungu extended both hands forward. If that's the case, there's only one way. He used Janice's method to deal with him. If I can't do it, I'll die. The closer the fireball got, the more the perceived pressure increased. The ground under Sungu's feet had turned into small fragments. He caught the fireball with his bare hands. Janice was also surprised by Sungu's decision. Sweat poured down his face as if he had just showered. The fire element was absorbed very smoothly by him. Finally, that ginormous fireball disappeared. Sungu gasped for air like never before. He clenched his fists and exclaimed in surprise, "I did it. I absorbed it." Sungu felt the stream of power moving through his body. "This power is seeping into my body. This is Janice's magic." Janice flew down slowly and approached him. "You've learned the basics." Sungu happily called out Teacher Janice. He sincerely said, "Thank you for teaching me such a new method. The absorption of the flame just now that you showed me was a great example." Sungu forced a smile, but was unhappy deep down recalling the explosion just now. "But even so, I could have really died." Feeling the surge of killing intent, his face distorted and he nervously looked behind him. Janice rushed forward with his staff. "Who said the lesson was over, huh? Save your thanks for after the training is finished." Sungu turned pale. His tension returned. Another huge explosion occurred at this place. The scene shifts to evening. At a quiet base in the pine forest, only the lamps illuminate the small corners. Suddenly the face of Jackson appeared. He was panting as if he had been running frantically. As he ran to a gate, seeing his comrade Rivito, Jackson shouted loudly, "Rivito!" Rivito anxiously asked, "What's wrong, Jackson? What happened that you're in such a hurry?" "How is Madame Saman?" Jackson immediately replied. "The savior has finally appeared. I need to see and report to Madame Saman." Inside the base, the surroundings were still immersed in silence. The lights flickered and illuminated every small corner. In the room, a silent figure sat before an incense burner, with 2 burning incense sticks. Suddenly, Vaxa rushed in and shouted, "Madame Satsusa." Satsusa heard this. She slowly glanced over and calmly said, "Calm down! What did you see that surprised you so much?" At this moment, sweat poured down his face, and he couldn't maintain his breathing. Vaxa knelt down to report. Ree's fortress has collapsed, and it wasn't done by the Alliance, but by the new hunter, the same person who killed Larry. Satsusa was quite surprised after hearing this. She snorted and asked, "The new owner of the Celestial Fault Column?" Then Satsusa stroked her chin and thoughtfully analyzed, "If it's Ra, then he must be a member of the Black Hat Guild. Then he must be cooperating with the Firepool Guild, or the Gold Liquid Guild." Vaxa heard this and immediately responded, "Madame Saman, no, according to the spy, both the Firepool Guild and the Gold Liquid Guild are having disputes with him." Satsusa heard this, closed her eyes, took a breath, and calmly said, "In this case, the outcome is not hard to guess. Since he has become the enemy of 3 major guilds at the same time, he will soon be forgotten." Her words made Vaxa immediately look up. "He made a statement, Madame Saman. You say that because you've never met him. He easily dealt with Warrior Larry and Rye's fortress. Couldn't hold out for long either. Perhaps he really will become a legend." Satsusa suddenly paused, her gaze filled with contemplation. Then she closed her eyes and calmly asked, "A hunter who swallows other hunters. You mean a legend? Meaning he will appear and save this planet. Is that right?" Vaxa was surprised to hear that and exclaimed, "Exactly." He smiled cheerfully and excitedly said, "Finally, the planet can receive salvation, Madame Saman." "Oh, I'm so happy." Suddenly, Satsusa spoke in a mournful voice. The statement made Vaxa's eyes widen in confusion. She continued calmly, "Legend. That is a story made up to ignite hope in the younger generation. The true legend has been passed down from ancient times." Saying this, Satsusa looked with a dangerous gaze and lowered her voice. "The day a hunter who swallows other hunters appears, that planet is about to be annihilated. This is the true legend passed down from ancient times." Her voice still echoed in Vaxa's ears. "Now the only thing we can do is hope he is not the hunter. Legend." Hearing this, he couldn't stop trembling as he exclaimed, "I can't believe it." Suddenly a loud noise erupted, startling both of them. Vaxa shouted, "What was that sound?" When they went outside, they saw the forest was ablaze. The fire was intensely burning. A warning of intruders, Satsusa demanded, "What is going on?" Rivito saw her and respectfully addressed her Madame Saman. Then he reported, "A giant army of walking corpses is advancing toward us from the other side of the forest. Please retreat quickly." She heard this and a look of panic appeared on her face. Then she muttered, "Why suddenly? The guilds are busy fighting among themselves, so they don't pay attention to small tribes like ours. Why now?" Vaxa spoke up and asked, "Could it be Rivito? This undead army doesn't include the skeleton soldiers, doesn't it?" Rivito asked, surprised. "How did you know, sir? That's a type of bone monster. I've never encountered it." This line made Jaxa open his eyes wide in horror. Seeing him tremble with fear, Rivito thought he's the one who killed Larry. On this side, Ujin and Sin Sin had arrived at the base. Surrounded by thousands, Skeleton soldiers were waiting with shields and weapons. The monsters were still in a ready-to-fight stance, staring intently at Ujin. He looked around and wondered, what is this place? The monsters saw him and sneered mockingly. You look weak and you must have little experience. Just then Jaxa rushed out to check the situation. Witnessing that scene, he opened his eyes wide in utter astonishment. Jaxa's face was covered in sweat. He panicked and thought, no way. In front of him was Ujin sitting majestically on Sinsin's back. Both radiated a brilliant aura. Jaxa confirmed inwardly. Just as expected, it's him. At this moment, Ujin's eyes were sharp with a slight smirk. He gave the order, sweep them away. Understood. The skeleton soldiers began to move their feet. They shouted in unison to raise their morale, ready for a full-scale battle. Rivito immediately turned and ordered his soldiers, we have to buy as much time as possible for the villagers to evacuate. Prepare for a full-on fight. Both sides were about to charge into the fierce battle when suddenly a swirling wind rolled in from nowhere. This event surprised everyone, causing them to freeze. Ujin saw this and exclaimed in surprise. That wind signaled Larry's appearance. He knelt down respectfully and said, my lord. Seeing Larry kneeling before him, he spoke up and asked, Larry? He pleaded, please have mercy, but Ujin noticed something, his eyes wide with surprise, and looked at this. Looking into Larry's eyes, which were emitting a blue light. He inwardly mused, it conveys his own intention, facing his master's command. Then Ujin asked, are they of your race? If I don't, what will you do? At that question, he could only bow his head in silence. After a moment, Larry replied in a low voice, they are the native inhabitants of this planet. They are not involved in Janet's power at all. I humbly beg you to have mercy. On Jax's side, seeing that scene, he could only silently utter, Larry? Meanwhile, the young man sighed heavily, not knowing what to say. But he thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've had to negotiate like this. Ujin recalled the image of Bao during the fight, then mused profoundly. It's funny that every member shows signs of betrayal. I can forgive and restrain them, but Larik was still bowing, awaiting a reply from him. Then suddenly a notification popped up from the engineer. Larik sincerely hopes that you will spare his tribe. If you heed Larik's plea, he will repay you with undying loyalty. Ujin saw that, sighed softly, and then said, all right, turn back. Hearing that, he was surprised and looked up at Ujin. Then Ujin turned and left. Larik, behind him, was still bent over and respectfully said, I will repay you, with loyalty and a drawn sword under the king's command. The system then announced that the item had sworn loyalty. The battle for dominance was reduced to a maximum of 320 points, to 1 point. Seeing that the monster soldiers cheered with joy, we are saved. Larik saved us. Ujin, who was preparing to leave, suddenly stopped. Wait, this caused the excited crowd to suddenly freeze as if they didn't understand what was happening. Ujin cast a cold gaze in one direction. That was the very top of the tower. An object was fluttering in the air. Ujin muttered, that object looks familiar. It was a ragged cloak fluttering on the top of the tower in the wind. He looked at the cloak and wondered, no way it came back from that place, right? Ujin turned around and called out, Larik, bring that thing here! But it seemed he was hesitating, afraid of something. Seeing that, Ujin coldly said, kill anyone who stops you. Larik immediately replied without hesitation, I will obey the command. Satsuza saw that and immediately stopped him, screaming, Larik, no. Standing in front of Larik, who was brimming with murderous intent, Satsuza still insisted, that is the sacred cloak that protects our village. We cannot give it to an ordinary predator. At that moment, he held his weapon close to Satsuza's neck, not allowing her to say another word. Larik threatened in a cold voice, if you want to live, don't stop me. Being suppressed, Satsuza had no choice but to exclaim, Larik. After retrieving the cloak, he respectfully handed it to Ujin. With a smug look, Ujin took the cloak and muttered, just like this. I found one of Thras's items. An information panel immediately appeared. Thras's tainted amulet. Thras's amulet. Cloak and armor. The chest plate and shoulder flaps are missing. Only a tattered cloak remains. Cannot exhibit its function. Effect dominance plus 100. No longer limited to the number of souls owned. Other effects are sealed. At this moment, Satsuza was furious. She yelled, that item belongs to the god of destruction. It is not something an ordinary predator can take. Hearing that, Ujin calmly asked, so you know about the god of destruction too? Satsuza also replied, the god of destruction is the first god of chaos. She continued to explain, predators like you can wander around like gods, but that is truly a sacred relic. The moment you wear it, your body will be disintegrated by a curse. After hearing that, Ujin thoughtfully looked at the cloak, wondering to himself, if the lords of space wear Thras's items, will their bodies disintegrate? Vaska then spoke up. What should I do? If the sacred relic is taken, we will live a life like wanderers. However, Satsuza calmly said, don't worry. The moment you wear it, You will be cursed to death. As soon as she finished speaking, Ujin began to wave his hand, preparing to put it on. Seeing that she opened her eyes wide in utter astonishment, at this moment he was wearing the tattered cloak. A mysterious red light emanated around it. Ujin confidently said, "It doesn't look pretty, but it fits well." Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. Satsuza was trembling all over. She stammered, "Why didn't the curse? Don't tell me you are the legend." Ujin smirked, and then clearly said, "This item originally belonged to me, so I am simply taking it back." Satsuza heard that and could no longer stand firm. She completely collapsed and knelt down, totally distraught. Seeing that Vaska frantically called out, "Madam Saman," Satsuza's whole body trembled and her face was ashen. She spoke in a weak voice, "A predator who devours other predators. The prophecy of the god of destruction has arrived." Looking at Ujin's retreating back with the cloak, Satsuza still muttered, "After all this, was this planet destined to be destroyed?" 3 days passed. After Ujin and his group arrived on planet Jakku, this place was full of perilous, rugged cliffs. Rongdo looked up high. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, "Dang it, you stalkers! How much further do you plan to follow us?" On the cliff were orcs with fierce expressions. They were holding weapons in their hands and constantly snarling. Suddenly, a blue light reflected onto Rongdo's face, which surprised him. It was the light source from Mude. She was transferring energy to Rongdo. Seeing that, he slowly said, "Thank you for everything. If it weren't for the Saintess, I would have died long ago." Then Mood turned to Jimin and asked, "Most importantly, is the immortal still alive?" He replied, "I have contacted them, but it seems he's quite far away. It will take about half a day." Mood slowly said, "Until then, I will try to find a way to maintain contact." At this, a look of torment appeared in Jimin's eyes. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "It's all my fault. I was intoxicated by the feeling of becoming stronger and ignored the plan." But suddenly a gentle hand was placed on his shoulder. Hesiod gently consoled him. "Don't be too hard on yourself. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now." Jimin regained his composure and firmly said, "All right." Suddenly a loud roar echoed, causing both Hesiod and Jimin to startle and turn around. At this moment the orcs were streaming towards them. They looked terrifyingly aggressive. Hesiod secretly lamented, "This is crazy. Are there still so many of them?" He was sweating all over and thought to himself, gritting his teeth, "There's nowhere left to run." Seeing this, Rongdo hurriedly spoke, "Dang it. Am I going to die before I even get married?" Hearing that Hesiod was annoyed, he turned to look at Rongdo and secretly lamented, "What big brother is still single?" Suddenly Rongdo opened his eyes wide, looking up as if he saw something. From the sky a fireball was plunging down. He wondered, "Wait, what is that?" Jimin also looked confused and added, "It's flying towards this direction, right?" Suddenly it fell and exploded with a bang, giving everyone no time to react. Everyone was surprised and put their hands up to brace themselves. After the explosion, the orcs were burned alive by the flames. They kept screaming in extreme agony. Suddenly a hand appeared in the flames. By now the aftershocks had gradually subsided. Jimin squinted and looked ahead. He saw a figure standing proudly amidst the ruins of smoke and fire and wondered, "What is that?" Recognizing it was Sungu. Jimin joyfully called out, "Brother Sungu." He quickly walked over and asked, "What happened, brother?" Sungu calmly replied, "Oh, you see, Brother Ujin sent me ahead." At this moment, Hesiod was breathing heavily after the recent explosion. He stared intently at Sungu and secretly admired incredible magical power. "Is this really the Sungu I knew?" Still amazed, Hesiod looked towards Sungu, who was laughing and talking happily. He continued to think, what kind of training did he go through to become this strong in just 3 days? In just 3 days, the scene shifted to another location. Danzong was using his hand to pin down the lizard's head. While Hesiod's group had just managed to survive, thanks to Sungu's timely arrival, Ujin was facing another Lord of Space. He coldly asked, "Which side do you stand on?" "The Golden Scale Clan." The lizard casually replied, "I'm with the Black Hat Guild." Ujin heard that and thoughtfully said, "Just because he's a lizard doesn't mean he belongs to the Golden Scale Clan." As he spoke, he took off his cloak. "It doesn't matter then. More importantly, I need to confirm this." Ujin brought the cloak closer to the lizard, but saw no reaction from it. Seeing that he was confused and let out a sound of surprise, Ujin held the cloak, stood up abruptly, and asked, "What is this thing? You're not dead. Maybe you have to wear this too." The lizard heard that and sneered, "You fool! Who would dare wear a cursed item without a password?" At this, he put the cloak back on and asked in surprise, "A password? What does that mean?" The lizard still didn't answer and continued to mutter, "It's hard to believe that someone who doesn't know the password can wear it and still be fine." Ujin didn't care about what it said and slowly stated, "Just tell me what it is." The lizard spoke in a voice that challenged Ujin's patience. "Do you think I'll answer obediently?" At this point, he could no longer tolerate it and burst into anger. Ujin's eyes darkened and he growled, "You scumbag! You won't die peacefully today." But suddenly the lizard's body lit up. It smiled contentedly. See you next time if there is a chance. Seeing that he widened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. From the lizard's body, the light grew stronger, blinding Ujin so much that he had to turn his face away to avoid it. Now it had vanished, leaving behind only a few white sparks, flickering in the air. Ujin clicked his tongue and said, "He just saved himself." Then he looked into the distance and muttered, "The more I learn about the password, the more confusing things appear." Ujin turned and looked at the gloomy black aura, then called out to Janus, and slowly said, "I remember when you joined my group, you said something like, 'I am a special person.'" At this, Janus respectfully replied, "You are a special person, my lord." Hearing that Ujin asked curiously, "Does that mean I won't die wearing this?" He immediately responded, "Yes, your existence is proof of escaping. Thras's curse." Not stopping there, Janus continued to recall the image of the cloak surrounded by a brilliant aura. Then he added, "Before Rose took it, Janus's minions concealed it, and all of them vanished." Hearing this, he curiously asked, "You mean they died? They were alive, weren't they?" Janus answered briefly, "Vanished, not dead." Then he thought of the image of the monsters vanishing, and explained further, "All the items of Thras collected from Onfian are armor. However, the moment you put them on, you will vanish. Therefore, if we lay our hands on the only offensive weapon of Thras, the execution of Thras," Janus made an assertion, "we can completely eliminate the space overlords, preventing them from continuously resurrecting, no matter how many times you kill them." After hearing that, Ujin smirked and muttered, "It looks like the puzzle pieces have connected." Janus cautiously said, "My lord, may I ask something?" He asked curiously, "What do you want to ask?" He immediately asked, "May I have him train in this place?" Ujin sighed and asked curiously, "Sungu, why? Don't you like him?" But Janus calmly replied, "His magical ability alone already surpasses the master level." Thinking of the image of Sungu holding a branch, surrounded by fire created by him, Ujin secretly wondered Sungu has reached that level already. Then he smirked contentedly, feeling great admiration. "I'm so jealous," he thought about. Even Janus recognized his talent, having thought that Ujin firmly said, "Do what you want. How you teach Sungu is up to you." Janus confidently spoke, "I will create the first living subordinate for my lord." He asked directly if he dies, "Will he be the second skeleton?" He heard that, laughed, and agreed. That might be a good idea. On the other side, Sungu suddenly shivered. Seeing that Jimin asked with concern, "Hyung, what's wrong? Are you okay?" He wiped off his sweat and turned to answer, "I just suddenly got the chills." After that, Sungu's face darkened as if a sense of unease was surging. He thought to himself, "What is this? I have a strong feeling about it." The scene moved to outer space, with the endless Milky Way stretching out. This was the 4th day since Ujin arrived at Jakku Planet. Ujin and Jimin had left Sungu and Hisung's group behind, and right now, the image of a solemn fortress appeared, with brilliant sunlight shining through. Ujin and Jimin had returned to the Adan Space Kingdom. Ujin gave him an order. The protection time of the territory is quickly passing. Even though it's only been 4 days, Jimin, after receiving the declaration of war, makes sure to tighten the defense of the territory again. Having said that, Ujin turned away and Jimin hesitantly spoke up. "Well, Hyung, I have something to ask of you." He frowned and asked, "What is it?" He timidly expressed, "I'm trying to buy some items. Could you lend me some points?" Jimin added, "I'm saving up to buy an item, but it's a bit pricey." Ujin wondered, "Aren't the points I transferred to you enough? What item is it?" His eyes dropped and he stammered, "It's the..." After hearing the phrase, "Vampire Lord's Heart" from Jimin, he suddenly exclaimed, "What?" He awkwardly said, "Hyung, I'm sorry. I'm asking for too much." Recalling the moment Hyesung consoled him, Jimin blamed himself on Jakku Planet. "I ended up becoming a bother to my teammates. To complete my part of the job, I need to become stronger right now." But thinking that, he tightly pressed his lips together with vexation. In his head, he kept thinking, "Just as I thought. I can't just keep relying on Ujin Hyung." Later, he spoke up, "Wait," which made Jimin subconsciously widen his eyes. Jin had opened the system panel and was attentively reading the information. He rubbed his chin and exclaimed, 200,000 points, that's pretty steep. However, Ujin had to admit, but in exchange for the heart of the most elite vampire, the price isn't unexpected. The information panel for the Vampire Lord's Heart opened. The heart of Count Kif, through a blood ritual absorbing the heart, allows you to inherit the Count's status upon becoming a Vampire Lord. You will not only be a blood-sucking monster, but also gain the ability to take in your own kind as subordinates. Without hesitation, he took out the spatial box containing the vampire heart and gave it to Jimin, saying, "Absorb it." Ujin was met with a thank you from him. Jimin gratefully said, "This time, I will pay you back." But he slowly replied, "Don't say such nonsense. If you can defeat more monsters without dying, that's enough." Then Ujin walked towards the space gate, not forgetting to instruct Jimin, after completing the ritual, "Test your level on Jakku Planet. You need to adapt completely before moving to another planet." He heard that and curiously asked back, "Another planet?" At this, Ujin's eyes became sharper. He replied, It won't be long before I leave for Onfian. The scene shifted to Aiden City. At the same time in the office, Sung-hoon was intently reading a document. He was a former mobile phone salesman and is currently the Minister of Foreign Affairs, looking for negotiations from all over the world. Sung-hoon began to complain. These people have so many requests. I should let them know AI is calling the shots now. Suddenly the phone on the desk vibrated. When he picked up the other end, reported Minister. A group of people just arrived at the Prime Minister's office, Sung-hoon replied. All right, go immediately. The scene shifted to a meeting room. When everyone was present, he slowly walked in. Sung-hoon spoke up to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gu Seung-hoon. He then walked to the center of the meeting room and bowed to everyone formally. Min-chan said, Minister Gu. This negotiation is about him. Before he could finish his sentence, Sung-hoon raised his hand to stop him, Mr. Prime Minister. He continued, this negotiation, please trust me. Min-chan observed Sung-hoon looking at the documents and pondered, Minister Gu will handle the negotiation himself. He had done well with the Adan agreement signing. Should I let him handle this negotiation? So throughout the meeting with the Canada-Japan Council, Sung-hoon continuously presented his viewpoints. He emphasized important information. I have checked all the data and propose that you prepare issues related to the notification of the emergence of dungeons from 6 stars or higher, as well as cooperation strategies. Watching Sung-hoon presenting clearly, Min-chan was satisfied and thought to himself, he is entirely skilled at negotiation. He has prepared the documents quite thoroughly, and he also has the ability to lead the negotiation. The delegates were still attentively listening to Sung-hoon. He was about to present the next part, when he suddenly stopped and said, it seems the negotiating team from the United Kingdom has arrived. Sung-hoon asked curiously. However, why did the Canada-Japan Council suddenly visit without sending documents beforehand? At this point, Mason spoke up. King Adam requested me to come and speak with the people of my homeland. So I came here. He gasped in surprise and then said, the boss sent this. He added, we want to buy the space fragments directly. Sung-hoon asked curiously. You came to purchase the items? So how much are you willing to pay? Mason hesitated and said, King Adam proposed. Then his voice became firm. He told me to ask for an aircraft carrier. This statement astonished both Sung-hoon and Min-chan. With his mouth wide open, Sung-hoon asked again in disbelief, what? Excuse me, you are requesting an aircraft carrier, Mason calmly replied. Yes, that is what he said. He then turned and whispered to Min-chan. What are space fragments? Are they expensive? He stammered a reply. I have never heard of this. Seeing this, Mason cleared his throat. He then presented his arguments. After the government and the royal family carefully considered it, everyone came to the conclusion that the space fragments are indeed very valuable. The request for an exchange with an aircraft carrier is quite unreasonable. However, this proposal will be maintained for the next 5 years. Then Mason concluded with a question. Any country stationed in the South China Sea will be responsible for Adan's national security and defense. So what do you say? Hearing this, Sung-hoon could only hold his head in shock and couldn't say anything more. He didn't stop there but asked further. In addition, what do you think about Adan and the government entering into an agreement for 5 years of the aircraft carrier's operating costs? Sung-hoon, with a startled expression, said, this matter doesn't seem to be something I can decide myself. All right, I will meet with the king later. And suddenly an AI voice rang out, startling Sung-hoon. I left the negotiation for you to handle. But where is your mind going now? How are things going? That voice belonged to Woo-jin. He appeared out of nowhere and stood with his arms crossed, looking imposing. Seeing this, he exclaimed, Your Majesty. Woo-jin suggested coldly, just give us the ship. We don't need the troops. The meeting was still ongoing outside the office building. Mason's voice echoed. The maintenance and operation of an entire aircraft carrier requires thousands of personnel. He cautiously said, even if we were to give it to Aden, I'm afraid your manpower would not be enough to operate it. But Woo-jin still spoke with a confident voice. I will take care of that. Just leave the equipment on the ship as is. Hearing this, Mason was confused and could only remain silent. As soon as he finished speaking, he smirked, secretly wondering, why on earth are they so insistent on having an aircraft carrier? Anyway, after that, Woo-jin immediately questioned the negotiating team. So why do you need the space fragments? They were a little stunned to hear that then, after a moment, Mason stammered, space fragments are essential for our research purposes. However, I still don't know exactly what it is. Hearing that, he sighed and sneered. Woo-jin said with a confident tone, you could just buy a space gate leading to another planet and possess a dungeon that way. This statement stunned everyone, leaving them with their mouths hanging open. Then his eyes sharpened and he asked in a probing voice, well, this deal is a steal, isn't it? Sometime later, when the meeting ended, Woo-jin returned to the president's office. Min-chan's voice rang out full of questions. President's office. Mr. President, why would you use something so precious to trade for an aircraft carrier? There were now only 3 people in the office. Min-chan continued to ask, given the current situation of Adan, an aircraft carrier isn't something extremely necessary, is it? To that question, Woo-jin simply replied calmly, I just wanted to run an experiment. He continued, are you planning to create a golem? Hearing this, he gave a faint smile and then said in a deep voice, we already have a deep dungeon. Why would we need an aircraft carrier to do that? Min-chan found this very difficult to understand. Suddenly, Woo-jin asked him, by the way, are you guys still recruiting new awakened? Min-chan immediately replied, we are currently accepting applications, but because there are too many applicants, we need more time to review them. Hearing that, he instructed, don't waste time on that. Gather them here 3 days from now. I will personally select the capable individuals. He obeyed the order. Yes, sir. Min-chan suddenly remembered something and asked Woo-jin, also, sir, Mr. President, do you have any plans for the awakened meeting? In 6 days, would you like to attend in person? Hearing the question, a thoughtful look crossed his face. Woo-jin recalled the meeting of the awakened. From all over the world, the image of fighting the fierce wolves appeared in his mind. A month ago, after repelling Zuriel's invasion, next came the image of the alliance between the 2 associations, with the participation of Adan, the Big Hammer, and the CA Hut in Korea. At that time, the world agreed to plan a global meeting, to unify strategies for future response. Returning to reality, he pondered deeply. The awakened around the world need to know the whole truth and unite, because the upcoming threat is not something he can easily deal with. Concluding his thoughts, Woo-jin stood up and said, excellent. Before we go to Anshan, please send out invitations so all guilds can attend. Min-chan and Sung-hun replied in unison. Yes, Mr. President. After speaking, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to say softly, all right. Things here are pretty much done, so I'll be leaving now. Both immediately bowed and replied, yes, Your Excellency. But suddenly Woo-jin called out, Sung-hun, hey! He responded in surprise. Yes, Woo-jin, with a bored expression, pointed at Sung-hun and grumbled, are you really the Minister of Foreign Affairs or not? Stop beating around the bush and get back to your job as a secretary. Earlier, I saw that you're totally trash at negotiating. You have 0 talent for this. Hearing this, Sung-hun lowered his head, pressed his lips tight, and then thought regretfully. He once bought a phone from someone who had no negotiation skills. After saying that, Woo-jin quickly left. At this moment, he covered his face in disappointment, muttering to himself, I can't believe I fell from this minister's chair like that. Seeing this, Min-chan asked with concern, are you okay? But Seung-hun still ignored him and continued to blame himself. Now I'm just a secretary. Suddenly he remembered something, his eyes widened, and he thought, wait a minute, after that? Seung-hun immediately looked up and asked himself, a secretary, the chief of staff for President Adan. That means, thinking this, he burst into a fit of laughter, shaking his body. Min-chan, standing behind him, sweated profusely and hesitantly called out, hey Seung-hun! Suddenly Seung-hun yelled loudly, doesn't this mean I got a promotion? The scream echoed throughout the office building, leaving Min-chan feeling helpless. Meanwhile, on planet Yaku, a fierce attack was underway. Everywhere was smoke and fire accompanied by loud explosions that rang out. Gi and the other goblins stood around blankly, unable to do anything. Then he immediately ordered, quickly tell the mages to do their best to protect the fortress and set up the barrier, yes. A goblin obeyed, yes, Lord Ga. Suddenly, a glowing yellow space gate appeared. From within, an imposing monster stepped out. This was Mang, the spatial lord of the Red Pond Alliance. He asked in a low voice, who dares to attack my fortress? Which guild is it? He quickly reported, the enemy is not from any alliance, sir. A mad human suddenly appeared on planet Tile. Yaku, sir, Mang asked in a low voice. Is that the name who annihilated the Golden Crescent Alliance? He didn't wait for an answer, and furiously roared, activate the defensive weapon immediately. The fortress's highest level magic go. Hearing this, Gay was terrified and stammered, that thing. When he heard the question, he said, it has already been destroyed, sir. Mang's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, what? Then he urgently asked, how many soldiers do we have left? Guy replied hesitantly. Most of them are still alive. However, the enemy's firepower is too strong, so we cannot get close, sir. The more Mang heard, the more astonished he became. He thought to himself in fear, what the heck? The ultimate weapon is destroyed, but most of the soldiers are still alive. Thinking this, Mang bellowed, then who exactly is? Who is fighting out there? He immediately replied, 2 individuals have infiltrated our territory, and they are confronting each other, sir. Looking out at the chaotic scene of the attack, fire and smoke were flying everywhere. The sound of explosions constantly reverberated. Mang continued to ask, they're fighting each other on our territory. Guy confirmed, yes, sir. At this, he flew into a rage and roared, how dare they? I will personally kill them. Suddenly, a flame flew right in front of Mang, catching him off guard. After that, a shocking explosion erupted, shattering a section of the wall. The sound echoed throughout the space. A moment later, dust and smoke filled the air. A voice lamented from within my back. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Sungu was revealed inside. He was leaning against the cracked wall, appearing to be in great pain. Sungu gritted his teeth and muttered, "I should have dodged that last hit." Suddenly he looked up, saw something and was surprised, exclaiming, "What is this?" Meanwhile, Guy was also trembling, eyes wide, unable to speak. He must have witnessed something horrifying. It was Mang's body. He had been so badly hit by the collision that his body was no longer intact. Guy clutched his head, looking traumatized. He yelled, "Lord Jianghu!" Sungu, however, calmly said, "Are you the spatial lord here? I thought I crashed into something else. Who knew?" At that moment, in the gloomy sky, Janice yelled loudly, "What are you still doing there? Do you want to be burned to ashes with that fortress or something?" Seeing this, Sungu quickly stood up. He waved his hand repeatedly and said urgently, "Wait, let's take a 10-minute break. You said that as soon as we defeat the spatial lord, we'd take a 10-minute break." Hearing that, Janice could only smile. "That's a shame." Sungu sighed with relief down below. Suddenly behind him, a figure appeared, slowly stepping toward him. It was Wu Jin. Seeing him, Sungu was quite surprised. He asked, "Big bro, when did you get here?" Wu Jin didn't answer, just smiled faintly and said, "You're pretty badass now, aren't you? You even defeated a spatial lord." Sungu scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It's all thanks to Lord Janice, sir." Seeing this, Janice burst out laughing and praised him. "That punk got the basics down." With that, he spoke clearly. "Now let's play for real." This statement shocked Sungu, who exclaimed, "What do you mean? Wasn't that a real fight just now?" Wu Jin just let out a small breath and said coldly, "Be serious about your work." Looking at the scene engulfed in smoke and fire, Wu Jin slowly spoke. "Anyway, from now on, I can safely entrust this place to you." Suddenly he thought of Jimin and wondered, "I wonder how much progress Jimin has made by now." Meanwhile, he was looking at the enemy with sharp, cold eyes, making the enemy constantly tremble. Jimin coldly threatened, "Do you want to live or not?" On the ground was a soldier, whose body was mutilated from his injuries. He trembled violently and pleaded, "Please spare me." "Please, sir, please spare me. I'll do anything you want." But he only looked with cold eyes and said nothing. The soldier looked up in horror as if seeing something terrifying. Jimin cut his own palm, allowing his blood to drip down. He said blankly, "Drink it." Jimin's hand was tightly clenched and fresh red blood continuously flowed down. The blood dripped onto the soldier's face. He could only panic and grit his teeth. Jimin said in a low voice, "If you agree to accept my blood, you will be reborn and become my subordinate." After that, only a sharp scream could be heard, echoing throughout the space, and then sinking completely into darkness. The scene shifts to the pine forest. Heesun spoke. "Wait, let's take a break for a moment." Rongdo also agreed, "That's a good idea. Let's get ready before the next monster wave hits." Suddenly someone appeared. Everyone instinctively looked in one direction. Seeing Ujin, Rongdo let out a sound of surprise and asked, "Gang, when did you get here?" The young man replied with a serious expression, "Just now, Hyung, how about you? Is everything okay? You guys still have the situation under control, right?" He laughed heartily and expressed, "Now I find this whole thing pretty dope. I'm constantly pushing my limits, so I can feel my own ability is being raised." Ujin smiled and said, "If you need me, I can join you." Rongdo replied cautiously, "No, that's not necessary. Thank you for your words, but we shouldn't let outsiders continue to interfere." He spoke determinedly. "I have gained a lot from this expedition. When I return to the real world, I will apply those things to do what I should do. I must make the most of this expedition, right?" The young man heard this and immediately replied, "I understand." At this moment, Heisen spoke, "Mr. President, you've arrived." Ujin gave a small affirmation and asked, "Where is Jimin?" He replied, "He infiltrated the nearby fortress, sir." He exclaimed, "Alone?" Heisen quickly responded, "Yes. He's only scouting, so I'm sure it'll be fine." Upon hearing this, Ujin's eyes became sharp. He immediately speculated, "I don't think he's just going to scout." Suddenly, from a distance, strange sounds erupted, making Heisen startled. He turned to be vigilant. From the gloomy sky, a flock of bats descended, with their blood-red eyes, along with terrifying sounds flocking towards them. He yelled out, "What the heck is this?" Flock of bats. Suddenly, the figure of Jimin appeared far off in the woods. His whole body was continuously radiating a dark red aura. Jimin's face was pale, and his bloodshot eyes continuously glowed. He stood frozen, looking forward. In the sky, the bats were still circling, looking truly terrifying. Below, everyone looked up, all seeming panicked. Only Ujin remained calm and asked, "Why did you drag all these guys here?" Jimin. He raised his hand with sharp claws high up. Suddenly, the forest began to shake violently. The air was filled with gloom. Unexpectedly, many other vampires appeared around him. They looked soulless and utterly terrifying. These were Jimin's retainers. At this moment, he spoke up. "It's still better to mobilize more forces and attack than to fight personally a lot." Ujin, hearing this, murmured in appreciation. "Is that so?" He took a step towards the vampires. Seeing someone approach, they bared their teeth and growled. Ujin stood in the middle of the vampires, making them continuously turn their longing gaze towards him. Human. The sweet scent of a human. Hearing this, Jimin started to panic. Their drool constantly streamed down. Nonsense. I smell an incredibly sweet fragrance. Seeing this, Jimin screamed, "No!" Suddenly, the vampires frantically rushed at Ujin. They roared, "Give us your blood right now, human!" But he wasn't scared at all and stood still like a statue. Jimin immediately intervened, shouting loudly, "This is your master's command. Stop immediately." Just as they were about to attack Ujin, they were struck by a beam of red light. He cast a cold, sharp gaze at the vampires. Suddenly, all of them were thrown into the air, and at the same time, a stream of energy pierced through their bodies. Witnessing this scene made Jimin tremble. He couldn't believe it and gasped. In the end, all the vampires were eliminated. Their corpses lay strewn on the ground. Ujin said calmly, "These servants are a little too eager, aren't they?" He turned and spoke to Jimin. "Jimin, it seems like you are trying to learn my ways, but the results don't seem to be up to snuff, huh?" This made him involuntarily feel a pang of guilt. Ujin looked down and said in a cold voice, "Look, the ground is littered with the corpses of vampires. They were annihilated in a terrible fashion." He continued his assessment. "Their bloodlust isn't just a simple hunger. That is normal. If you can't use your own power of domination to suppress them, then your subordinates will be no different than a herd of monsters," Ujin explained to Jimin. "The key factor here isn't the quantity, but whether you as their master can truly control your subordinates or not." He listened and then said sadly, "Brother, you have so many subordinates and still can't control them. What about me?" He smiled lightly and continued to analyze. "No matter how large the number is, skeletons and the living, dead are just disposable assets. Look at the people who follow me." Ujin thought of his guards and then spoke in a deep voice. "I have been fighting in Anfian for 2 years and only managed to gather 54 death knights. Do you understand now?" Hearing this, Jimin bowed his head and softly replied, "I understand." Ujin gently patted his head. He offered comfort mixed with a bit of teasing. "Why the gloomy, stressed-out look? Are you going through an adolescence thing or something?" Hearing that Jimin could only manage an awkward smile, time passed gradually in the spatial kingdom. Adam. And so, Jimin gradually became a vampire lord. And 3 days later, Earth time. The interview day for Adam's new awakened candidates finally arrived. In a large hall, everyone was present. Everyone was nervously waiting to become a part of Adam. Ujin started speaking. Silence. He announced loudly, "All those who are chosen today will become both citizens and awakened of Adam. Now we will proceed with the screening immediately." The system screen instantly appeared. Used the skill inspection and analysis. Can read and analyze the target's ability, stats, and skills. In the quiet space of the auditorium, the screening was still taking place. Ujin's voice constantly echoed. "That person and that one too pass." He looked toward a red-haired young man and said, "Red hair, you pass too." Finally, the screening ended. Ujin announced in a deep voice, 23 people passed this round of screening. Please follow the staff for the next instructions. The rest of you may leave." Hearing this, everyone below stirred up. "What?" One person spoke up indignantly. "You haven't even tested us, and you're sending us away just like that." "What gives?" Another person chimed in. "Exactly. Why are you judging people by their appearance? Like that?" The atmosphere was now noisy, everyone arguing at once. "You should at least give us a chance. I guarantee I can successfully complete your test. Please let me take the test." Hearing this, Ujin hesitated a bit, but he quickly made a decision. "Fine. I will give you all a chance," Ujin continued frankly, "but I don't have much time." While he was speaking, a stream of dark energy flew in. Ujin glanced to the side. He set a condition. "The condition I set is, anyone who can hold out for 30 seconds will be considered to have passed." Next to Ujin was a tall death knight with glowing blue eyes. His body constantly emitted a stream of dark energy. He threatened grimly, "But the price of failure will be your lives." Ujin asked, "Who wants to try?" Seeing this, everyone was terrified and sweating bullets. One person exclaimed, "That's seriously messed up." Looking at the Death Knight's physique and appearance, everyone sighed with frustration and thought to themselves, "We have to risk our lives. They want us to die if we don't pass this test." Suddenly, a person with their hood up and a mysterious look stepped forward and said, "I'll give it a shot." A young man warned, "If you're that reckless, then..." The other person slowly pulled down his hood, clearly revealing his face. The young man cried out in panic, "You are... This person is Kang Chun." The information board clearly stated that before Kang Ujin appeared, he was the top awakened in South Korea. He leveled up from rank F to rank AA, but the details of this level-up process remained extremely confidential. Seeing this, everyone was surprised and shouted, "Kang Chun is here! Why is Kang Chun here?" Everyone around started talking amongst themselves, noisily. "I can't believe it." They all turned to look at him with astonished eyes. "But hasn't Kang Chun never cooperated with anyone before? Why is he registering with Adam now? Even Ujin was baffled and couldn't understand. This is truly bizarre. Clearly, when I used the inspection skill, I didn't detect any high-level awakened at all. He looked at the person in front of him confused. Why did the skill now reveal an AA rank guy like this? Level 78 Kang Chun. Ujin placed his hands on his hips and pondered. You seem like a big deal. Why do you want to join Adam? Kang Chun spoke up from below, confessing, my objective isn't to join Adam, but to speak with you. His expression grew serious as he stressed, then you should come another time. I don't have time right now. He still insisted on staying to persuade him. It will only take a moment. I really hope you can spare a little time. Ujin frowned, showing his impatience. You're really a pest. Then, he turned to face away and pointed, ordering, get this guy out of here. The bodyguards all nodded and complied. Yes, sir. They approached and surrounded Kang Chun, asking him to, please leave. If you want to meet the president, please officially submit a meeting request to Adam. He clamped his mouth shut and completely changed his demeanor. Then Kang Chun suddenly presented a different idea. How about this? He pointed directly at Ujin and challenged. If I can hold out for 30 seconds against that Death Knight, then you have to talk to me, all right. He found this funny and turned to Ansath to remind him it seems like he's underestimating you. What do you say? Do you want to fight? His eyes were burning with rage. He was determined I will take him down within 30 seconds. The atmosphere shifted. The two sides were like oil and water. The two stood confronting each other with blazing intensity. Ansath's eyes were icy and full of fighting spirit, while Kang Chun cautiously and thoroughly observed his opponent. Seeing that everyone was in position, Ujin shouted, declaring, all right, let's get started. Immediately after, he vanished without a trace. This caused the man to open his eyes wide in astonishment. In a flash, Ansath appeared and struck him directly. Kang Chun was pushed down, struggling to figure out what to do. Ujin stood back silently observing the fight. After careful observation, he realized he used his hand to block Ansath's attack. It doesn't seem like Bazekyong's body enhancement ability. Could the dark red substance surrounding him be his real ability? But Ujin felt even more confident and awaited the outcome. I've never seen that kind of ability. However, Ansath has constantly leveled up and already reached S rank. No matter what special skill he possesses, he is still just an AA rank guy. He clearly knew and was increasingly anticipating this difference in class. It would be hard to overcome. But Kang Chun still maintained his composure, having an S-rank subordinate. He suddenly revealed his asserted power. Indeed, Dr. Toffler didn't misjudge him at all. Ujin was stunned when he heard the familiar name. Toffler Kang Chun also didn't want to give up, but if I lose to a subordinate like this now, it would be a blow to my ego. He gripped the strange thing in his hand even tighter. Ujin's eyes widened in utter surprise. His rank is above Kang Chun's. The rank has changed. Level 78 Kang Chun. In an instant, he leveled up 10 ranks. Level 88 Kang Chun. Even you couldn't believe what was happening. Changed, and sat at that moment, widened his eyes, feeling lost. The thing in Kang Chun's hand also gradually melted away and vanished. He calmly declared that it was over, but the weapon in Kang Chun's hand still hadn't stopped. But Ujin suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. He put his hand out in front, signaling to stop and emphasizing, stop it. 30 seconds have passed. Kang Chun realized this, sweating and wary. He blocked my blow. With just one hand, Ujin turned back and pointed at the teary-eyed Ansat. I'll deal with you later. Now go back to the summoning waiting room. Kang Chun stood behind, reiterating the issue. What now? Are you ready to talk to me? Ujin grinned with delight. Someone who not only knows Toffler, but also possesses the ability to transform. All right. This conversation is going to be interesting. Just you watch. Scene changes to a private room where the two of them are talking. Kang Chun's legs were shackled and tightly restrained. He looked at his body, feeling confused. What is this? Ujin approached the table at that moment and explained the reason. Just now, during the conversation, someone suddenly ran away, and he was a specially detained person, so I couldn't use violence. Kang Chun was also sweating, showing caution. An item that can suppress power like this. Immediately after Ujin sat down on the chair ready, he calmly began to ask questions and investigate. So what is your purpose in approaching me? He didn't hesitate to confess the reason I'm here. According to Dr. Toffler's statement, Kang Chun became serious and clearly emphasized the point. Dr. Toffler believes you are an extremely strong candidate who can save Earth. He said that, to save Earth from Janet's clutches, you need to collect 10 codes. Jin's eyes furrowed with suspicion, emphasizing codes. Then he sank into his own thoughts again. Now that I mention it, the name Drake on the planet. Yaku also mentioned some kind of code. When he was lying down, he kept saying cryptic things. You wouldn't understand. A person who doesn't need a code, but can still wear it. But is still fine, unlike you. Why would you need to know that? Ujin crossed his arms, confused and questioning the matter. What exactly is the code they're talking about? Kang Chun also couldn't give an answer. I don't know either. He just told me to deliver this message to you. He sighed, looking tired and emphasizing, I have to know. what it is before I can find it. But Ujin managed to calm himself down. However, this information is quite revealing. Ujin suddenly remembered and asked another question. But hey, what is your relationship with Toffler? What is his real identity? At this moment, he looked thoughtful and emphasized the main point again. As you know, I am a freelance awakener. I don't belong to any guild. However, I am sponsored by the Moon Realm. Upon hearing that, Ujin looked confused. What is the Moon Realm? Kang Chun simply explained, this is the organization that Dr. Toffler is working for. He was even more surprised now, emphasizing clearly, I've never heard of that organization. Is this the name of some planet? He also just nodded and said simply, you can consider it that way as well. From outside, Sung-hun hurriedly ran in, President, please come here immediately. Ujin calmly turned around and asked, what's wrong? Seeing that, he was also a bit surprised. What is it? Why are you reacting like that? Sung-hun screamed, sweating profusely, Ms. The moment he mentioned the name, his expression changed. Miss Suha. Sung-hun fearfully and anxiously reported the important news. She fainted. Scene changes to the exterior of a large hospital, in front of a door with a clearly marked sign, 301 Kang Suha. As the room was quiet, Ujin suddenly opened the door. She worriedly and fearfully ran to embrace him. Ujin? She hugged him, her voice full of helplessness and distress. Suha won't wake up at all. Ujin gently pulled her away and reassured her with certainty. It's okay, Mom. He gave a bright smile, asserting clearly, at all costs, I will also help her recover. So don't worry, Mom. She was surprised to see her son like that. Ujin turned his back quickly, and quickly gave an order, Min-chan, take my mother outside first. He also nodded in obedience, following the order. Yes, Mr. President. Suha was still lying in the hospital bed with no change. He approached the bed and asked Madi about the situation. How is Suha's condition? But she gave a very strange conclusion. The girl's body has no problems at all. This made Ujin even more curious and confused. Then why won't she wake up? Madi suddenly brought up another topic. Do you remember when Dr. Toffler said a god was about to descend to Earth? He still remembered clearly and confirmed precisely. I still remember. He said, we must find and protect the god who is about to descend to Earth. Ujin grew impatient and wanted to get to the main point. But what does that have to do with Suha? After saying that, he realized something was amiss. No way could Suha be... She nervously confirmed that it was true. Madi went over. The energy flow has detected something mysterious. I'm also not sure what happened, but although it's still very faint, I can still feel the presence of divine power within her body. She must be meeting a god right now, in some long dream. She also couldn't offer any other solution. For now, all we can do is wait for her to accept that god. There's one more thing Madi needs to add, and when she opens her eyes, she clearly emphasized the change afterwards. The girl will wake up as a goddess, one who can hear the voice of the gods. Scene changes to the large company Ujin's office. Inside, Sung-hun was sweating anxiously. The president's office. I heard the girl was sick, but now what the heck is going on? He clutched his head, stressed. I can only hope it's nothing big. Suddenly, Kang Chun sitting behind asserted, nothing in this world happens suddenly, without any reason. Sung-hun, confused, turned back and asked, so what does that mean? He stood up, broke the handcuffs, and emphasized, the things we consider random actually all have a reason behind them. Sung-hun finally realized the problem and interrogated him. Hey, how did you manage to break in here? While he was panicking, he was attacked. The boss won't let it slide when he gets back. Kang Chun's expression looked extremely displeased. He realized everything that was happening. The cruel gear of fate has begun to turn. Kang Chun looked up, frowned, and worried. Kang Ujin, will you be able to escape? Ujin was by his sister's side in the hospital, his expression tense. Suha, lying on the bed, already had an imprint on her forehead. The scene of the ceiling appeared dimly before his eyes. The glass window was shattered and broken, revealing the night sky and a sliver of the new moon. Sung-hun was trembling all over, grimacing in pain. Min-chan appeared just now, worriedly asking Minister Gu about the situation. Are you all right? He struggled to lift himself up with difficulty. The Prime Minister, Ujin, also arrived and, seeing the strange situation, immediately asked what happened. Sung-hun heard him and fearfully turned to the president. He scratched his head, looking confused, and recounted the situation. I was just rambling to myself when he suddenly burst in. After that, I don't remember anything else. He began to have suspicions and asked for more detail. Did he say anything? Sung-hun was sweating and tense. He recounted, he said that in this world, nothing happens suddenly, without a reason. That's what he meant. But just hearing that, Ujin also understood the implication. He meant that everything follows the law of cause and effect. But he still couldn't quite believe it. Even Suha being chosen as a goddess, Ujin walked over to the broken glass window, looked up outside, confused. It sounds like I've vaguely figured it out, but also like I don't understand anything at all. Then he turned to another matter. The Moonlight Realm. The organization backing Kang Chun is connected to Toffler. Ujin had already sensed the strangeness. They claim to be on the same side as me, but are acting very cautiously and warily. It seems they are constantly hiding in the shadows and monitoring me, concealing their true identities. Suddenly, he turned back and gave a careful instruction. Jung-hun, you go get some rest and recover soon. He was helped up and quickly replied, yes, Mr. President. Then Ujin looked elsewhere and gave an assignment. And you, Min-chan, keep an eye on Kang-chun. He pointed his finger, showing his resolute attitude. Even if we have to seek cooperation from the South Korean side, or whatever it takes, we must find a way to make it happen. Flashing back to the past, when they were in the jungle 3 days ago, when Ujin and his teammates arrived at Anfan with only 12 days left to prepare for the dungeon expedition based on Danjian time. To train the troops, he gave the task. Ujin assigned Hesion the task of training 23 new awakeners. Upon receiving the task, she quickly announced, everyone will begin the training program in this hell for 12 days. The goal is to become B-class awakeners. Through that process, they made outstanding progress. Along with Hesion's extremely strict training, they were also generously provided with skill books and enhancement stones by Adam to advance quickly. At the end of the process, they became a troop named, after successfully completing their training, they became known as the Fandom Division. Receiving orders directly from General Hesion, scene changes to another side, also undergoing the process. Meanwhile, the hell training of Janice has also reached its final stages. He smiled smugly, preparing to attack. Now this is a sight worth seeing. Everything is slowly coming to a true end. Although Sungu has gradually realized his dream of becoming a fire mage, he got ready to deliver a powerful attack. Now try absorbing that hellfire. His face became extremely tense, but the really sad thing is that, for some reason, he wasn't happy at all. Finally, the scene shifts to him, and the current situation of the vampire named Jimin. He finally agreed to take the advice. After receiving Ujin's advice, it seems like he has started to limit the abuse of his power, and has started controlling it. Jimin looked up proudly and confidently declared, see, this is the difference in rank between the two of us. Suddenly, Rong's voice called out from behind, reminding him, Jimin, stop fooling around. Let's move. He happily waved his hand and pleaded, yes, bro, give me 1 more minute to deal with it, and I'll follow everyone right away. Rong was concerned about the exchange that had been going on. What the hell are you doing? I think his personality is quite good, actually. It seems the dignity of a knight noble has vanished. The scene shifts to Ujin standing high up observing. He looked down with a satisfied expression. It looks like everyone is now ready to trust and hand over responsibility to each other, huh? Ujin smiled, having his own plan. In 1 day, I will return to the real Earth. As soon as the worlds converge, the fan expedition will open immediately. In the large experimental base, that was none other than what he had mentioned, the moon world. The clattering sounds of keyboard strokes continuously echoed. Data was gradually entered and integrated on the computer. A voice called out, making the old man turn his head. Dr. Toffler, it's time for lunch. The old man was somewhat surprised and gave a few instructions. It's already lunchtime, thank you, So-So. Just leave it there. The girl obediently followed the instruction. Yes, sir. Enjoy your meal. A lunchbox lid was carefully opened. Toffler looked at the food inside and sighed gloomily. I'll soon be unable to even eat porridge. The old man looked up high. This time I will definitely... Toffler made up his mind. I will surely succeed in completing the plan. Next scene transition. To a significant day in Korea where the leaders of reels all over the world gathered at Busan Port in Korea. In Korea, Hemin arrived, hands on his hips, excited. This is truly awesome. How wide is this place anyway? The bodyguard standing next to him quickly answered. This place is about 280 meters long. He turned, looking very worried, and asked his subordinate, how do you feel? Do you think we can do it? Jisoo turned and gave a few important notes. Once the handover process is complete, the aircraft carrier itself will be fine. However, we will need an enormous amount of money and time to consolidate the accompanying weapons, including the aircraft on the carrier and the available pilot manpower. But Hemin himself knew that. Of course that's the case. He looked up confused. An aircraft carrier in Adon, a country with such a small population. What the hell is the president planning to do with it? Huh. Suddenly something appeared. That surprised everyone. Hemin was surprised to see Ujin. President. He quickly ran over and stressed the schedule. Don't you have a meeting with the real leaders? Today, Ujin acted completely nonchalant and simply explained, I was planning to plant a tree and then go right back. But hearing that only made Hemin more confused. Tree. Ujin stepped forward, hands on his hips, looking at the person in front of him. Is this the newly appointed captain? Jisoo immediately saluted according to protocol. Greetings, President. I am Park Jisoo, the captain of the aircraft carrier. He smiled confidently, briefly introducing himself. I am a former Navy colonel, with 6 months of aircraft carrier experience as an officer. Hearing that, Ujin showed obvious delight. So you're experienced. I look forward to working with you. Hemin turned, looking worried, and asked for an opinion. Mr. President, how do you plan to operate this place from now on? Due to communication issues, I haven't been able to prepare in time. We don't have enough weapons aircraft or escort ships, nor the equipment or personnel to operate them. He also clearly expressed his concern. Right now, it's just a super large ship that is moving. But Ujin confidently emphasized that point. That's exactly what's most important. He raised his hand, up high and stressed. A large ship that is moving, but hearing that only made Hemin more confused. What do you mean? Ujin confidently strode forward. That's good enough. Then he suddenly threw out two things. Everyone was suddenly blinded by the light and covered their faces with their hands. What the heck? Suddenly the system updated two new notifications. Combining, two-dimensional fragments are setting up a base. Base is being developed. A large tree abruptly appeared. The branches began to bud and blossom. Hemin looked up, stepping back in amazement. This is just like when the dragon built a nest on Namsan Tower that day. The tree grew larger, accompanied by a countdown notification. 24 hours remaining until Lord Kang Ujin's base is complete. Now Ujin turned around to give a serious warning. Seoul Station is currently surrounded by all kinds of dungeons. It's extremely dangerous. It's super risky. If we're robbed while in Adon, everything is over, because the portal back to Earth will immediately disappear. Hemin's mouth hung open in surprise. Then Ujin confirmed and verified it again. That's right, Seoul is moving to Anfan. The scene shifts to a major meeting elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the Seoul Worldview Hotel, where the leaders' conference was being held, Minchan was standing at the podium to give a speech. Thank you all for attending today's event. I am Minchan, the Prime Minister of Adon. Before the president arrives, his face became tense. He simply explained, we will briefly reveal information about the dungeons that we have explored until now. Outside the hall, people were talking lively. From outside, Hesian approached Seung-hoon. Is there still no news from the president? He eagerly recounted the situation. I just received a call from him. He said he will go straight from Busan to the portal at Seoul Station. She looked somewhat worried. We can only hope that he won't come back too late. Seung-hoon quickly reminded her. We should go back to our seats, too. The General Assembly of Reals around the world. First focus meeting. Returning to the scene inside the focus meeting, Minchan immediately went straight to the main question. Why do monsters appear in dungeons? To answer this question, you must first understand what a Janet is. He frowned and gave the definition of Janet. This is an interplanetary network. Minchan then stated the characteristics of this thing that allows the transmission of materials regardless of distance. Currently, its true identity or origin is still unknown to anyone, but then he had to point out the danger. However, one thing is certain, the female monsters that appear in the dungeons are all creatures from outer space. Earth was quickly connected to outer space through a Janet. The monsters are constantly flooding into the city. Minchan also specifically warned the council. And if the synchronization process is completed in the future, then the dimensional leaders, along with bloodthirsty monsters even more terrifying than now, will invade Earth. He quickly mentioned the dangerous consequences. At that time, the Bloodstone business won't be the only problem we have to face, but the survival of humanity will also be threatened. One person raised their hand wanting to clarify the measure. So what should we do? Isn't the dungeon protected by a barrier so that it can't be destroyed? Or what? Minchan, with a serious expression, stressed clearly, that's right. A dungeon cannot be destroyed, but we can cut off the connection to it. Janet, worried and sweating, asked for their opinion. Do you guys have a way? Suddenly, Ujin grinned and confirmed confidently. Of course there is. He walked inside with a confident demeanor. That is precisely why I plan to head to Anpan. Ujin presented the solution simply. On that planet there is an ancient weapon, named Thras's Judgment. As long as we find and complete it, we will be able to forcibly cut off the dungeon's connections. Janet. He smirked proudly and stated his intention straightforwardly. The reason I invited everyone here today is because I want the real, across the world, to unite and protect Earth while I'm away. They started looking at each other, revealing their suspicion. Is there really a weapon like that on Anpan, when there are even goddesses with such transcendent power? A person sitting leisurely with folded arms on a chair posed the question. Are you sure you're going to Anpan? To save Earth. That person made a sour, annoyed face full of suspicion. From the beginning, hasn't Adon always exclusively held all information about the dimensional fragment and not allowed anyone to own a whole dungeon? Protecting Earth is just an excuse. In reality, you guys are just planning to exclusively seize the immense benefits from the Anpan dungeon, aren't you? Hearing that, Ujin sneered and asked back. Benefits. Humanity is standing on the brink of extinction. Do we still have time to discuss benefits? He raised his hand and clearly explained the reason. All I want to do is protect my family and the planet where they live. If you guys don't trust me, then go to Anpan ahead of me. Ujin was still extremely confident in his challenge. Just go there and look at the situation first. And I'll follow you later, that's fine too. The person frowned, annoyed at the rebuttal. Then he quickly turned and gave a reminder order. On the screen, Ninjang. He looked closely and grasped the true intention. Yes, the screen clearly displayed the resume and characteristics of a person named Lee Sang-ho information. Former guild master of View Warangbi rank awakened, possessing psychic ability. Point to note, he has become a subordinate of a dimensional lord. He is the one who caused the dungeons to fall out of their natural development trajectory, including the dungeons in South Korea. Seeing this, that person's face twitched and he began to sweat. He put his hands on his hips and briefly introduced the person. This person's name is Lee Sang-ho, the representative of View Warang. He is the one who caused the dungeon explosion, under the instigation of a spatial lord. Ujin quickly explained the whole story clearly. Because of him, the monsters that were not supposed to escape, within 30 days, after the dungeon, reset attacked us just 1 day later. That is why Seoul and Daegu suffered heavy casualties. He also keenly noticed those actions. He also used this dirty trick during the dungeon explosion that occurred simultaneously all over the world. Ujin frankly listed the charges. Besides him, there are still many other crazy people. For instance, the criminal organization in the US. They even managed to successfully create an artificial dungeon. In this way, he wanted to issue a warning to the council. In the future, when the synchronization process ends and the apocalypse descends, we will encounter more and more other traitors. Those who join the ranks of cruel dimensional lords like Lee Sang-ho are the traitors who are willing to sell out the entire Earth to save their own lives. Ujin used this way of speaking to warn everyone. The situation has become like this, and you are still thinking about benefits. I'm sure among the people here, no one has that mindset, right? He deliberately asked again to emphasize. Isn't that right? Ujin smirked, looking very satisfied. You've probably all understood. I've made it clear, haven't I? So I'll repeat it one last time. He repeated his schedule one last time. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Onpan with Adon's warriors. Ujin firmly reaffirmed, and we will definitely return after finding a way to save Earth. He grinned and reminded them. From now until then, please unite to protect Earth, okay? The scene switches back to the hospital where Suha is lying. Outside a hospital room, the nameplate 301 Kanged, Suha. Murdy is sitting in the room with the little girl. She lowered her face, looking tense. Finally, it's only one more day until we reach Onpan. Can the Allied forces gathered together withstand the attacks of the Legion commanders? Janet, or not? Suddenly a blinding light appeared, which startled Murdy. She opened her eyes wide, looking shocked and surprised. Murdy looked at Suha in front of her, surprised by the little girl's reaction. She saw Suha, also realizing the moment the divine being descended. It was at the hospital, but the sun was setting. A stream of light still surrounded Suha. Ujin looked towards his sister, extremely worried. You said the divine being awakened, but why is there no reaction at all? Is she okay? Murdy glanced over and assured him confidently. Yes, luckily the assimilation process is very stable. We just need to wait until she reacts. That's all. He didn't ask further and became focused. I see. Seeing Ujin approaching, she was startled. He looked down at Suha and asked the question. You should introduce yourself, shouldn't you? What is your name? Is introducing yourself that difficult? A strange voice echoed from inside the little girl. I don't know. What would a newly born seed on a planet be named? Hearing that, he was somewhat surprised and asked again. Newly born seed. Do you mean there was no god on this planet originally? Suha suddenly opened her eyes slightly. The little girl sat calmly on the bed and recounted. Although this is the first time we've met, in reality, we've known each other for a very long time. After a long chapter of history, we finally met like this. But hearing that, Ujin asked back, confused. What do you mean by that? Can you explain it so I can understand? Suha opened her eyes wide, trying to explain briefly. The nature that gives rise to the phenomenon is one that humanity can only accept. The unlimited privilege of the false history is once again coming to an end. His face darkened and became tense. False history. The little girl gradually lost energy and wondered. Can you stop this endless cycle? Suha's last words surprised Ujin. I will be watching you. The little girl, now out of strength, fell forward. After that, Suha woke up and faintly called out, Oppa. Ujin smiled fondly and patted the little girl's head. I'm here. Do you recognize me? At this moment, Suha innocently recounted the recent time. Appa, I just had a dream. Ujin hugged the little girl and comforted her. You endured so well. Now don't say anything more and just rest, little one. He looked down, pondering, and sighed with relief. Fortunately, Suha successfully received the divine being without any mishaps. But if something had happened just now, her body and spirit would have been damaged. Ujin once again remembered Toffler's words, who had analyzed that something was acting as a firewall preventing this planet's connection. Earth's divine being will soon be born. Please protect him from Janet's forces. He was completely shocked by his sister's true identity. Suha is actually the seed of the divine being. This is one huge coincidence. Then Ujin gave the order to follow the plan mentioned. Bring all the staff, their relatives and equipment onto the aircraft carrier, as per the plan we discussed. He stood in the back nodding to accept the order. Yes, Mr. President. He even turned back, giving a warning glance. Be careful and remember to look after Suha. While I'm not here, Ujin looked down at his sister, making a resolution. Even if I have to lose everything, I must protect Suha. Level 50. Kang Suha was originally just an ordinary person, but from the very first time she awakened, to become a priestess, serving the descending god on earth. Healing and purification skills. In front of a construction site that had a no entry sign, I just want to see what the progress is like. Compared to what has been publicly announced, that's all. The worker standing in front waved his hand and explained, no one is allowed to enter this area. The security guard continued to plead and beg, but I've been working here for 15 years. Is it really that hard just to take a look? Suddenly a car sped up. The car door opened and a person stepped out. Sangjin walked towards the construction site, wondering, what's going on? The staff member turned around completely excited. Director Lee Sangjin. He quickly approached and recounted his difficulty. It's nothing, sir. I just wanted to see what the construction progress was like. But this guard keeps stopping me. Hearing this, he became irritated. Why do you want to know about that? The person then casually explained the reason. Isn't it natural to be curious about it? I've been working here for 15 years. Yet I've never been involved in a renovation like this before. Especially with everything that's been happening recently, too. Sangjin let out a small breath and smiled. He turned back, deciding to agree to the condition. Let me show you then. Go on in. Walking further inside, there was bright light shining in the dark. Once inside, the person couldn't stop praising. You are truly different, Director. We have worked together before, so it's easy to talk. Well, of course, I know you're managing things very well, but this is a precious natural relic, isn't it? The person glanced around, explaining his reason. Perhaps because I've been attached to it for a long time. I'm just a little worried it might get damaged. But Sangjun didn't intend to question him. I understand your concern. Suddenly, the growling sound of a monster came out. Sangjun noticed the reaction and wondered, why are you so freaked out? The person turned his face back and asked in panic, did you hear anything just now, sir? He maintained a casual, bewildered expression, asking, what sound? The person still looked confused and cautiously observed. Inside the cave, a swarm of red-eyed bats shone brightly. Sangjun smiled, cunningly, and speculated. I think it's bats or something. Suddenly, water was trickling down from somewhere. The person reached out and touched the water droplets. Sangjun saw the wild beasts in the distance. He flashed a wicked, delighted smile. A precious natural relic, huh? At this moment, he finally showed his true colors. Why do you insist on going to a place that you can't even protect yourself? The eerie green lights were lit. Sangho slowly stepped inside. He knelt down, looking extremely deferential before the throne. Then Sangho slowly spoke up to request an audience. Your loyal subordinate. Lee Sangho bowed low. He completed the procedure to request an audience with the sovereign. The sovereign then spoke up, asking about Ujin. Is there any news about the Immortal One yet? He quickly reported the information he had. I've gathered that the aircraft carrier... No, they are building a base on a giant vessel that moves on the sea. It seems that after completion, this base will be moved to another location. He cracked a ridiculous smile and stroked his chin. They're planning to escape from Dungeon. That's really something, isn't it? The sovereign regained his initial composure and asked, is there anything else? Sangho maintained his posture and recounted, I also heard they plan to go explore Anfan with Adam's awakened ones. As soon as he heard that, he was shocked. Anfan, he quickly guessed the reason. That guy is trying to find the hidden code. The sovereign left the throne and stepped forward. Everything is going so smoothly, I'm very pleased. He had already plotted his scheme and was ready. While he's not on Earth, the sovereign's heart was filled with malice. Determined, I will find the god of Earth and kill him. The scene switches back to Ujin, planet Anfan Desert Plateau. He tilted his head back, looking up at the sky, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. Ujin thoroughly enjoyed the refreshing atmosphere. It's been a long time since I got to breathe the air on Anfan like this. Sungu looked at the sight before his eyes in shock. Is this Anfan? Why is it so deserted? He sighed, turned his face, and questioned. Conversely, did you think that after a 200-year war, it would still be in good shape? Ujin looked towards her and asked, Get real, where are we now? She quickly spoke up to explain. This is the western region of the Jiap Plateau. Moyu analyzed the direction clearly according to the map. From here, head northeast and you will reach Adan immediately. If you head north, that is the land of the Allied forces. She looked down, worried and awkward. But right now, I don't know what that place is like anymore. Seeing that, Ujin patted Moyu's head to comfort her. You've brought me all the way here, so you don't have to worry about anything else. Kingston let out a majestic whoop from behind. He turned his face back and enthusiastically urged, "Come on, let's go to the land of the Allied forces." The scene switches to a starry night sky. Allied forces north Onfenboga Canyon. A terrifying swarm of locust monsters appeared. Everyone fell into a state of miserable panic, fleeing from the relentlessly pursuing monsters, accompanied by mournful screams. A mournful scream rang out far away. Many people couldn't escape from the monsters. A mother held her child trembling in fear. He shouted, trying to mobilize the people, "Quickly get up and move. Just get out of the canyon, and you'll reach the heroes immediately." Hero Torin, a monk serving the god of exploration. The child looked up, his face pale. The boy screamed loudly, warning him, "Torin, up there!" "Sir." He gritted his teeth and quickly dodged the attack Torin, then quickly used his staff to strike back at it. The monster fell to the ground, black blood spilling out. He stood up straight and took a relieved breath. "This one is a tough cookie." Then the two continued on their path. They immediately stopped short. Torin had spotted something. He saw the crowd ahead and became worried. What is that? Why are they still standing there? In front of them, long tentacles grew out. Torin gritted his teeth, sweating, not knowing what to do. "Is the exit blocked?" The boy turned his face trembling and faintly called Torin's name. He also quickly turned his head back to see what was wrong. The monsters were slowly moving up from below towards them. Torin. He had to quickly react and throw a weapon towards them. Suddenly, fireballs came down from the sky. Everyone looked up with eyes of dread. A large explosion occurred, causing the surrounding people to fall. The monsters were completely torn apart. Torin looked up with a hopeful, joyful gaze. "They're here." Everyone began to cheer happily and enthusiastically. "We are saved. It's Graham and the Elf King." The people began to sit down on the grass. Graham turned around, briefly assessing the situation with worry. It seems like everyone is exhausted. Tasia also took note of the difficulties that appeared. Moving on immediately like this will be difficult. At this moment he noticed and asked worriedly, "What happened to everyone during the attack on Gosu's base? Where are the others?" He looked down sadly, accounting the failed plan. The remaining allies are all scattered now. They are trying to rescue the citizens in the surrounding area. The mage Graham, one of the heroes, the strongest fire mage, she quickly proposed a solution. "Now that things have turned out this way, we have to take the remaining survivors to a new location. We have no choice but to abandon this place. The Elf King Itaja, one of the Alliance heroes, can freely use both the bow and arrow and the dagger." Torin's face darkened. He didn't know how to handle it. "The plan to destroy Gosu's base that we executed has failed. Is there no other way?" Suddenly they all looked up high. Graham was sweating, daring not to imagine what this groan meant. A large number of monsters appeared once again. Ferris's eyes appeared in the air. He quickly realized the danger and was alert. "Damn it, it's Ferris. Our location has been exposed." The system displayed detailed information about it. Ferris, a gigantic airborne monster 500 miles long. Its massive body is extremely dangerous. But what makes people afraid is that it is used as a means of transport for monsters. The monsters quickly ran towards them in overwhelming numbers. Their wings stood straight up high. Ferris opened its terrifying gigantic mouth wide. Graham sensed the danger and quickly urged them, "We must leave this place immediately." Torin agreed and turned his face to emphasize, "At least we have to retreat now. Ferris is here. We can't save everyone." Itasia clearly stated the solution to save the situation at that moment. "If we try to run away and protect everyone at the same time, the entire army will be massacred immediately." The boy turned his face extremely scared and worried. "Are we all going to die? Is there really no miracle in this world?" Torin lowered his face and sank into silence. After a while, he decided to turn around and instruct the two to leave. "I will stay here and try to protect as many people as possible." The two quickly spoke up to object to Torin. "We cannot lose a monk of Skia like you. We must survive and protect Onfun, shouldn't we?" He lowered his face and stated firmly, "My duty is not to protect my life, but to protect these children." Torin was determined in his heart and confirmed again, "Even if I have to die, I will fulfill the task that Lord Skia entrusted to me." Finally, Graham had to bow his head and admit one thing. Death is also a blessing bestowed by the gods. He covered his face filled with deep remorse. "I apologize to everyone. It seems I was only thinking about my own survival, and I came up with a grand excuse for it." But Torin suddenly shouted, "Graham!" His eyes brightened. His thoughts changed, and he declared, "How can I call myself a hero of Onfun if I turn my back on the people, on our own land, and run away? Let's fight together until the end." Graham turned to ask Itasia's opinion. "What do you think, Elf King?" She turned around, stepped forward, and firmly asserted, "From the moment we made the blood oath, humanity also became my people. I will also join you, brothers." Torin was completely surprised and couldn't believe this. Itasia also felt the same way. Graham turned back to remind everyone, "We've been talking for too long." He turned towards it and urged everyone to focus. "Now let's get ready to face the enemy." Ferris was still hovering in the sky. Ujin, observing from afar, had to exclaim in awe. This is the first time I've seen something this ginormous, this colossal. It's been a long time since I've had such a big target. This round is going to be so much fun, just watch. He held out his hand and created a fireball. Ujin threw it directly at the monsters. Graham looked up at the sky in disbelief. An explosion. A strange footstep landed on the ground. Tasia turned around, extremely surprised, looking around. What's with this sudden tremor? Torin had to turn to remind Tasia. Look out! A troop of skeleton soldiers rushed over quickly. The leader raised his weapon high and shouted, "Let's paint the lands of Anfen with the color of the Grim Reaper." The two sides charged and attacked each other fiercely. Tasia opened her eyes wide, bewildered. Mage! She looked up at the sky, shocked and confused. Why is the army of the Undying here? In the sky, bright stars were twinkling. Behind the mountain range, the sky turned purple. Graham stroked his chin, wary of the approaching danger. The silent army of the dead suddenly appeared after all this time. This situation is really a headache. Even Torin had to grit his teeth in frustration. Is there really no miracle? Tasia was still resolute, encouraging everyone. No, this is actually our chance. We must leave here, while Gosu's soldiers and the army of the dead are fighting each other. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. I traveled a long way to get here, and not only do you not greet me, but where are you trying to go? As soon as she heard that, she quickly recognized the voice. Tasia turned back, saw the person, and trembled, stepping back. She quickly realized that Ujin was standing in front of the Undying. He smiled faintly and greeted them. Long time no see, heroes of the Alliance. They met again in a surprising situation. Torin also gritted his teeth, confused. Of all times to meet. Why does it have to be the Undying right now? He quickly noticed Mahdi and turned to question him. But why is the missing goddess with the Undying? Before anyone could ask anything, Torin aggressively questioned him. Did you dare to kidnap the goddess? Ujin heard that and looked bewildered, not understanding. Kidnap what? She understood his intention and quickly spoke up. I apologize for arriving late, everyone. I brought reinforcements from Earth to save Anfen. Graham was somewhat surprised and asked the goddess for clarification. What do you mean, reinforcements from Earth? Mahdi affirmed the truth once more. The Undying have decided to help us revive Anfen. Torin heard that and began to grow suspicious. The Necromancer only knows slaughter and killing. Yet he wants to help Anfen. Why would the goddess tell such a blatant lie? In this manner, he looked at the two people in front of him and speculated. Don't tell me the Undying and the goddess. Torin couldn't suppress his anger and shouted, Undying. Not only did you kidnap the goddess, but you also turned her into a zombie. He didn't bother with courtesies and accused him. You plan to use her to take over all of Anfen, right? Noticing the tense situation, Mahdi had to explain. You're wrong, I'm still alive. The Undying genuinely wants to help us. Ujin turned back, looking calm, and emphasized, why bother explaining so much to them? She then turned to express her opinion. But we need to clear up all misunderstandings. Torin was furious and rushed at the Undying. He couldn't restrain himself and insulted him. You are truly a despicable monster. Separate from those zombies. You are nothing. I will destroy you right here. Ujin smiled faintly, maintaining a calm demeanor. If words don't work, then... Mahdi was extremely worried at this moment, and shouted the Undying's name. Torin charged head-on to strike. But immediately after, he was knocked back. Graham turned around worriedly, calling Torin's name. He smiled faintly, not hesitating. I guess I'll have to use actions then. He was also furious now, and joined the battle. That damned Undying. Graham quickly appeared behind Ujin. Teleportation skill flash. A burst of power emanated from the staff. He aimed the firepower directly at him. Attack fire magic hellfire. Ujin's face darkened strangely. Graham was counterattacked and his eyes widened in surprise. In his hand was a powerful bow. Graham immediately fell and shouted in pain, clutching himself. Tasia also gasped in astonishment. I don't know how he's too strong. What is happening? She couldn't clearly explain the reason. No matter how strong he is still a necromancer. Yet with just a few flicks of his hand, he was able to easily defeat the heroes. At this moment, Ujin turned back and challenged them. Well, are you going to charge? You two think that as long as you speak, we will understand and just leave. Tasia, trembling, hesitated. She didn't know what to do, but then she put down her weapon and surrendered. Ujin sighed and smiled confidently as if he knew it all along. He pointed and gave careful instructions. Mahdi, please heal the injured people. When they come to their senses, we will explain everything to them later. She was slightly startled, then immediately replied, yes. After that, Ujin glanced up at the sky. He saw the monsters flying in the sky and immediately made a deduction. Those are Gosu's lackeys, huh? His fortress must be nearby, right? Ujin was ready to rush into battle. Well then, how about we proactively lend a hand? The scene switches to another location. Thunder strikes the sky. The Shadow Lord. Gosu's fortress changes its appearance to thunder. A faint clattering sound came from through the door. A person who had been pushed down was extremely angry. you despicable person you've returned. But upon hearing that, Ujin laughed mockingly. Why are you suddenly acting so friendly and mist? The man suddenly made a clear demand. Let's draw the line. I won't intrude on your territory like before. When he heard that, he suddenly repeated it. Territory, you say? Ujin smirked and emphasized his ambition. What should I do? I want to take over this entire planet. But the man had guessed it long ago. Your goal is the Anfen code, isn't it? Hearing that, he was startled and confused. What code? Someone mentioned that code, on planet Jakku too. But the man didn't believe him and chuckled mockingly. Is that so? It seems you're still wandering around helping planets, without knowing anything about the code. Ujin quickly made a request. Then be a good guy, and explain it to me, won't you? But the man just laughed scornfully, and challenged him in return. Why should I do that? His expression immediately changed completely, becoming extremely displeased. Ujin couldn't hold back anymore, swinging his sword decisively. If you're going to ask a bunch of nonsensical questions like that, then scram. Even now, he truly still hasn't found the final answer. What is that code anyway? Why is everyone being so vague? Suddenly, a calling voice startled Ujin. Big bro. He turned his face back to ask about the situation below. Have you guys finished cleaning up all the floors below? Sungu stepped forward to confirm the mission completion. Yes, sir, we cleaned up everything. Ujin sighed a bit, reminding them with a hint of amusement. These guys are just at the beginner level. Don't get cocky already, okay? His face was extremely excited. He had noted it carefully. Yes, sir. Jimin next to him also happily agreed, yes. Then he happily gave the order to the two of them. Now that we're done cleaning up this place, let's head home. The next day it was bright. The sun rose from the foot of the mountain. Murdy was still carrying out her healing task. Torin was surprised at how quickly his wound recovered. This power truly is the holy power of Saintess Arya. That's right, if she really followed the Undying One, her power should have been lost. Graham looked at his palm with doubt. So she truly is the Oracle still. He looked toward Murdy, feeling extremely guilty. We misunderstood the Oracle. I apologize to you. She lowered her face, not too concerned. It's fine. Thank you very much for trusting me, even after seeing me by the side of the Undying One like this. Ujin was also coming from the distance. Have you sobered up a bit yet? He turned his face extremely surprised, calling the Undying One's name clearly. Torin's face was tense, sweating. Why did you spare our lives? Ujin turned to look at Murdy, asking back with a puzzled look, should I have just offed him or something? He started sweating profusely, clarifying, that's not it. I mean, why did you help our alliance? He put his hand on his chin, looking contemplative and thoughtful. Then Ujin offered a meaningful conclusion. Let's just assume it's because we share a common goal of interest. He raised a finger and smiled excitedly, emphasizing our common enemy is Janet after all. His eyes lit up with curiosity. Ujin was still smiling and talking with his two juniors. The boy lightly tugged on Murdy's dress, wondering, Oracle, is that person a hero? She was also looking in that direction vaguely. I don't know either. Murdy glanced over, asserting confidently, but one thing is certain. That person is willing to take a risk to come here and help us. But behind them, Itasia lowered his face. I still can't trust you if he's... Here, Anfen will definitely be in big trouble. Murdy's eyes darkened, showing a wavering. She had already prepared before coming. Right before arriving at Anfen, Saintess Arya had issued a new prophecy. Murdy sincerely prayed before the statue for a long period of time. After a while, Arya also issued a prophecy. Kang Ujin will finally find the answer, but then disappear. She gave an inconclusive statement. Illusion and reality are the same. Ujin's eyes turned suddenly startled. Then Arya gave the final conclusion on this matter. Therefore, it will only be a matter of life and death. Now thinking back, Murdy was also vague about what that prophecy meant. She looked at Ujin with eyes full of hope. I did say that. There's no need to worry about the Undying One, even after hearing that prophecy. But the savior of Anfen won't necessarily bring this planet to the brink of destruction. The scene shifts to a rustic, simple village. One day after Gosusu's army was defeated by Kang Ujin, the village where the refugees were residing inside a field tent, a voice unexpectedly echoed out. I can't believe it. They were discussing Ujin's appearance. No matter how much we want to destroy Janet, we never would have expected the devil manipulating death to be on our side like this. Khan, his whole body shaking, emphasized clearly, under the hand of that devil, millions of Hansu soldiers of ours have become vengeful spirits, unable to truly die. He finally shouted, giving his opinion. I can't possibly form an alliance with a guy like him, the new king of the Hansu kingdom, Khan. Koga turned back and immediately gave his own speculation. Could he be harboring another scheme? Even if he genuinely wants to form an alliance with us, he will definitely betray us. If the situation changes, the general of the orc race, Koga's general. Raoul also immediately agreed with that opinion. That's right, what we're doing is nothing less than giving the enemy a weapon, said the dwarf king Raoul. However, the three people who had just met Ujin directly remained silent. Murdy stepped into the tent from outside. There's one thing you all need to know. Khan turned back, awaiting an answer. What do you mean? She then addressed Ujin directly. The Undying One is not a devil or someone possessed by a devil. He is just a normal human being, no different from us. The three who had just fiercely objected were stunned, but then they expressed their skepticism. That's so absurd. Don't speak carelessly like that. Arya's messenger. Murdy affirmed again with absolute certainty. I am not joking with you all. I went to Earth, as arranged by the Saintess. There, I was able to see the true nature of the Undying One, the thing we have misunderstood for so long, so badly. Murdy recounted the process she herself had witnessed on Earth. He was indeed very brutal and malicious, however. Now she also understood the reason why. It was because he wanted to protect his family and colleagues. Murdy felt extremely empathetic and admired him. Protecting the small and weak people, that's all. Khan opened his eyes wide in surprise after hearing that. The Undying One. Protecting the weak. Then she deliberately emphasized the detail to persuade everyone, especially since Saintess Arya has revealed that he is our savior. Therefore, we must believe in him and unite with each other. He still stubbornly held on to his own thoughts. Nonsense. Khan then questioned the Saintess's own words. How could Arya give a prophecy like that? Suddenly, Ujin abruptly walked in and asked, "What are you guys doing behind my back?" He took a quick look around and figured out the vibe in the room. Are you guys talking trash about me? Murdy immediately turned back awkwardly to explain, receiving your assistance is still too surprising for us. So we were just discussing that, sir. Ujin heard that and became even more arrogant, mocking, so, is that why you suddenly pretended to be friendly after fighting? He turned back and clearly emphasized the initial goal. We're in an alliance, remember? I know no one here holds no grudges. Ujin also quickly and generously showed his goodwill. My own volition. But it's not just Murdy who wants to temporarily put aside those grudges, right? I will also temporarily set aside my personal hatred. Let's just focus on the common enemy, Janet. Seeing them remain silent, he turned back and challenged. If you don't like it, just come fight me then. If you guys turn me into another enemy besides Janet, then Anfen is definitely screwed. Khan gnashed his teeth, frowning, not knowing what to say. You? Ujin became more smug, challenging back. What do you want to say? He suddenly looked down in one direction. Koga also understood the hint and nodded. Khan didn't overreact anymore, agreeing, I understand. Let's form an alliance. Ujin immediately cracked a satisfied smile. Good job. He slapped his hand on the table, wanting to act as fast as possible. Then let's make a plan to save Anfen. Shall we? Ujin pointed to a location on the map. The decision will first be to build a sturdy fortress. To resurrect Anfen, the pot of water was still boiling nearby. After that, a lavish and attractively arranged spread of food was prepared. The refugees saw this and opened their eyes wide. Sparkling wine and meat too. Sungu turned back and cheered everyone on with a bright smile. Let's all enjoy ourselves today to celebrate surviving. From afar, Jimin brought food over and instructed, there's enough food here for everyone, so please eat a lot. The refugees saw that and were very grateful. Thank you, sirs. May the gods bless the warriors from Earth. Suddenly, Ujin stepped out of the tent, which made him turn back in surprise. Sungu, very excited, turned back and invited him over. Boss, are you done with the meeting? Come over and eat with us quickly. He gestured with his hand and gave a few instructions. You guys go ahead and eat first. While you're at it, remember to make friends with the heroes? Jimin found it strange and asked curiously, Boss, where are you planning to go? Ujin walked towards the camp gate, waved his hand, and said, I'm just going to take a shower. I'll be right back. Sungu turned back looking suspicious and asked, does he have an apartment here in Anfen or something? He frowned, not knowing what to say. I don't think that's what he meant, sir. The sky outside was clear and the cool breeze was pleasant. The scene shifts to the large, majestic mountain, Mount Soros, south of Anfen. Ujin looked down and smiled curiously. Is this the place that Alliance talked about? He had pointed at the map and wondered, where is this? Koga turned and explained in detail. That place is Mount Soros. Except for the main mountain range, the surrounding areas are completely empty. The enemy can easily spot anyone hiding there. Ujin stared intently curious. He asked for more details about the characteristics of this place. Is this place empty? Khan turned and gave a few small notes. The terrain there is quite high, so defense might be very easy. But if we consider the supply of materials, it would be the easiest place to be isolated when the enemy attacks. Instead of that area, we should consider another position for defense. He pointed to another location and suggested, such as this deep canyon, but Ujin suddenly and firmly refused. No, he turned back his gaze, firm, emphasizing, what we need to build is not a shelter, but an advanced fortress that can easily counterattack. Mount Soros will be the place that meets that requirement of ours. Koga then suddenly spoke up, reminding the Undying One, besides the location, there are other more difficult problems there to solve. This made Ujin somewhat annoyed. What else? He replied, briefly explaining the reason. I mean, Mount Soros has already been controlled by Janet, and the one in charge is also one of the 72 kings. But when he arrived, He cracked a satisfied smile. I didn't expect to meet a familiar face here. Seeing him right in front of him, Ujin was extremely excited. So it's you, Uriel? He then spoke up with a puzzled and disbelieving look. Really? Uriel stared intently, trying to see through him. Why do you have to get involved in this pointless war between the dimensional lords, just for a trivial grudge? Hearing that, Ujin asked back with a hint of annoyance. Pointless. He then stepped forward, trying to persuade him. Dimensional lords know we are immortal beings. Why do we have to kill each other just because of personal feelings? Hearing this, his eyes grew even more suspicious. Ujin remembered the time that guy talked to him. Your goal is Anfin's code, isn't it? He cracked a knowing smile. Deciding to give it a try, shouldn't he? Ujin put his hands on his hips and asked back, so, what if I say I came to take Anfin's code? Uriel knew this and immediately had to caution him. So, your ultimate goal is the domination of Anfin, isn't it? If that's the case, your approach is dead wrong. He didn't hesitate at this point. To reveal a part of Anfin's code, no dimensional lord possesses it all yet. It's obvious that Anfin is hiding it somewhere. Deep down, Juriel offered a suggestion that was supposedly better. Therefore, instead of dimensional lords fighting each other, you should be wiping out the creatures on the planet to find it. By now, Ujin also began to dimly realize, it seems that the code is what grants people the power to dominate the entire planet. That's really weird. He also recalled Kang Chunhuai's words. Dr. Toffler said that to save Earth from Shanette, we needed to collect 10 codes. Why did Toffler initially tell us to collect 10 codes to dominate the planet? The code must have some other functions. Besides planetary domination, returning to reality. Juriel kept reminding him that beings on the upper echelon, like us, prove our worth through conquest. You are still just a low-level lord. Then all of a sudden, he let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Ujin turned and frankly admitted, I have no interest in domination. Hearing this, he was utterly astonished. You don't want to dominate. He cracked a smug smile and confirmed it again. But that is an entirely different story. Juriel also vaguely suspected and dimly realized. Don't tell me. He only now understood and shouted somewhat angrily. So you are talking about the hidden code with me. You came to Anfin to pursue the real thing? Ujin was greatly surprised and pressed the point further. A hidden code. Does such a thing exist? Juriel turned to continue explaining in detail. Of course. Every code has different privileges. Anfin's hidden code can only be transferred to a legend. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide in utter shock. Juriel finally realized the truth. You dummy, you don't know anything about the code. He smiled slyly, emphasizing, if I knew, would I need to stand here chattering with you? He became even more furious at this attitude. How dare you? Juriel became utterly enraged and loudly demanded, you dare to insult me? Ujin then changed to an arrogant posture. If I used instant teleportation magic right now, I would have dug up your whole family's ancestral graves. But too bad Bibi isn't here with me. Oh well, Bibi has her own thing going on anyway. At this moment, both sides began to prepare to attack. From the side of the mountain, the scene easily shifted back to the conflict. The boat floating on the sea, Bibi is sitting and drawing with colored pencils. From the distance, the adorable Sue ran up, curious. That's so cute, Bibi. What are you drawing? The girl heard the compliment and proudly showed off. It's very cute, right? I'm drawing a new pattern for a Don Sui. Became even more excited and jumped up. That's dope. Bibi happily puffed up her nose and insisted. I've put so much effort into it, you know. But all of a sudden, the girl changed her demeanor and looked troubled. But there's this one thing that keeps bugging me. Sue moved closer, curious, waiting for the answer. What is it? Bibi was very flustered and undecided with all the thoughts swirling in her head. I just don't know how to decorate this place. The girl bowed her head, looking very awkward. I've decorated castles before, but I've never seen anything like this. Sue understood and quickly volunteered. Do you want me to help you? But Bibi turned back and asked a questioning thought. Sue, do you know what an aircraft carrier is for? The girl looked a bit bewildered and innocent, then stressed. Aircraft carrier. I know what an aircraft is. Bibi wasn't sure either and confusedly thought. Aircraft. The girl pointed and explained with utter innocence, an airship means airplane, but it's a more complicated word. Bibi heard that and immediately burst into laughter. Why would they have to come up with another name for it? Then she looked up, falling into confusion again, and gave the final conclusion. But since an airship is an airplane, then an aircraft carrier is a flying ship, isn't it? Bibi turned happily, jumped up, and thanked Sue. Thank you. Thanks to you, I've figured out what I need to do. The girl immediately put her hands on her hips, confident. I know I'm the best. The scene changes back to inside the deck. Bibi then opened the screen to look around. Min-Chang came over at this time, feeling utterly curious. Bibi, what are you doing? But the girl was too busy and could only instruct him. Wait a moment. You'll know in just a bit. After a moment, Bibi cried out in great joy. I found him. I found the one who can fix the aircraft carrier. Already? The man appeared and introduced himself. I know Sam. Have arrived following Miss Bibi's summons. Nosam, a technician from the dwarf race, from the Black Mineral tribe. was extremely skilled. In the field of mechanical equipment manufacturing, magic and construction, he had the ability to design airships, mechanical golems, and tanks. He could build siege engines and sand cannons. Hearing this, Min-chan couldn't believe it. What did she mean? Fix an aircraft carrier. Bibi was immediately firm and excited, emphasizing her resolve. If Adam's base only floated on the sea, what's the point? We have to fix it so it can fly. Hearing this, he was surprised and asked back, "Say what?" Min-chan sweat nervously and asked again, "For an aircraft carrier, to be able to fly in the air, is that even possible?" Nosum stroked his beard and chuckled a few times in mockery. Humans on Earth really don't know anything about dwarves. He glanced over and asserted firmly with his technique, "There is nothing a dwarf cannot do. It's probably hard for humans to understand." His face frowned as he stressed his confusion. "But the thing is this aircraft carrier even broken, that we need to fix it?" Suddenly, a gate abruptly appeared. Just then, Min-chan also turned around bewildered. He looked down with an unconvinced, doubtful gaze. 4 teleportation gates on the deck.